I got a pitch up a week after a footy game.
Oh yeah.
That's I couldn't believe.
Hats off to you. I'll give you that.
Mate, I could not believe how little damage there was
That's phenomenal.
to
Looked
the
unbelievable.
to the square.
That is phenomenal. Wouldn't happen very often, would it? AFL game, cricket next week.
Nah. Right, so mate. Set up this. Yeah. We're live. Rightio, welcome to the Latrobe Recreation Ground here in northwest Tasmania for the first Cricket Northwest first grade grand final between the Burnie Hurricanes and the Ulverstone Blackcaps. My name's Brad Cole. I'll be providing the commentary throughout the 3 days of competition here. We'll be joined by a host of special guests throughout the day. The toss has been run and won. It has been won by the Ulverstone Blackcaps skipper Jordan Kelly, who decided to bat first on an absolute peach of a day here at Latrobe Recreation Ground. The track is good, the weather is fine. We're set for a great 3 days of cricket to culminate the Cricket Northwest season. I'm joined here in the commentary box for the first session by Gary Miles. Gary, good to have you here. Gary, a Sheffield all-rounder these days, or you just bowl these days, Gary?
Just a bowler, I think, mate. Yeah.
Just bowler?
Yep.
Looking forward to a grand final, mate. You've played in plenty yourself, always a little bit nervous yourself.
Yeah, played in a few. I'd much rather be out there, but that's the way it's gone. So yeah, very interesting to see. Obviously, Ulverstone have taken a bit of a punt and won it in battle, which is going to be entertaining if Alex bats the way he did last game.
So the teams have dropped after the toss of the coin. So Burnie Hurricanes going through unchanged from their team that defeated Latrobe in the semi-final. So Nick Revell, captain, Nick Granger, Brodie Hayes, Brady Yates, Jeremy Plant, James Hodges, Sean Redmond, the coach, Kurt Lamprey, Tyler Parker, Thomas Polk and Josh Lamprey. And for the Ulverstone Blackcaps, Jordan Kelly, as I said before, their captain, Braden DeVries, Alex Winwood, Julius Kerwin, Josh Wormsley, Jacob Snare, Jack Pearce, Reece French, Ben Bott, Ben May, Matt Talbot and Connor Chewson has been named as their 12th man. James Smith is the coach. Burnie obviously haven't named a permanent 12th man. I'm sure they'll have a couple of guys come through that role over the course of the game. They're their second grade team in action tomorrow in the second grade grand final at West Park against Wynyard. The umpires, Scott Pearce and Colin Bruin, making their way out to the centre now. Burnie are just standing by the boundary line ready to go. Here come the Ulverstone batsmen. Looks like it should be DeVries and Winwood. If past games are any indication, certainly looks like that. Gary, your captain won the toss and decided to bat first. You'd be pretty happy to get batting in these conditions.
Good thought so, mate. Yeah, it's beautiful seeing conditions. Sun's out. Then first 10 or 15 minutes in the granny are a bit tricky, but if you can get through that, I think it's a perfect day for batting. So I'll also be looking to get the first drinks break.
So Latrobe curator Jason Sims has brought up a very good looking deck out there. I must say, it does have a little bit more grass. Has a little bit of live green grass on it. So I reckon if the bowlers can bowl good areas early on, they are a chance to get some edges and that. But I think as the afternoon carries on with this beautiful day, I think we're expecting a top of 22 today. As we go along and into tomorrow, I think it'll become a very good wicket for batting on, which is traditionally the way it is here at Latrobe.
Yeah, it's been beautiful the last few years, and there's a little bit more grass on it than over in Pakistan, Brad. But might see a bit more carry and a little bit in it for the bowlers, probably.
Yeah, no, fair to say that the grass in Lahore, Karachi, and Rawalpindi is in very lean supply. But the outfields are looking nice over there. I must say they are. It's been different cricket to watch, hasn't it? It's not your traditional Test match cricket we're used to seeing here.
No, that's for sure.
So, Burnie coach Sean Redmond will take the new ball, bowling from the northern end of the ground. He's going to bowl to Braden DeVries first up. Alex Winwood down the non-strikers end. Just heard a few whispers. There's a few. Maybe Redmond's just carrying a little injury. He's not quite bowling at full pace at the moment. Certainly, I watched some of the live stream of the semi-final against Latrobe. I know it was late in the day, but he certainly wasn't. I've seen him bowl quicker, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes here, especially on the short backup from the semi-final. Obviously, that finished on Sunday. We're here on Friday for a Cricket Northwest Grand Final, so a bit of a shorter backup than usual, but I'm sure he'll be giving it his all, Sean. So he's been one of the leading bowlers on the coast, and so it's probably one of the quicker ones consistently going around, Gaz.
Yeah, definitely the last few years. He gets them through pretty well. Always seems a bit quicker there at West Park. Pretty short, straight. Seems like he pushes off the bike track at times, but yeah.
So field here at the moment. Nick Revell's set 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Blake just forward a square leg and a fine leg. And in comes Redmond bowl. First ball round the wicket to DeVries. DeVries lets that go. Good carry through to Granger. Just a little bit short of a length and left left very watchfully by DeVries. DeVries really starting to. This is probably his second full year of opening in first grade, and just starting to establish himself as he's going to be a player to watch in future years, guys.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's very patient up there. I mean, Alex are a pretty good combination. Seemed to be second half of the year anyway in two-day cricket.
So Redmond in again. Second ball, good carry again through to Granger. DeVries leaves that one confidently. Already had a bit of feedback. Great stuff for boys from the Big G, Greg Sharman. Clearly a slow day at Marist Regional College.
Not much happening at the
moment. Maybe just recess time. Just snuck a quick look. So Olsen, none for none off 2 balls in this grand final. Redmond onto the hip there of DeVries. DeVries just fends it off, but no run there. Interesting in this game today, Gary, side screens. We in Cricket Northwest level we barely see them all year, but they've made an appearance today. So Ulverstone, the batting team, are responsible for moving them at the moment. Obviously they were here for the Greater Northern Rangers semi-final last week. They make any difference, or you're just used to batting without them these days anyway?
Oh, you just get used to it, mate. So yeah, but obviously that make a bit of a difference. Yeah, the bike track, especially with the red bike track. So Body and Towler have got a bit of a long day there, maybe pushing the side screen, but. And DeVries a bit nervous. He'll be looking to get off the mark pretty soon, I reckon.
Yeah, just getting a few gentle reminders from the Burnie fieldsman about that as well. Redmond in again. Off the toes there by DeVries. Looked for a single, but a nice bit of fielding there by...
Young Poke, is it?
Yeah, it might be Young Poke, the grand final hero from last year. He's been a bit in and out of the team this year, Thomas Poke. But I wouldn't have any hesitation in picking him for the grand final after his 6-wicket haul last year. An amazing grand final performance that was. Just the unheralded bowler in the Hurricanes lineup, and he got some big wickets last year. Redmond in again. DeVries on the drive, gets it through, and they do sneak through for a single there. So DeVries off the mark in this grand final. Black Caps none for one, and that is overcalled by umpire Scott Pearce. And so a good start there by the Black Caps. Nothing beat the bat. No oohs and ahs, no LB shouts. So pitch looked pretty good there.
Looks like it's going to be Kurt.
Coming on from the southern end, looks like Kurt Lamprey in that purple floppy hat as he marks out his lineup. Back in the Hurricanes lineup this season, as he went back to the BCL last season, but fair to say, he had a couple of years at the Hurricanes before that, a very handy cricketer, all round, can bowl rather rapid and hits a mean ball as well if he gets his eye in.
Does hit a big ball coming in 8 or 9. I think you got Burnie in trouble at 6 for 100, 7 for 110, and all of a sudden they got 200 on the board. So
So I remember, you're probably looking at 10 so years ago. He was the big name in country cricket, wasn't he? And Burnie, I know Burnie chased him hard for many seasons and never could quite get him across the line. But he finally made the move to the Cricket Northwest comp and fitted in beautifully. He won an association bowling average a few years ago. And been one of the best all-rounders in the competition. So Lamprey in the bowl. Down leg side. Granger couldn't glove it cleanly, and the Black Caps will sneak through for a bye there. Takes the score up to 2 here on the first day of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest Grand Final. So we've got ourselves set up here in the Latrobe Bike Racing Club office. Nice little view of the ground. I've never been in here before. It's a beautiful view. We can pretty much see everything we need to. Got the just slightly have to crane our neck to see the scoreboard, but we're all set up. We've got the big bag of Allen's Party Mix lollies here, Gaz, which you're more than welcome to.
You've kept them over your side, mate. You going to share them or not?
Oh, maybe, eventually by the end of the day. Nice flick off the pads there by Winwood. He's off the mark. Just score up to 3. I'll tell you what, I called into the survey this morning to get those lollies. And for the Canteen Watch listeners and viewers out there, the Bowl BP server at the Homemaker Centre didn't miss me. $13 for that.
Oh dear.
I nearly had to take out a small personal loan to get them.
What is a 5 kilo bag?
Yeah, come on, Gary. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Lamprey into bowl again to DeVries. DeVries watches that one go past the off stump. Didn't offer a shot. And the score remains at 9 for 3. So basically, anyone watching the live stream today be thinking it's some sort of high-tech setup. Let me tell you it isn't. So basically, we are using the Cricket Northwest live stream equipment, which is basically a simple handheld camcorder. We're using the inbuilt microphone as our microphone. So apologies if you catch anything else, any other noises that emanate from around the ground today. And it's as simple as that. We'll see how it goes, and seems to be going okay at the moment.
Crowd's building.
Crowd's building, yes. Yeah. No, it's a nice little. Lamprey has bowled DeVries. DeVries went for the drive, and middle peg has been knocked back. Great start by the Burnie Hurricanes.
Not to offer a chop on there, Brad, or just come back through the gate.
Yeah, we'll have to look at the replay of that one.
Kurt usually takes it away from the lefty, so unless he's brought one back in, it might have been a chop on it.
So I'll have a look at the replay here. Lamprey comes in, and no, I think DeVries just missed that completely. He might have come back in and hit middle peg, and a great start for the Burnie Hurricanes. Wicket in the second over of the day, and Ulverstone in a little bit of early trouble.
1 for 3.
At 1 for 3. I'm trying to find out where the actual score is on that score. There it is up in the corner there. Yeah, 1 for 3.
Young Jules Kerwin walking to the crease.
Yeah, he's been up and down the Ulverstone batting order a bit over the years. I remember last year he batted about 6, batted quite well, but got a bit of promotion this year. Doesn't seem to be doing as much bowling at the moment. I'm not sure if he's carrying with an injury. His bowling sort of started to come on there for a little bit, but now batting at 3. So this is just a key little period in the game here. You just need to steady things up, do nothing silly.
Very similar to DeVries. Jules too, like hangs around and puts a good pride in his wicket. So be fighting hard, I reckon, the young fella.
The big G's on long service leave, I've been told.
Yeah, enjoying a bit of a break.
Enjoying a holiday. Well earned too. He's done a power of work up there at Marist, and I tell you what, he's been these long service leave from the Wynyard Cricket Club as well. He's done a power of work up there the last couple of years. That delivery down leg side, and that is over here in this first day of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest first grade grand final, where the Burnie Hurricanes have made an ideal start with a wicket from Kurt Lamprey bowling Braden DeVries, and currently the Black Caps are 1 for 3 after 2 overs. Got a little bit of a delay here. Curated Jason Sims just running in, maybe a bit of sawdust in some footmarks or something. Just a little bit of a
dew around this morning.
Yeah, I must say there was a heavy dew around this morning. So the 10:30 start. I don't think 10:30 start was ever in doubt. And I think this dew, with the weather as perfect as it is at the moment, the dew will burn off nicely. But it was certainly. You would have noticed the last week or so the nights have just become a bit cooler. The first thing in the morning is just a bit cooler, so that dew has just increased over the last week or so on coastal sporting grounds. So it looks like since he's just been asked to come back again, bit of sawdust up at the bottom end as well. Ground in beautiful conditions.
Lovely,
it is one of the best outfields in coastal cricket, and the pitch has been pretty good all year as well.
He looks after, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. They use him and Dion Tuxworth, his assistant. They do a very good job here. They use the pitch 2 across there, as you can see on the stream for the Great Northern Raiders semi-final last week against Newtown, where Newtown made over 300 on the opening day. So clearly a very good track for batting on. Redmond starts his second over, and Winwood on the back foot and defends confidently to the offside. But yeah, Latrobe ground here has really come on in leaps and bounds over the last 5 years, and that all started with the great late Ray Reid.
Correct.
And the hard work he put in. Ray be watching down from above today and just nodding his approval and just saying, you've done a good job, Simsy. Yep. And Simsy knows his grass. Another good length ball there from Redmond, let through to the keeper by Winwood, and the score remains 1 for 4. No, 1 for 3, sorry.
The great Andrew Lizard Leary just checked in as well and said, he's enjoying the commentary break. So,
excellent,
yeah.
excellent. Fair to say, when I pitched the idea to Cricket Northwest at the trophy night on Monday night, I was a shade nervous about how it was going to go, given it was a pretty basic setup. But I think we're going okay, Gaz. I think we're going okay. Winwood plays that one off the hip, but straight to Lamprey there, who's just forward of the square like umpire Colin Broom there.
Loves the floppy Kurt, doesn't he?
Does love it. So doesn't get used much these days in coastal cricket. Or the Terry Toweling hat. I think that needs to make a comeback as well. Geordie Marshall up at the Mountaineers there doesn't mind rock and run. So Redmond continues this round the wicket line to the left-handers, but it was well wide of off stump, and Granger takes it. Going towards Nick Revell there at first slip. So just having a look at the field here, as we said, 2 slips where Nick Revell in first, looks like Brady Yates there in second, then Jeremy Plant at gully, Brody Hayes at point, James Odgers there in the covers.
Tyler Parker at mid-off?
Tyler Parker at mid-off, Tommy Pope there at mid-on, and Kurt Lamprey just in front of the square leg umpire there. And down at fine leg at the moment is Josh Lamprey. So pretty regulation field. They haven't tried anything too funky here to start with. Just the ball a bit slow getting back to the bowl, just getting dried a bit.
Yeah, it didn't actually carry that ball, so that was interesting. It didn't get through to Grange real well, so Redmond might have a little niggle. Oh, that was a beauty, mate.
That was a very nice delivery, just short of a length. Winwood had a little nibble at it. No willow on leather there, and Granger nodded approvingly at that delivery.
Young Adam Yates turned in as well, Brad.
Big Yater from
Victoria somewhere.
Yeah, so brother of Brady,
watching the little brother.
Son of the Burnie scorer Gary Yates. Fine player for the Hurricanes a few years ago, plying his trade now in sub-district cricket in Melbourne.
Just leg spinner, wasn't he? He didn't seem to bat back.
He's a very solid player, Yatesy.
He still plays. He was captain coach of the club last time I spoke to him.
Yes, I can't remember the name of the club.
Altona or something?
Altona is the one, yes.
On the big dollars, no doubt. Yater.
There's some interesting players play sub-district cricket in Melbourne. There's a lot of extra-Lankan cricketers seem to find their way in subbies in Melbourne.
I was talking to Moose McNaughton a couple of weeks ago, and he played against Tillicratna, Dilshan.
The great Moose McNaughton, there's a blast from the
first
past.
ball scooped, apparently. Scooped Yep. Not Moose didn't, Tillicratna did.
Not sure Moose ever had that ball in his ever had that shot in his bag. So Lamprey in again in his second over, well outside off stump and watchfully left by young Julius Kerwin. So the fourth over here, Ulverstone 1 for 3. De Vries bowled by Lamprey for 1 off 10 balls. Currently at the crease, Julius Kerwin on strike and Alex Winwood down the non-strikers end. So excellent start for the Hurricanes.
Oh.
Well left again there by Kerwin. Knows where his off stump is.
The young Josh in next, I would have thought. And
The big wicket, still the big wicket in coastal cricket.
Yes.
I think he just churns out runs for fun. That bloke made a couple of centuries this year. surprisingly didn't made a couple of tons this year, but surprisingly didn't make the All-Star team.
Didn't make it. Would have been pretty hard.
No, there was a lot of batsmen.
There's been a fair few runs scored, hasn't there?
There has been some good runs scored after Christmas, and Josh just found himself. Him and Yates, Brady Yates were probably the two that were certainly in contention, but didn't get the call up this year. But a very strong team selected by the selectors there for the men's first grade All-Star team.
Managed to take 6 for 40 on one game as well. Big Josh, didn't he?
Oh no, I don't think he bowled for about 5 years, and all of a sudden he's produced career best figures out of nothing, out of nowhere. No, got a surprise when I logged on to My Cricket and saw those figures posted.
He was saying last week after the game that he was training all pre-season to bowl mids.
Yeah, right.
Him and his cousin Kobe had a little bit of a better thing on.
Okay, right.
So you could take the most poles from you or something.
Full delivery there from Lamprey, squeezed out by Kerwin behind square. He's off the mark, and Ulverstone moved along to 1 for 4. So, looking forward to these 3 days of cricket here at Latrobe. Got a few guests lined up. Got Gary in today. Got I think Will Braid's coming in. Young Will. Accomplished author now, Will Braid. Loves it, doesn't he? Love a children's book now, mate.
Seen him on the news the other night.
Oh, yeah, he's popular man these days, Will.
Something about a pigeon or something, was it? Or
a seagull. A
seagull? Yeah, or a budgie, was it? Something like that.
Budgie like that. Here's the first boundary of the game, scored by Alex Winwood. Full delivery there, outside off stump from Lamprey. Squeezed past Jeremy Plant there in the gully and raced away on this very quick outfield for 4. First boundary of the day, that is over. 4 overs down, Ulverstone 1 for 8. Yeah, so tomorrow I think got Latrobe captain Tristan Weeks coming in.
Yeah,
Tyler Dell, the Devonport captain, coming in.
Both had big ears in too.
Huge ears, those two. I think curator Jason Sims is going to come in for a chat as well sometime today.
Didn't get Tuxworth in, mate.
No, we
couldn't get him.
We went to the top first.
Terry Leary had a little chat, wouldn't he? The young fella down there.
The great Terry Leary walking past, and John Allen as well. John, one of the premier fast bowlers back in the day of the competition. Terry being one of the great club presidents.
Yep.
Of Ulverstone and in Cricket Northwest club
Doreen,
history as well. Him and Doreen, the amount of work they've done at that Ulverstone Cricket Club. It is their second home. Some would probably say their first home.
Yep.
Stalwarts of the competition. So Redmond in again, a very short delivery that down leg side, which Kerwin wanted nothing to do with, and Granger took it cleanly. Very loose ball there from Sean.
Just have a look upstairs, I think, mate.
Just seeing what sort of bounces in this wicket. It's not too bad. I think it's unfortunately you'd probably remember when you first started, Gary. There was probably bowlers in every club that could bowl a decent bouncer. Not many going about these days.
Greg Sharman himself used to get him through okay. A 50-metre run up.
Before the shoulder went kaput, Greg was quite slippery. Actually, we'll talk about the big G here for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's amazing the career progression of Greg. Started off as a bowler who batted was a genuine number 11, and now he's a middle order bloke who wins batting awards for fun and doesn't bowl anymore.
And he's on long service.
Leave, living the life. Oh, good delivery there from Redmond. Drew Kerwin forward, nipped it away. Couldn't find the edge though. Score remains at 1 for 8 here at Latrobe Recreation Ground. But the Big G's enjoyed a little late career renaissance, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's regularly churning out 500-600 runs for the Tigers up there at the showgrounds.
Does a power work as well. Big fella,
I saw he's on the Wynyard Facebook page there. He's putting together. He's sort of compiling the statistical history of the club.
Yeah, right.
Chasing anyone and everyone who's scored a first grade 100 or taken a 5 for. So he's busily just. I think he's got most of them nailed down. I think he's just got a couple of little holes to fill in and.
Caught up with Darcy Bradmore. He would have got a couple. I'm not sure where Darcy would be.
Not sure where Darcy Bradmore is, former Wynyard coach there in the early part of this millennium. They had a good team in those.
Brilliant,
In that sort of 2000, probably 2004 to 2010 period. Had a very good team. The Bluesers, they'll know them, but probably just only got the one premiership. Probably just underachieved a little bit, didn't they?
They're not easy to win those.
Oh, they are. They certainly are. You've been lucky enough 4 in your career. One of them bought three at the Rock.
85, 1-4, so it's not too bad.
That's not a bad strike rate, mate. You've enjoyed the spoils there.
I actually said to Josh last week, he's played in 11 and 1-5, so I said, oh, it's unlucky, mate. You need to lift your game a bit, mate.
Oh, obviously Ulverstone had that terrific run there where they won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Just
they're always thereabouts.
Oh, when they had just a machine. Oh, that ball was down the leg side, but played a little bit uppishly there from Kerwin, but it fell safely before Lamprey could get to it. And that's the end of the over. Here, 5 down, Ulverstone 1 for 8. Yeah, that
Granger was a part of that good size down at Winnie.
Yeah, he played there. He played there. Yeah, that Ulverstone team it was that they were never. You think you had them done when you're bowling to them, and bloody Lyndon Stubbs, Luke Richardson, Darren Roster,
the
Popsy, they would chip in with a 30 or 40.
Sam Murphy. He wouldn't chip in.
He'd slaughter 50. And get them up to a competitive score, and I remember Devonport had them 9 for 74 in a grand final, and Duker and Popsy put on 70 for the last wicket.
Yep.
And it was enough to get them first innings points. Very, very.
He loved that little white cut through the gully area,
didn't he? Yeah. Popsy never used to bat in a helmet.
He struggled these days.
I don't think he'd like it these days with the mandatory helmet.
What's that, a thigh pad?
Half-hearted shout there down leg side there. Certainly sounded like thigh pad there off the bowling of Lamprey to Winwood there. G'day to Pop. I think Popsy's up in the Gold Coast these days.
He was down at Burnie a fortnight ago, actually.
Was he?
He came down, his brother got married, so he was down for a fortnight,
Devonport Orion's player Sam O'Mahony and Eli Sheen just walking past. Good to see some players from other clubs here watching the game. It's always good. I think it's always nice to, as part of your cricket sort of learnings, come along to a grand final, even if your team's not playing. Wide one there from Lamprey, taken by Granger in front of first slip.
Sam's had a good year at the Raiders. He's sort of turned just batting really well, obviously.
He's he's made some key contributions and just started to bowl a bit more as well. I think. He's come along. We forget how young he is. He's only 20, so still got plenty of scope for improvement, but still got plenty of time to do it. Lamprey, and again, good length delivery defended there by Winwood. Score remains at 1 for 8 here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground in the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest first grade grand final.
Looks like I might have to go back down to the survey and get another bag of lollies, mate. You're smashing them.
Oh, hang on. Steady on there, guys. Steady on. I'm sure our good friend Colin Lamont, up at the president of the Latrobe Cricket Club's, got a lovely spread organised for us for lunch. I know he was popping down to the local bakery to get the salad rolls. Yeah, Banjo's, I think, where he's the bakery of choice. One of the great men of coastal cricket, bruv. So, Burnie captain Nick Revel still remaining with this pretty standard field. Nothing, no one in close or sort of out of the ordinary field settings. Lamprey again bowls it on Winwood's hip. Winwood flicks it away just in front of square there for 1. It takes him along to 6 and the score 1 for 9. Might just have to, for day 2 or just after lunch, might have to just rearrange the seating positions. I could have a very sore back trying to see this scoreboard by the end of the day. So that's over.
6 gone?
6 down, yep. 1 for 9, Ulverstone. Just doing a little bit of rebuilding after the early loss of Bryce DeVries, who was clean bowled by Lamprey for 1. So Redmond into bowl again. The Hurricanes coach. Ooh, strange shot there from Winwood. Really didn't move the feet at all, and just looked a bit late on the shot. And everything looked a little bit ugly there, didn't it?
This will be a good little match-up, I reckon. I think Alex will want to try and get a boundary way off Redmond just to boost his confidence a bit.
Yeah. Played a few games for the Great Northern Raiders this year, Winwood, and made some nice contributions. Oh, he's got him on the drive there. Feet were nowhere. Caught by Brady Yates at second slip. And there's Redmond's first wicket of the day and the Hurricanes second. Ulverstone in trouble at 2 for 9. Both openers back in the hutch.
You see that was his plan. I reckon he was coming around the wicket a bit broad to Warner and just trying to nick him off. Probably get one just a deck away, and that's what he's done. He's found the edge, so it's a big loss for Ulverstone.
Just didn't quite get the foot across the pitch of the ball, did he? It was just the feet were really nowhere. So the Hurricanes on top early here at Latrobe.
2 for 9.
Redmond and Lamprey have dismissed both openers, and this looks like the big wicket in coastal cricket still. Josh Walmsley, the Ulverstone star, all-time leading run scorer already for the club, and his career is far from finished. Owner of more than 20 centuries in first grade cricket. How many centuries you scored in first grade cricket?
I've got one, mate. That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
It was back 2003, I think. 2004.
Now, I've had a message come through on the phone that I've got the number saved in my phone, but I've got a fair chance I know who it is. And is that the best guess you could get? A non-spinning offie. I'm tipping that might come from the phone of one Mr. S. Wooten.
Oh, S. Wooten. He's doing long service as well, I reckon. I'm not sure what he's doing. Probably on the golf course, maybe.
Yeah, well, he doesn't mind hitting golf these days, old two dogs.
Playing off about 26 the week, isn't he? So he's going alright. He's improving. Yeah.
So Redmond with his tail up now. Burnie firmly on top here in this opening session of the grand final. Obviously 2 for 9. And Josh Walmsley at the crease for the Black Caps. Oh, that's a beautiful first up delivery from Redmond. That, if anything, that probably just bounced a little bit more off a good length. Walmsley went forward and it just bounced out a little bit more and beat the outside edge. Redmond, if you're a fast bowler, you're very encouraged by that delivery.
He's up and about now, I think.
Yeah. Any injury niggle, I reckon he's feeling pretty good about himself at the moment. Sean Redmond.
That's just decked away beautifully, isn't it?
Oh, absolute peach. Oh, that one wasn't. That was well down leg side. Granger flung himself to the right, couldn't get there, and that'll be 4 byes. The score ticks along to 2 for 13. It's amazing how a bowler of Redmond's calibre can do that. Bowl an absolute couple of peaches, and then bowl an absolute horror delivery down leg side.
Let's try it a bit harder, I reckon.
Yeah. So extras tick along to 5. DeVries out for 1, Winwood out for 6, Kerwin 1 not out, Walmsley yet to score. 5 extras, 2 for 13 in the 7th over. Although again, they're back on line there, back on target there from Sean Redmond. Walmsley defends.
The Blue Bag of supporters, they'll be happy this morning, Brad.
Oh,
2 and zip.
Carlton faithful are up and about. You would think on social media they've actually won the premiership. They might as well hand the premiership cup to him now.
Off the mark.
Walmsley off the mark there, just flicks one off his legs to mid-wicket. He's on 1. That's the over bowled. 2 for 14 here at Latrobe. And I took the doggies last night. I thought they might bounce back, and without Voss and as coach and a few others missing, I thought plus I just don't like Carlton, being an Essendon supporter. I thought Carlton might just have a bit of a letdown, but no, they could well be the real deal, especially with Cripps now as his mate Walsh in the middle there.
That's right.
They're a nice little combination there. Kerno up forward looked dangerous.
Yeah, kicked 5 straight at the board, didn't he?
Yeah. Fair to say, it was a busy night on the TV front in terms of sport. There was the Test match in Pakistan and the Jack Jumpers in Perth. Good win by the Jack Jumpers too to get over Perth in Perth. That's set them up.
Well, did you run a bit of a split screen?
Oh no, the remote gets a fair work out. She's got smoke coming out of it by the end of the night.
Oh yeah.
So Lamprey in the bowling out of Walmsley. Walmsley goes to flick that one down leg side, misses. Granger cleans up. No, there's been plenty of good sport on of late. It's been an interesting Test match series there in Pakistan. It's fair to say it's a little bit different to what we used to here in Australia, where the runs flow a little bit easier and the pitches are a little bit easier to score on.
It's really hard to score, but yeah, Pakistan will be a good show tonight.
They're a very good show tonight. Stark and Cummings need to make some early breakthroughs, otherwise we're in a bit of Barney rubble.
Yeah, Swepson, I'd like to see Swepson do well and hit a couple and hopefully bowl the victory. Be nice. Young leg spinner.
Yeah, no, he's I know it's only his second Test in, but he's probably just under a little bit of pressure, Swepson. Yeah.
Well, they don't usually play 2 in Australia.
No, it's a bowling sort of lineup that isn't seen too much. Walmsley hits that one straight to mid-off. Yeah, he just bowls. He tends to bowl a little bit too flat and fast. I reckon he needs to toss it up a little bit more and slow it down, and really try
and. The great man.
I reckon SK will be telling him just slow it down a bit. And I think Lyon gets a little bit guilty of the same thing as well. They tend to just bowl a little bit too quick. I think Lyon looked a lot better when he was just tossing out a little bit wide there into those footmarks. The Pakistanis are pretty good players of spin, but if they're facing bowling that isn't really turning too much, they're playing it pretty comfortably. Being an off spinner yourself, Gaz, and I use the word off spinner in inverted commas just to appease Shane Wootton.
See him up usually, just do a little bit both ways, yeah.
Nice delivery again there by Lamprey. Walmsley leaves it outside off stump. So it remains at 2 for 14 in the 8th over, with De Vries and Winwood back in the hutch for the Black Caps. Great start here by the defending premiers, the Hurricanes. Full length ball there from Lamprey, dug out there by Walmsley, and that's over. 8 down, and Olsen 2 for 14. We'll take this opportunity to thank all the Cricket Northwest sponsors who have contributed to the 2021-22 season. Naming rights sponsor Bendigo Bank, Greater Northern Cup sponsor Toyota, 2020 competition sponsor Sports Power Burnie, Men's and Women's MVP Award sponsor Hershey Seafoods. You ever won a Hershey Seafoods voucher, Gaz?
I haven't, mate. I've got a voucher, but not there.
Not there. Other sponsors: Coastal Engineering and Building, Dowler McCarthy Tyres, Customer Resources and Recruitment, Rod Glover Legal, Choices Flooring Burnie, Commercial and Rural Refrigeration in Penguin, Findex Financial Services, Tas Freight, and Lion Beverages. So Redmond starts the 9th over, whilst Kerwin on the drive to mid-off. I used this mid-off thing with the old left-handers. You're being a traditional right-hander.
Yes, you played a bit back in the day, didn't you, Brad?
I filled in. It'd be fair to say, I don't know if I play. I filled in.
Third grade days.
Best describe my cricket career. I actually debuted in 2nd grade for Devonport.
What was all that? Was it an Excalibur or something?
No, I was lending gear back in that day.
You was buying it. Yeah, okay.
I was for the Cricket Northwest Nuffies. I've actually made my debut in 2nd grade, filling in. Back in the day, Devonport had 2 2nd grade teams. Made my debut at Marist Regional College against Marist Old Scholars. Fortunately, didn't have to bat or bowl.
What year would that have been?
We're talking late 90s.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And then my second game somehow I got a second game. I didn't perform poorly with battle ball because I didn't do either. Got a second game and played against Latrobe at Girdleston Park when they had a turf wicket there. And
bit of territory to cover there, Brad. Out in the outfield, was you?
No, I can't remember where I fielded. I just remember batting, and in the first innings I had the good fortune to face Grant Astle, who was, fair to say, Grant was one of the slipperier bowlers going about in coastal cricket. Just happened to be back in the twos because he had a wedding to go to.
Lovely.
And it's fair to say umpire Barry Hitchin had one of the easiest LB decisions he's ever had in his life. Yeah, no, it was. I started walking as soon as it wrapped me on the pads, mate. Barry just confirmed what I already knew.
Good old Baz.
Good old Baz, one of the great characters of coastal cricket. And then I got a second dig. Meant to squeeze one out to cover. Was happy just to hit the ball. And Scotty French is halfway down the wicket saying, yes, Coley, there's a single there. I acted like a startled cat, screamed through for a single. Got a standing O from the boys. Got a standing O for the boys in the grandstand, and got out next over to Heath Fiddler. A wide call there by umpire Scott Pearce. Don't see them too many times in two-day cricket, but that was well wide.
Mustn't have hit the cut stuff, mate.
No, it was. I think it started wide and kept going wider. I think that one. Yes, I got dismissed by Heath trying to. I had illusions of grandeur and tried to put him over the East Devonport Social Club rooms there, but unfortunately had my stumps disturbed and out for one, and that was the end of my second grade career.
Mate.
That was it. Back to the scorebook. Lovely drive there by Kerwin. Nice and straight back. Straight to the man there at mid-off. I'll have to write these player numbers down, I think, during the day.
You're batting today, or what?
What was that?
That's Tyler Parker there.
Tyler Parker, yes. I'll start making some notes here, I think, on that. So, 6.
That was a few handy meds.
Took the key wicket, the key final wicket in the semi-final last week when that game was on a knife's edge.
The Trade boys nearly got there, didn't they?
Oh, that would have been one of the great upsets of in coastal finals history. That would. We'll find the scores there from that game. So Burnie batted first. 195, Brady Yates making 59, Kurt Lamprey had a very important 47 not out. Brandon King took 3 for 25, Blake Weeks 3 for 71. Latrobe were in a bit of trouble there. I think they were around 8 for 111 like that. But Timmy Moore and Duncan Gray down in the lower order there just started chipping away. And they put on 65 for the 9th wicket after being 8 for 107, and all of a sudden it was game on. But
and Jack Hayes playing his first game, coming in
got a late caller.
The great Timmy Hayes' boy,
yes.
Making his debut in the semi.
Yeah, it would have been a good occasion.
He would have been very nervous, I reckon.
Yeah, so Timmy Moore got out there to a pull shot off Lamprey, I think, and then it was down to Dunk Gray and Jack Hayes and Tyler Parker. Got a beautiful Yorker to Gray, and rattled his stumps, and I think it was more relief than celebration there for the Hurricanes because they dodged a almighty big bullet.
Going well, Lamprey.
Lamprey, just working on that off stump, just outside off stump line here to Walmsley. Walmsley leaving wherever he can, just as they try and just to rebuild this innings here. These two want to bat for at least a good hour or so, just to really
try and get the drinks will be their first little goal, and then push on. So the wicket will be beautifully later today and tomorrow, I would have thought, Gowley.
Yeah, no, I think this will be very good for batting on late this afternoon and tomorrow. Nice drive there by Walmsley, but could only find the fielder there at mid-off. Another message, the great Flash Nicole, loving the commentary.
Flash.
Thanks, Flash, one of the great third grade players.
Yes, former president of the
Demons. Former president, now vice president of Cricket Northwest.
Yeah, right.
an excellent contributor. The Nicole family's been a great contributor to coastal cricket.
Yep. He'll be packing boxes there, old Flash, I reckon,
Yes.
Obviously not packing a lot. Well, the sound of it.
No, clearly
in the office with a laptop, maybe.
Yeah, it's just a little sneaky YouTube vision going on. It's great to see that we've the message has gone out. We've got a bit of commentary going on for the grand final this year, and I think it just adds to it a little bit. I got the ideas. I was sort of watching the semi final last week there at West Park, and you sort of see the batsman hit the ball, but you don't really see it because the camera's sort of focused on the pitch. You don't really see what happens after that. And there was a couple of shots that went in the air. You think, was that got close to the fielder, or was that a run out opportunity, or whatever? And I thought,
name in the hat, perfect.
Yeah. Got to be a time in your hands these days, so
a little bit of full-time gig, mate.
I don't know about that. I think the likes of Tubes Taylor and Peter Newlands down at Belrive are pretty safe. They did an excellent job there calling the Shield games. Tubes gave me a little bit of advice when I asked him on the Shield coverage yesterday. I said, "Got any advice from me?" He just said, "Just concentrate on what canteen watch is doing, Carly."
Trent Kirby used to do a little bit of commentary too, didn't he, for the boys down there?
No, Kirby will be watching up in Queensland where he's another shot.
That was three times, wasn't it?
That was short. That was so short it was on the way down as it passed Kerwin, I think, and then bounced 3 times to Granger.
That's died.
Deary me, that was That was a nude ball. That ended up with nothing on it.
Knuckleball bounce.
No, the old knuckleball you see in baseball. Yeah, no, Keeby's had a great year up at his first year at Gold Coast Cricket Club, up in the Queensland Premier League. I think they might finish third on the ladder, I think, at the end of the roster season.
So they didn't get much of a chance last week. They batted all day. 400 and something. So
Redmond just abandons the run up there. Wasn't happy with how he was coming in. No, but he's done good things up there, Keepy. Former Latrobe Junior, and then went down to South Harbour at Sandy Bay and made runs, and coached Kingborough as well down there in the Premier League. Won a Emerson Rodwell medal for Player of the Year, which is no easy feat when you're playing against Shield players every second week. So shout out to Keepy up there on the. I'm sure he's doing it tough up the Gold Coast.
Back playing because he had a few concussions.
He did, yes. No, it was touch and go there for a while whether he was going to play again. But no, good to see him. Good to see him back on the park and making runs, and he's
a tough lifestyle up there.
It'd be tough. It'd be like, I'm imagining this sort of day, probably 25, 26. Keepy, just have shorts on. He doesn't mind.
He wouldn't wear a top.
He doesn't mind keeping. He doesn't mind keeping the t-shirt off. Keepy. He loves getting the rig out.
Zinc screen on, I reckon.
Oh, we've just got a tweet from Trent Coop.
Oh, he's on.
He's on. Great start, great addition to G Miles. Coach hat on. Love to see Olsen playing a little more. Can't let the goat play and lead himself in there. Thanks, Coopy.
He wouldn't be far away.
He wouldn't be far away. Loves his coastal cricket, Coopy. That year he come back. I think it might have been about 2017, 2018 or something like that. Had a massive year out here at Latrobe. You couldn't get him out. He was hard work. He was very hard work for coastal bowlers. And the thing I liked about him is he made, I think in total he probably made 1,000 runs, but he didn't go. He wasn't a big boundary hitter.
Yep.
He hit them into gaps. He was able to hit them into gaps and run his 2s and 3s, and that's the sort of cricket you like to see. You can't hit every ball for a boundary. Redmond continuing here from the northern end. Drew Kerwin into a drive there on the front foot. Beat the outside edge. Plenty of oohs and ahs there from the Hurricanes fieldmen. But the score remains at 2 for 15 in the 11th over.
Any scores from around the grounds,
I'll get round the grounds here in a moment.
10:30 start as well.
Yes. Just down frames here. Burnie Hurricanes president Andrew Revell, who's not a great watcher of cricket. Really, he gets very nervous.
Revel's pulled out again.
Another aborted runner there. So I don't know whether there's. I don't think it's any concern with Redmond himself. But I think there is a little bit of a hump there just before he gets to the wicket. Maybe that's just he isn't quite balanced as he gets there. Not sure.
Oh, he's got the stutter there, Brad.
Oh yes too. And just over pitch there, and nicely played off the pads there by Kerr, and he'll help himself to 2. And the score ticks along to 2 for 17.
Just thought that might have been Stevie May there for a minute, running the bowl there.
Stevie May.
Don't do a run up, but yeah.
I don't think Stevie May ever got a full stride in as he ran to the crease. Everything was a shuffle.
What a man.
Oh, another great character of coastal cricket. Stevie May played a few third-grade games against old Stevie. Just busted his bum every delivery, didn't he?
Loved it, yep.
He just loved the game.
Celebrate a wicket at training like I've never seen anyone celebrate. His boys are coming through now as well, which is good.
No. Good to see a few Sheffield family names coming through the grades there at
Crawford,
up the rock. The Crawfords, the Skirvings. A mile's not far away.
Oh, we're only half a dozen, so we've got a little bit to go.
Let's go a little bit to go, yeah. Starting off in the Woolworths cricket last night.
That's right, mate, yeah. So he doesn't get drafted to Geelong first. We'll see what happens. So Eston have the bye round one. That was
I knew that'd come in sooner rather than later. No, while it's cricket season, I do not care. While it's still cricket season, I don't care about football, and I certainly didn't care about it when I saw we had an 11-goal loss last Saturday. Lamprey there to Walmsley on the defending. So up in the north of the state, the Cricket North Grand Final has begun today between Westbury and Launceston, two of the powerhouse clubs up there. Westbury lost the toss and got sent in. Oh, great shot there for Walmsley. Cut shot between point and cover. That is pure class from the Ulverstone star. Raced the boundary for 4. Takes the score along to
close to 20.
2 for 18, I think, as the little graphic comes up. 2 for 21 in the 12th over. So, yeah, Westbury sent in the bat by the Lions, currently 1 for 6. Matthew Battle out first ball. Caught Bennett bowled Gray. And having scored a game where Matthew Battle played earlier in the year, Matthew Battle doesn't like getting out.
Nah,
he takes it hard.
Bit of passion.
Yeah, great delivery there. Granger, Yates, and Revell were the only ones who really went up. Lamprey didn't even hardly turn around and ask umpire Colin Bruin. Maybe
flicked his pad,
or maybe hit the ground or something. Yeah, that was a strange one there. We'll see if we can get a little replay.
Not a bad cherry either.
No, just drew him forward. Looks like the replay's going to not play nice with me. Walmsley worked that one off the hip for a single. Oh, it's a wild throw there by Redmond. Got through Plant as the backup and tidied up there by Hayes. Walmsley moves along to 6 and the score is Chew for 22.
Oh, Richie.
Richie.
Didn't take long.
It didn't take long.
No.
Yeah, so 4.4 overs down there in the grand final. So just a little bit later starting. Maybe they started at 11 there up in Launceston. So, yeah, 1 for 6 Westbury against Launceston, the 3-day grand final. And down in Hobart at the TCA ground, where the grand final is being played between South Hobart Sandy Bay and the Newtown Bucks. South Hobart Sandy Bay off to a very nice start. None for 38 after 12 overs with Tom Willoughby 18 not out and Eamon Vines 17 not out. Willoughby made a big 170 debut 100 Yeah, I think he's still like under 19 level.
Yeah,
I think
right.
Willoughby. Yeah, made 117 or something 170 last week. So
pushing the double ton.
yeah. So great knock from him last week and taking that form into this week. Good to see Newtown in the final. They've been the whipping boys of Premier League cricket for for many years, but I think they've got teams in both first and second grade grand finals this weekend. So.
Yeah, they're both Menenti's there now.
Menenti's there. No,
Mitch Owens obviously can play.
Yep, they looked very impressive last week here at Latrobe in the semi-final against the Greater Northern Raiders. Redmond into bowl again, and Walmsley on the back foot defending. Redmond into his 7th over now. Tidy figures are 1 for 5. Olsen 2 for 22, with Walmsley on 6 and Kerwin on 3.
And Poke warming up a bit on there,
Yes.
Brady. Might be far away.
No.
Kurt's in, maybe.
Yep. They're certainly not short on fast bowling options today, the Hurricanes. They've got Poke, Josh Lamprey.
Shot.
That's it.
Well
Just
forward.
the cover drive there for Walmsley. Couldn't get through.
Braden Hayes.
Brody Hayes there. He's had a very good year for the Hurricanes up the top of the order. Decided not to play Raiders this year, and the Raiders' loss was certainly the Hurricanes' game. He's one of the best top opening batsmen going about in the region.
He's also been bowling a few little darts as well.
They look innocuous, but you've got to respect them.
Yeah.
So Redmond coming around the wicket again to Walmsley. And Walmsley lets that go outside off stump. So we'll keep you updated throughout the day with the scores from the North and the Premier League Grand Finals. We're also going to keep you updated with the scores from the Sheffield Shield game down at Belrive. But Tassie pretty much put together the perfect game, I think, and absolutely obliterated Queensland within 2 days. That's an extraordinary scorecard. Walmsley on the drive again, squeezes it to the right of point, and he'll get 2. Takes Walmsley along to 8, score 2 for 24. That was Sam Rainbird would just be.
Yeah, I missed that day one, but obviously bowled well. I watched a few highlights.
Yeah.
A bit of good swing in there.
Yeah, looked like good conditions. Looked a bit of a similar deck to maybe the Test match deck. Had a bit of greenness in it. But then Tassie made it look like an absolute highway, and
big slug just went.
Big Slug Webster, captain's knock, 166, not out. Just ground Queensland into the ground, and they bowled them out again. What, in a session and a half?
Yeah, 87 or 5.
Yeah, extraordinary game of cricket. Imagine that would leave the coaching staff and everyone down there at Cricket Tasmania very happy, especially the curator as well, because now it gives him 2 days to actually get the pitch ready for the another pitch ready for the women's grand final between the Tigers and who are they playing?
I couldn't tell you, mate.
I'll have to dig that up. But that's on Sunday down at Belrive. So the Tassie women looking for their first bit of silverware. Redmond tempts Walmsley outside off stump there. Walmsley leaves it alone. That's over here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground in this first grade grand final between Burnie Hurricanes and Ulverstone Blackcaps. 2 for 24 off 13 overs.
Maybe two, maybe 2 overs before drinks, I would have thought.
Yeah. What have you?
Extended drinks break.
I was about to say, what have you made of the extended drinks breaks with the COVID? It just doesn't quite.
It's a little bit different.
It just doesn't feel right, does it? Just doesn't quite feel right.
Unfortunately, we're just going to do what we've got to do.
We do, yeah. No. It's good to see that both teams here haven't been impacted by COVID either. It was, the team. I think every club's been impacted with it after Christmas, with players sort of having to drop out after the first day and all that sort of stuff. But
only get 15 minutes for afternoon tea as well.
Oh,
so
that kills me.
Back in the day, that kills me.
The highlight of a trip up to Sheffield was the afternoon tea spread, and to not even sight a Tim Tam, a scone, some savoury toast this year was somewhat disappointing, Gary. I'll be completely honest. It made me question whether I want to keep scoring.
See how we go next year. Hopefully,
I might sneak up my own supply of
Tim Sims up there. Mate.
I certainly ain't paying $13 for a bag of mixed lollies every week. I know that. Deary me.
Well, mate, might try
Yeah, very
one.
good.
Yeah.
Try the old retro Allen's retro party mix there, mate.
We'll have one before they go on, actually.
So the Black Caps just continuing their rebuild here through Kerwin and Walmsley after losing 2 early wickets of DeVries and Winwood. DeVries out for 3. DeVries out with a score on 3. Winwood out with a score on 9. So 2 for 24 now. So 15-run partnership so far between Kerwin and Walmsley. Walmsley on 8 off 27 balls. Kerwin 3 off 28 balls.
He's looked pretty good, Josh, as well.
He has, yeah, no, I think
something about, I think.
Yeah, he's keen for a big score, I think, Josh. He's keen for a big score. Maybe just to remind a few selectors that maybe he should have made the All-Star team. Well left by Kerwin. So let's have a look at the All-Star team from this year. As I said, Walmsley and Brady Yates, probably the two who were stiff to miss out, but it was a tough team to get into this year. Many quality players. So Tristan Weeks from Latrobe, who made 606 runs at 37.9 and took 20 wickets at 24.6. Another good season there from the Latrobe skipper. Brodie Hayes, 495 runs at 61.9. Tyler Dell, league leading 800 runs at 72.73.
He was ridiculous this year.
Ridiculous this
How
year.
many tons? 4 or 5?
4 tons by the Tatasaurus. Alex King from Sheffield, your teammate Gary, 597 runs at 37.31. 11 catches and 6 dumpings behind the stumps. He was named captain and wicketkeeper of the team.
No wickets for Alex?
No, not an over bowl.
No, right.
The captain didn't bowl himself this year.
Enough, yeah.
Does rate himself as a pace bowler.
Yeah. Swings it both ways, you know. Back of the hands.
Got all the tricks. That's over here at Latrobe. 14 overs down, 2 for 24 overs. So back onto the All-Star team. Greg Sharman, the Wynyard veteran, 621 runs at 41.4. James Westcombe, the Latrobe veteran, 518 runs at 39.85. Mark Simmons, the Sheffield coach, 502 runs at 29.53, along with 33 wickets at 20.4. Fine all-round season there from Simo. Jacob Snare from Olsen, 308 runs at 23.6 to go with 30 wickets at a league-leading average of 11.5. Aidan Marshall from Sheffield, 37 wickets at 18.49 and 254 runs at 19.5. Burnie coach Sean Redmond, 32 wickets at 12.7 and 152 runs at 16.9. The bolter was Caleb Williams from Latrobe, ended up with 29 wickets at 18.79. Great season from Caleb. And the 12th man was Devonport spinner Eli Sheen, 35 wickets at 19.83 to go with 234 runs at 18. As we just wrap up that list, we've got a bowling change here from the northern end, and that'll be Thomas Pope coming on to replace Hurricanes coach Sean Redmond. As mentioned before, Pokey, the defending player of the game from the grand final, took 6 for last year to knock Ulverstone over. And
he had an injury during the year?
No, I don't know. It's just obviously with the return of Kurt Lamprey this year. Obviously, there's good bowling depth at the Hurricanes, and Kai Schumann as well was in first grade for a while as well. So
kept him on ice for big games, maybe.
Just it was. I imagine training was very competitive at West Park this year. Walmsley just takes one off the pads there behind square. He moves along to 9. The score 2 for 25.
Young Caleb Williams, he's good actually. Yeah, he shows a bit.
And Caleb also won the Ben Hilfenhaus Medal for the best under 21 player in the competition. So, yeah, he probably a bit of an unsung hero.
Jake's young brother, is it? Jake played at the Raiders?
Maybe. Come from Westbury originally. So, yeah, no, great season from young Caleb.
We were playing this Jules.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a loose shot there from Kerwin. Who've just been reminding him.
He's been a brilliant player for a few years off, didn't he? But I watched him make a ton out here against our boys a few weeks ago, and it was ridiculous.
I don't think anyone hits the ball as cleanly as Scum when he's in full flight. He makes it look effortless.
He had Birdman's wedding the day before, I think, so I don't think he rolled into 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
A little bit Slim Dusty, you reckon?
I think so, yeah. Apparently he was getting the Powerades into him early.
Yeah, no, look, I remember Scum as a junior player, and that's sort of, in his early 20s, and he was it was a wicket keeper to start with,
Yeah.
who batted, and all of a sudden he found out he could bowl reasonable wheels, and
Yeah.
he put the wind up a few coastal
Yes.
batsmen with sort of innocuous run up and skidded them on, but he had a bit of time off there to concentrate on footy, where he was a fair player for Latrobe, one of best on ground in a grand final. And come back to cricket and slotted back in beautifully, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, it certainly has.
Yeah, still fair to say the pace of his bowling's probably just declined a little
I
bit.
haven't seen him bowl.
Nah,
he bowled here a few weeks ago apparently, but
he's medium pace. He's medium pace these days, but the batting is still. Yeah, if you let him get going, he will destroy you.
I think he's actually got one of Bo Webster's sticks as well.
Has he?
So I guess it wouldn't be too bad.
Nah. It's always amazing, sort of in the change rooms of clubs, when a player gets hold of a state player's bat. I remember Brent Mullen at Devonport somehow got hold of Travis Burt's Nike bat.
Yes. Yep.
Holy smokes, that was a bat, that thing. Boozer was distraught when it broke. The day it broke, it made him many a run. So poke in again to Kerwin. Kerwin works that off-leg stump, but no run. And that's over at drinks here at Latrobe Recreation Ground in this Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. Ulverstone 2 for 25 off 15 overs. De Vries and Winwood the men out. Walmsley and Kerwin the batsmen at the crease. Early honours to the Hurricanes, Gary.
You would have thought so, mate. Yeah, Ulverstone obviously won the toss and batted, so they would have been hoping probably be no more than one down at drinks. They're always two early ones, but they've consolidated right, these two. They aim to get through the first 15, 20 minutes after the drinks and see how they are, situated in lunch, but 2 for 25 in a granny. There's a lot of low scores in first innings and grand finals.
I'm planning to go through a few past grand finals in recent years. Fair to say, there hasn't been. We'll leave it with this stat coming in the drinks break. There hasn't been a century in a grand final since Adrian Hall in 2005 when he made 155 for the Blues. So that is a long time between drinks as the players go off for drinks. Well, message here of Dylan Costello. Hope the Latrobe ladies have plenty of those scones on offer at tea. Best on the coast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I must say, I have enjoyed a scone at Latrobe in the past, but unfortunately, Cosy, afternoon tea is a thing of the past. In these COVID times, I think we're going to be scratching around. We'll have to just scratch around this mixed lolly bag, I think. That's about the best we're going to do. That's the best we're going to do, unfortunately. So I'll update the scores from around the grounds as well. In the Cricket North Grand Final, Westbury have ticked along to 1 for 23 against Launceston with Nathan Parkin 12 and...
Just got Nick Cashmere ringing me, mate. I better go and take this call. Big Cashmere.
Big Cashmere. And Daniel Murfitt on 10, while in the Premier League Grand Final in Hobart, South Hobart, Sandy Bay have lost their first wicket. Willoughby was out for 22. Vines on 23, Willis just at the crease on 0, South Hobart Sandy Bay at 1 for 48.
Excellent work, Bradley. I'm listening.
No, mate. No. I sold off and start doing it again. So I'm doing it again. After Easter. Fine tomorrow, mate. Really going to work. Sounds good. Oh, yeah. That's that one too. saying nothing. Oh, mate, there you go. Wait for it.
So the players just making their way back out of the field here after the slightly extended drinks break with is all the rage.
Is it?
Small would have gone flat. Hang on.
It's all, mate.
Yeah, it's on. It's a weird setup, this thing.
Technical issues. We're all good, mate? It's all direct?
I think we're all good. Sorry, apologies for the technical delay there.
Gosh, you got a single while we was
He's
down
got a single,
there
yeah.
for a little bit. 2 for 27s.
I'll see how that goes. We're it's a bit of a strange setup, the old frog box. Yeah, I think I know what the problem was. Hopefully we've got it fixed. Well, meanwhile, my computer decided to shut down as well.
Oh.
That's all right. I know what the problem is there. The battery's cooked. You can only run on power supply. And I think I accidentally turned the power off on the power board.
It's a good nut.
Good nut there from Poke to Kerwin. Just beats the outside edge. So I imagine Josh Lamprey will replace Kurt Lamprey down at the southern end. No relation, apparently. I've asked the question on several occasions.
No
You would
relation,
think
no.
in a town the size of Burnie that one Lamprey would be related to another, but apparently they're not. Nick Revell's also got, in terms of slow bowling, Brady Yates, Brodie Hayes and himself to bowl. And Tyler Parker as well to bowl some medium, so yeah, no shortage of bowling options for the Hurricanes. Sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing.
Probably only Hodges that probably won't.
Jimmy Hodges,
hoping not to use all them blokes.
Yeah, who was wicketkeeper last year, but with Granger back in the side. Granger's got the bright red gloves on at the moment. Watchfully played there by Kerwin. Ended the over here at Latrobe, 2 for 27, the Black Caps, after 17 overs.
Simon Ackley sitting at home on the couch too, Brad.
Getting ready for his Rosemary Turek debut tomorrow in the NWFA.
Number one tap ruckman, the big fella.
Number one tap ruckman. He'll have himself booked in for a Les Hicks medal by the end of the season, won't he?
I reckon.
He's got it in the bag. And yourself having a run around for the Hawks as well, mate?
Well, yeah, I'll turn up anyway.
Yeah.
See how we go.
How's pre-season training going, Gary?
Pre-season's been at Sheffield, usually every Tuesday and Thursday night. Yeah.
With the cricket club?
With the cricket
club.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
But that's all right. Sammy Moore and Bobby have done a pretty good job. Actually, there's 2 full squads to pick from apparently. So.
Very good. Great to see the Hawks still ticking along in the NWFA after some years of struggle and trying to get a team on the park each week.
I think Brady Newback has joined us as well.
The big Chewbacca.
In the half-back flank or something. He's lined up.
Half-back flank.
So his big body around, I reckon.
He's got that huge body.
Yep.
Did I just see the other day he got engaged as well?
He did, yes. Yes, he had the pressure on him. I think.
Yeah, did he?
Yeah.
He had the pressure on.
Yeah. Romantic little getaway and pop the question, the big fella.
Didn't come across me as a romantic sort of bloke, Brady. More interested in the horses and having a beer at the horses.
He had Sky Racing on, I reckon, while he was doing it in the background.
Probably had a Chautauqua victory on down in the background when he won the TJ Smith. So here's Josh Lamprey on the bowl now, bowling to Walmsley. Walmsley come forward, maybe just slightly popped a little bit.
A little bit, with the thigh pedal up high.
You'd be disappointed that the dogs and the harness racing's finished up at the showgrounds now, Gaz. That used to be
it was a little bit back in Don Colley's days, but yeah, not recently. No. The lights went out, didn't they? The harness?
Oh, that was poor old, the last harness meeting. The lights failed halfway through the meeting, and then it rained all day for the last dog meeting. So Lamprey around the wicket. Walmsley skied one.
It's going to be safe.
But it'll be safe. Fine leg can't come around. Or Jeremy Plant from slip. Walmsley will help himself to two. Well, that could have
gone anywhere.
That could have gone anywhere. Just got enough of edge though to get it over the top.
Just holding up a little bit in the wicket.
Yeah, it's a little bit easy. Going to come down and do a bit of gardening here, Walmsley. He does love that flick off the pads, Walmsley, but it nearly cost him his wicket there. There's that moment where you go, where's that ball gone? And you see fielders starting to run around like hairy cats trying to chase it. So Josh Lamprey in again. Walmsley solid in defence.
Pretty solid, Josh.
Yeah, he is looking pretty solid. Apart from that shot a couple of balls ago, he is looking pretty solid. 2 for 29, the Black Caps, with Walmsley on 11 and Kerwin on 5.
You had ownership in a horse at one stage,
yes,
didn't you,
by one and only horse.
Yeah.
There's a group of 10 of us, including Ulverstone coach James Smith and Darren Roster, who we mentioned before.
Yeah. Did you get a win with it?
Yes, one win up at Mowbray on a chilly Wednesday night in November. Horse was called Enpeo. It was purchased from. Walmsley plays straight there, but doesn't get past mid on. It was purchased from Melbourne, trained by Kelvin Hamilton up in Stowport. Had an early win in its career, and we thought we were destined for great things. Yep. Unfortunately, the vet bill started that up, and the prize money started to dry up, and so we sold it off. But the win, the night it won, was definitely a highlight in my sporting career.
Yeah, it's a good moment, isn't it?
It is, when you see... It was sent out the favourite. I think it probably paid about $2.30, $2.40. Unfortunately, I didn't load up on it too much. But
dollar each way.
No, 20 on the nose.
Not bad, mate.
Not
50
bad.
back.
Yeah. But watching it come down the straight there at Mowbray and winning in front of about 50 people, when the day before I was at...
Did you take off? Did you do a bit of a,
No, I didn't quite do that. But the day before I was at Flemington on Melbourne Cup Day.
Oh, yes.
With 100,000 people. So it was like going from the penthouse to the outhouse.
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, I was just as excited.
I reckon, mate. It's a good feeling.
It is a very good feeling. And the winning picture from Billy Hayes Photography after he stung me in 95 was 95.
Yes.
Still hangs proudly up in the study at home, mate. And that was back in 2014. That's it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Only 10 years ago.
Actually, the other highlight was actually getting the invite into the committee room.
To get
the complimentary beer.
The winner's room, mate. Yeah.
Fair to say, the fridge wasn't overly well stocked at that stage.
Cleared them out.
No, it was slim pickings in terms of options. I think I ended up going to cider. I think.
Oh, nasty.
Yeah, my brother-in-law Nick Allen, he was involved in it as well. So it was a good little through while it lasted. But you can see how they can. You can see how they can suck up a bit of money as well.
Yeah.
Great delivery there from Tommy Poke. Got the edge there, thick edge there from Kerwin's bat. Ballooned out to point there, which is it Brodie Hayes at point, I think.
That's Hazy, yes.
Yep. Yeah, no, the wicket's just, as we said a couple of times, couple of balls have just held up a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah.
Batsmen have just got through their shots a little bit earlier than anticipated.
Another good
Poke again.
Yeah.
Yeah, bowling well here, Tommy Poke. Certainly not express praise to Tommy Poke, but he's going good.
We actually purchased a new horse not too long ago, Brad.
Yeah, I've seen you out spraying a few times with
Popsy's in it, actually.
Bags.
This one was bought from the mainland, so the central umpire at the moment, he's actually in it as well. So Moose.
Yeah, Moose.
And Lizard Leary. Not a bad little group.
Poke. Well, that's all stumped there, left alone by Kerwin. So we've got a few messages coming through on the various platforms.
Yep.
Yes, apologies for the delay. I think we're back up and working now. Zach Walker tuning in, former Burnie Hurricanes player. Another great delivery there from Poking. He's just found a nice little spot there, hasn't he? Curled and prodded forward there, boot the outside edge. Hurricanes think they're in business here. The great Alex King wants to know. He'd love us to discuss our afternoon tea rankings around the various clubs.
Oh dear, I'll leave that up to you probably. Yeah.
Well down leg side that delivery.
And Big Al usually used to run just a packet of black and gold something from IGA in Sheffield.
I'll tell you what, I reckon with the non-afternoon teas now we have in Cricket Northwest in the 2 days, Tim Tam sales around the Northwest Coast have dropped significantly. That and barbecue shapes. There'll be supermarkets with excess stock of them. Because you can be guaranteed of nothing more than a player at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning remembering that he hadn't organised any afternoon tea, quickly ducking into the supermarket on the way to the ground to grab a packet of Tim Tams that were on special or the barbecue shapes.
Dim Sim, that was one of your favourites, wasn't it? Still is.
I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind a dim sim. I must say that the day at Ulverstone, we adjourned for afternoon tea, and Doreen brought out a bowl of steamed dimmies.
Oh dear,
that was like heaven.
Yep.
I'd never seen them before.
Wasn't a special order then?
No. And they also, we used to scoring there one day with Darren Briggs and Doreen. Might not have been Doreen, but the taster plate of scones with jam and cream come over to the scorer's desk just before the tea break, just to ensure that the scorers were well looked after.
That's service, isn't it?
That was looked upon very favourably, let me tell you. But you certainly, probably just before I started scoring Northwest cricket, the stories you used to hear of the Sheffield afternoon teas, nicely played there by Walmsley. He moves along to 12, scored 2 for 30. But the stories you hear of the afternoon teas up at Sheffield with the mothers of the players and the cream cakes.
Put on a good spread.
Oh, it was legendary. Absolutely legendary. Got another message here from who wants to be known as anonymous sender.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I've got Mark Simmons' number in my
Oh,
phone.
you've got him, mate. Yeah, he's a bit like that sometimes. Loves a private number.
Who does Gary enjoy bowling to the most? And who is the player he's gotten out the most in his career? Thanks.
Other than trying at you, mate, probably he's probably at the crease at the moment, the non-strikers end. But anyway, mate.
Jay Walmsley.
Yeah, we've had a good battle for a few years, me and Joshy.
Snared him a few times?
Yeah, just a couple, mate.
Just a couple. Just a couple.
Not last weekend, unfortunately.
No.
But, we've had a good little battle, little tussle, me and Josh.
Went down on one knee there, tried to get that one between Gully and Point, but missed the ball completely.
So, mate, wouldn't be doing much, don't you reckon?
No, it'd be a quiet day in the custom recruitment office today.
Yeah.
Him and Junior, Crawford.
Someone up on the door, I reckon. Meetings going on something.
Meetings in inverted commas.
Cole Lamont.
As Cole Lamont joins us here in the commentary box. Good to see you, Bros.
Yeah, nice to be here.
We'll catch up. We'll catch up with you over the course of the 3 days for a bit of a longer chat on all things Latrobe Cricket Club, mate. But everything going well so far, mate. Beautiful day for cricket.
Beautiful day, great deck, nice crowd. All the cricket lovers are here, so parents and partners and wives and what have you.
Very good.
Yeah, early start. I better go and sort the lunches out.
Most important.
The most important.
Very important.
I'll see Mr. Cully and Mr. Miles up there shortly.
Good on you, old boy.
Yep. Chicken burgers.
Very good.
Won't say no to one.
Yep.
On top of being a all other things off the field here at Latrobe, Cole was a very, very good player
Very handy
on the
batsman,
field.
yes.
Back in the sort of mid-90s, sort of to mid-2000s. Left-hander, beautiful cover driver of the ball.
Yeah, he had a season with us actually back in about
He did,
16.
played at Latrobe, played at Devonport as well.
Hadn't seen him since we went to Georgetown actually. We took the bus down there, that was the last time we've seen him, but young grass. Yeah.
So 20 overs down here at Latrobe, Ulverstone 2 for 30. Yeah, now Colin was a absolute opposite to his brother Burnie, who was a brutal batsman.
Yep. Still plays at Exeter C grade.
Exeter?
Exeter C grade, yep.
Well, there you go. I didn't know that. I remember when Burnie was at Devonport, I occasionally went down to training and would just have a bit of a trundle in the nets. And he was one of 3 batsmen that genuinely scared me when I was bowling and he was batting. Because he hit it back straight and hard.
Oh, that's short.
Josh Walmsley. Do not bowl there to Josh Walmsley. Dispatched to the boundary from forward. Josh Lamprey couldn't save it as he ran around from fine leg. Nice shot there by Walmsley.
That's just on the hip, isn't it? Joshy just reloads it there. Whack.
2 for 34 now. Ulverstone. No, he's do not feed the pull. Do not feed the pull shot of Josh Walmsley. Walmsley goes on the drive, picks the gap between cover and mid-off. Come through the 1, he'll pick up at 2. Walmsley starting to move up the gears here now.
All good, mate.
Yeah, a couple of little technical issues here, just sort of the with what's charging, what isn't. And, just try and get that organised. I think we're still broadcasting, which is a good thing. I'll plug that into there. Walmsley defends back down the crease. Just looking like he's just starting to move through the gears now, Walmsley, isn't he? He's just
took a couple of little steps at him then, so he's obviously in the zone at the moment. Little message from the great Sheldon Parker. He wouldn't be doing much at school today, I don't reckon, Brad.
No, where's he teaching these days?
He's out at, where's the Vale there? St
Andrews Creek, yes. Not too many kids out there these days. Port Terrell Primary's nicked them all.
An extended recess or an early lunch, I reckon, there today and tuning in.
The Friday afternoon, remember when I was at school, the old Friday afternoon video, if the teacher had nothing else for you to do, we'll pop a video on.
Sheldon, he's one man that did used to love an afternoon tea as well, just quietly.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's good. He's been on a bit of a health kick, Sheldon.
Has he? Yeah, right, yeah.
So, 21 overs in the book. Ulverstone 2 for 36 with Walmsley on 18 and Kerwin on 5.
Steady little partnership here, isn't it, really?
It is. Yeah, which was much needed after the early loss of De Vries and Winwood. Ulverstone 2 for 9 at one stage. Lamprey into bowl to Kerwin. Kerwin leaves that lone outside off stump.
Jules would have played anchor early, I would have thought.
Yeah, no, you don't need to be doing anything too silly with Josh Walmsley down the other end. Just you let him do the majority of the scoring. little bit of batting to come for the Black Caps, though. Jacob Snare, who we all know can occupy the crease for long periods of time. Reece French, who we said, made a century in the last round of the season against Devonport.
Batting at 8 as well, wasn't he?
He might have up at 7 that day, I think.
Yeah.
Ben Bott's no mug with the bat. Ben May's no mug with the bat. So plenty of options there. Also, I forgot about Jack Pearce and Jordan Kelly as well. Jack was probably sliding himself in there at 6, I reckon. Maybe 7.
You want it? Left alone again by their young Bulls.
Yeah, he's certainly been patient. 5 off 57 balls. But they're different beasts. Grand finals, aren't they, to your normal roster game? There's no bonus points up for grabs here. You've got a little bit more time.
150 overs.
Yeah. Kerwin cuts, but can't beat the fielder there at point.
Oh, he's been pretty busy there at point.
Yes. A bit of traffic's come his way.
Shot.
Kerwin gets a single there. It's his first run for a while. Ticks the score along to 37. Kerwin on 6.
This would have been where the great Steve Daly would have sat. Was it Brad?
Oh, no, Steve was late great. Steve Daly was more of an outside man. He'd stand there in the outfield and call the cycling here at this venue. Some great races here at the Latrobe Carnival. Unfortunately, the Carnival's just in a bit of a lull at the moment. Hasn't been a carnival here for a couple of years. It'd be nice if they could bring it back one day. Got message come through. Another one. You got plenty of fan mail today, Gaz. You've been pretty popular.
What's happening, mate?
The Great Barra Monday.
Oh, the Barra.
The Great Barra. Can you tell, Gaz, I'm waiting for my delivery from Harvey Norman for a new TV to watch the grand final.
Oh, sorry, mate. Not there anymore, covered, but man. You're all right. Ring your mate Laurie. He might be able to sort you out.
And
biggest fan of backyard cricket, you mate Barry. You still do a bit of scoring, do you?
Yeah, I can't quite get. It's been hard to get there the last few years, but I'm still in the WhatsApp group,
nice.
which is home to some of the funniest things you ever see. Left lane there by Kerr on our side off stump. The former great Sheffield all-rounder Shane Wootton also just sent me another message.
What's the Woot man doing?
When are you retiring?
Five or 6 years left in me, mate, just so I can just go past you a bit more.
Yeah. Now the word was here at Latrobe last week when I was here watching the Raiders game that you'd reminded Woods on a couple of occasions that you were approaching his wicket tally for the Mountaineers, and you've since overtaken it. Is that correct, Gary?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It's not a thing that I really focus on, to be honest, but I'm not sure what Alex King might be the man, but I still don't think I'm there. I might just have another year and
just make sure you get there.
Just to make sure.
Yeah. Fair to say, Wood was aghast that you were past him, or you were about to pass him on the list.
Well, he did throw it. He was a left-arm thrower, so yeah. Got in trouble there for a bit of a bent elbow at times, I think.
Did he just?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Lance Cox used to pull him up, I think. Yeah. A few office blokes in there calling me.
There's a lot of blokes not doing much today on Friday. On Fridays, there. We expect to see them at the ground at some time today. If they've got time to watch us on the live stream, they can come down to the ground as well to watch and poke their head in and have a stint as guest commentator and get a right of reply.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm telling Wood wouldn't mind that.
Wood's a great man.
Been a great man for coastal cricket, Wood.
Yeah.
Now, and just doing a little bit for the Raiders program.
Is he?
Which is good to see, yeah.
Couple little steps down the wicket again, John.
Yeah, he
wants to see
just trying to upset the line and length of the bowl there, but didn't offer a shot there to that one from Thomas Polk. 23 overs gone, Ulverstone 2 for 38. So updates from around the grounds. Westbury 3 for 47 in the Cricket North Grand Final up at the NTCA ground. Battle Park and then Ather Kerala, the batsman, out. Tommy Gray with all 3 wickets, 3 for 25 off 8 overs there. Daniel Murfitt and Griffin at the crease at the moment for the Shamrocks, while down at the TCA ground in Hobart, South Hobart, Sandy Bay have lost a 2nd wicket. Vines out, Court Moscow bowled Menenti for 33, they're 2 for 72 against Newtown.
Ben Menenti or Harry?
Ben.
Ben, yeah.
Ben. So just the game's just in a little bit of a holding pattern here at the moment. Ulverstone just sort of got out of the bit of the early funk they found themselves in at 2 for 9. Rebuild here through Kerwin and Walmsley. Great take there by Granger in front of first slip. The ball that was dying. Kerwin didn't get the edge, but spectacular work there from Granger. He's no spring chicken anymore, Granger, but clearly early 40s Granger, but still agile.
Yeah, the fittest he's probably ever been, I would have thought.
Yeah, no, made a ton this year as well, Granger.
Nice to against us a couple of weeks ago.
Nice to have him back in the competition. He's been one of the great competitors in coastal cricket since he arrived in Tasmania from New Zealand, and I've always obviously a good keeper, but I've always enjoyed watching him bat. A very technically correct left-hander.
Loves it.
He does love his cricket.
The old white lid he used to bat in many years ago. He still had that in the closet somewhere, I reckon.
That wasn't the prettiest thing that's ever been put on a batsman's head, that thing.
Couple of players and misses there, Carly.
Yeah, let's see, nice little crowd starting to build up here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground for this Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. There has been some interesting lids get about in coastal cricket. Didn't I know up your way I think there was a couple of hand painted lids as well.
Nick Cashin got his spray paint out. He was very bright green one year.
Yeah, I think someone up at was it Burjo? Or someone had a bright blue one up at Winion.
Oh, probably would have been him more than likely. Sharmo wears that's through the slips.
A big drive by Kerwin, but found the outside edge, went between 2nd and 3rd slip, Plant chasing after it, and looks like he's just got it, I think, too. Great work there by Jeremy Plant. Saved a run, 3 to Kerwin, score moves up to 2 for 41, Kerwin on 10. Streaky sort of shot there from Kerwin. I think he was getting a little bit bogged down, he was looking to score.
Pick the gap, still there, that's all that matters.
So if you're going to slash hard.
Yep.
Don't poke at it. So Josh Lamprey into Walmsley. Left alone there by Walmsley. Granger takes it, moving to his left, and that's over. Latrobe. Ulverstone here at Latrobe. Ulverstone 2 for 41 after 24 overs. So just going through those, we mentioned Burnie's semi-final result to get to this game. The other semi-finals were between Ulverstone and Sheffield up at Sheffield. Sheffield batted first, only 119. Alex King 49. Matt Talbot continuing his good form in finals games, 5 for 19. Ben May 2 for 10. Ulverstone went into bat, got the first innings result, and were bowled out for 138. Oh,
Might have dropped. Might have been a chance there, maybe.
Drop catch here. They've got Pope's got a bloke in there at short mid wicket, and I reckon it's just somehow fallen in between Yates there at short mid wicket and Pope is in his follow through, and Kerwin's lucky to survive. So Ulverstone all out for 138 in reply. Alex Winwood 61, Aidan Marshall 5 for 37, Sam Robinson 3 for 17. Sheffield, in an attempt to make a game of it and get Ulverstone in again.
It's out. Nicked it, mate. He's out.
Nick
Beautiful bowling.
caught to Revel.
Caught Revel.
Great bowling there from Tommy Poke. Kerwin just prodded at it. There was no real authoritative shot on it. And Revel snared an easy catch there at first slip. You don't drop those ones when you're playing at this level. So Kerwin out for 10 and the Black Caps 3 for 41. So disappointing in there to Kerwin. He looked like he was just trying to... He never quite looked comfortable there, did he? He was
the last couple of overs,
yeah,
tried to force a couple maybe, but looked in a pretty good area, sort of length, and sort of fended at it. And
as we said, it basically just ballooned to Revel there at first slip. So Jacob Snare, the new batsman, walking to the crease now. This is arguably the key partnership of the game. It was the key partnership probably of last year's grand final. These two guys were at the crease, I think, at the start of day 3 and got dismissed pretty quickly in the early stages of day 3. So they'll need to perform a bit of a rescue mission here. 18 minutes before lunch. So just going through that semi-final result again. Sheffield in their second innings, 9 declared for 96. Sam Robinson 28, Ben May 6 for 37. Set Ulverstone a target of 138 to win, which Ulverstone obviously didn't have to go for because they were out the first inning to win, but they did get there with 15-20 minutes to spare. Alex Winwood.
Only about 80 odd we said.
Oh, sorry, 80, so I was looking at the wrong score there. Yep, so 3 for 80 Ulverstone finished up. Alex Winwood 41. And it was probably, the match could have well been over in the early stages of Sunday, Gaz, but it was good to see that it actually got played out all the way through to the end.
Yeah, not many semi-finals probably go to, 5:30 on day 2. They're usually probably called about lunchtime, early in the second session. So we just sort of, obviously we lost first innings, so we had to try and set up a bit of a target on a wearing wicket. Wasn't to be.
So poking again. And left line outside off stump there by Snare. Expect plenty of that in these final 18 minutes before lunch, I reckon. There's not going to be too many outlandish shots here.
Snare will look just a bat big, I reckon. Just occupy the crease. Something he's done fairly well for a few years now. Young Pearson next.
Poke in the bowl again. Left the line outside off stump by Snare. Loves batting in the vest, Snare. Doesn't matter how warm it is.
No.
Snare loves a vest.
Tony Underwood he loved the vest, didn't he?
I always wore a vest in my brief career. It's just...
He's got the older school vest too. Josh's got the newer sort of one on there.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of those. You need the proper woolen cable knit ones. There's they hold together pretty well, but some do deteriorate over time and get the odd stain in them, and they're full of character. They can tell a few. They're like a baggy cap. They can tell a few stories.
My old vest still got a few red cruisers down the front of it. 07. Hanging up on the wall.
Mark Stephen, Georgie used to bowl his first delivery with the vest on and then take it off for the remaining 5.
Does Foggy do that as well? Or does he take it off straight away?
Foggy's been there. Foggy's a regular vest wearer, but so Snare played that one back to Poke into the over. Here at Latrobe, 26 overs down, Ulverstone 3 for 41.
I wonder if they'll just go back to Redmond here for
Yeah, or maybe bring some spin on, bring Yatesy on. Yatesy's been known to break a partnership or two.
Still fairly green out there though, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I must say a shout out to the Stephen family and everyone associated today. The funeral of Craig Stephen, who was a bit of a legend around the country cricket circles and was often seen down the Denbourne Oval supporting the Denbourne Orions and his various family members. Unfortunately passed away last week, and his funeral's today. So a very sad time for the Stephen family. So condolences to all.
Definitely a larrikin.
You miss that distinctive laugh around the ground. You would have heard it on many occasions, Gaz. Didn't mind offering a little bit of advice to the opposition team if he thought they deserved it.
No, he was a great man. Taken far too early, unfortunately.
Taken far too soon, unfortunately, after a short illness. So, Josh Lamprey coming into bowl again. Ulverstone under pressure here. Walmsley goes on the attack, mistimes it. Lamprey cleans up in his follow through. Still not getting the required light I need on this on one of these little devices I've got here that broadcasts the vision. I'll have to fix that up at lunchtime. Might have to call through for some tech support. The camera's working fine.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're right on the camera. It's the decoder we need to get some power into soon. Oh, Walmsley. It's hard. Oh!
Just fell short, maybe?
Just fell short of the bloke there at cover point.
Odgers.
Looked like it just fell short. Walmsley went on the cut shot. Didn't quite get it where he wanted, and it just fell agonisingly short of Odgers there at cover point.
It would have been a big scalp going into lunch.
Huge scalp. There would have been plenty of celebrations there. Lamprey in again around the wicket to Walmsley.
Bit of feeling amongst these two sides as well, Brad, I hear.
Is there?
The last few encounters, there's been going on, so
it'll
be nice to be out there. And,
interesting. I'm sure the two officiating umpires, Scott Pearce and Colin Broom, will have it under control.
Nothing like a bit of banter there in the grand
final.
No,
always need a little bit of feeling out there. Otherwise, it's just not a grand final. Lamprey again, Walmsley forward, straight back to Lamprey in his follow through. So 13 minutes to the lunch break here at Latrobe. Ulverstone desperate to survive and not lose another wicket. They're currently 3 for 41 in the 27th over, with Walmsley on 18 off 57 balls. Snare yet to score. Lets that one go well outside off stump, and that's over.
I read they're doing a few upgrades here at the grandstand. That grade, mate.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of grounds around the northwest coast in line for some upgrades. I think must be an election coming up soon.
Must be something going. Yeah.
No, it'd be good to see the grandstands here are getting on a bit in age, and a few facilities probably need a bit of upgrading. I hear there's a bit of work going on up at Sheffield pretty soon.
I'm not sure when that's taking place, but
there's some interest. Some good plans up there, and a digital scoreboard as well, which I'm sure everyone will be happy about. And
it's meant to be up in about a month, I think.
Yeah, right.
The scoreboard. So it was meant to be a bit early, but there's been a few delays.
No, there's a master plan in the works for the Devonport Oval precinct as well. It's around 5 years' time, I think. Interesting to see what they do there. I think the basketball stadium looks like moving down to the areas. Plenty of space they can go into. So, and I think Wynyard are on the move as well. They could be
on the footy ground
on the move to the footy ground from their current residence at the showground. Ulverstone in the paper the other day were asking, really pleading to the council to get a little bit more help off them for their centre wicket. Yeah, so it's not really West Park's West Park's in pretty good nick. Don't think too much needs doing at West Park these days, but No, most. I think, as a rule, Gary, I think we're pretty lucky in cricket Northwest. We've got some pretty good grounds to play our cricket on.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure if you're in overs with indoor nets and that, you'd never imagined it a few years ago, but it's really good now.
Oh, 10 years ago, the only two indoor centres were at Devonport and Burnie.
Yeah.
All the other clubs had to get in line and book a spot to try and use those ones. Well, now the Trobe has their own indoor nets.
Yep.
Sheffield has their own indoor nets. Ulverstone has their own indoor nets. It makes life so much more easier when it comes to training and just saving costs on hiring someone else's training nets. Snare watchfully leaves that.
Want to come back in?
Sort of stuff. Yeah. Now I remember. Oh, you'd remember the back in the sort of late '90s, early 2000s when the teams from Wagga and Griffith had come down and tour, and I remember they would be amazed at the facilities we had and how green everything was. Oh, Snare goes on the pull shot there, but all it did was hit him flush in the guts.
Yeah, they were the good old days when we used to go over there and they'd come here and we billed it out and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, fantastic.
Character building those trips, especially when it was time for you guys to go to Wagga or Griffith. No. Fair to say, it wasn't cold in those two areas of Australia in mid-January.
It was 44 there one day over at Griffith. It was fair to say it was steaming. Oh.
Yeah, had a couple of legendary blokes looking after the two teams in Robbie Stewart and Toad Pearce.
Yes, Toad Pearce. Loves his horse racing Toad. and Stewie, still involved in the Raiders, is he? Or
No, board member of Cricket Northwest and regularly umpires women's cricket games on a Saturday evening. So great for Stewie. He's been involved in cricket for so long. I think he's doing a bit of junior coaching as well, I think.
Relief teaching as well, I think.
He loves a relief teaching.
Told me he didn't want to go to Wilmot, I was a bit too far away. So,
So 27 overs down, Ulverstone 3 for 41, Walmsley 18 not out, Snare yet to score. Josh Lamprey in the bowl again, full ball to Walmsley, who pushes out there towards Yates at shortish cover. Well, that's hot off something there. Walmsley shoulders arms to it, taken by Granger.
We're going to give Yates some of the last over before lunch, Brad.
I think it's time to just bring a slow bowler on, just see if you can just mix things up. Maybe a Brody Hayes, just
something different.
Yeah, something a bit different. Walmsley plays that one to the leg side. Even a Tyler Parker, just a few little, just maybe bowl some, like in a 2020 game, bowl a few cutters, maybe a slower ball or something, just something a little bit different.
But Barramundi like, isn't it?
Oh, doesn't Barramundi but loves a slower ball. Loves a slower ball.
Yeah. And then he smiles at you.
One of the most likeable blokes in coastal cricket, Barramundi. Also one of the finest badminton exponents in Tasmania. When he's not on a cricket field, he's can often be found in a badminton court around Tasmania. He's the president of Badminton Tasmania, I think.
Yeah, right,
yeah. He's a power broker in badminton ranks. Lamprey, short of a length, left lane there by Walmsley. Certainly, the Burnie bowlers have certainly. I don't think there's been too much over the wicket stuff from their right arm bowlers to the left hand batsman. As a rule, they've come around the wicket to the left hander all morning.
There's obviously a little bit there, just going, swinging in, decking away a little bit.
Yeah, no, as we said before, there's a little bit. Curator Jason Sims has left a little bit of grass on this deck. but it is quite firm. He, despite the shorter preparation this week, obviously with the game starting on Friday and steady rain all day on Tuesday, he did manage to get a fair bit of rolling done into the deck last week. So he was quite happy with the base that he sort of had to work with this week, and he's come up with a pretty good looking deck, which I think will only get better to bat on as the day goes on, as this game goes on. Ulverstone 3 for 41 after 28 overs. Walmsley on 18. Snare yet to score.
Probably this over and one more, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Jason over there on the bike track himself, ready to paint a few lines.
Ready to go, yes. So we've got 5 minutes to lunch now. Certainly think we'll get one more in after this. I think Burnie are the kings of slowing down or quickening a game up. Yeah. They can get through over 8 to the rate of knots, and all of a sudden, when they're ahead, they know all the tricks in the book to just slow it down a little bit.
You got to know all them tricks, Brad.
You do, yeah. Snare, not interested in playing a wide delivery there from Poke.
Can't see anyone warming up at the moment.
No, it doesn't look too much action in the field.
Rev's got the arms crossed.
Yeah, no, Granger's doing a bit of a setting of the field at the moment. Just wants Kurt Lamprey just to come a little bit straighter there at what is it, short square leg?
Yeah, just in front.
Yeah, just off the square there. Snare gets a low full toss there from Pope, but can't put it away. Only finds Parker there at mid-on. Straight delivery there from Poke. Snare with a straight bat in reply. It's a little bit eccentric at the crease, Snare, isn't he? He's got a few exaggerated movements.
Not quite the Steve Smith.
No, like Marnus Labuschagne. Yeah. I'm not sure I could put up with Marnus as a teammate. There might be a time I'd want to bop him between the eyes. He certainly should never be in charge of DRS reviews.
Correct. Yeah.
He thinks
Shane Watson in charge.
He thinks. What I used to think everything was not out. Marnus thinks everything is out.
Yeah, true. Yeah, no, definitely hit it. Yeah. That was a weird one the other night. The one of Carey's when he hit the stump.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that was extraordinary footage. That I actually couldn't work out what the umpire gave him out for to start with. I think he thought he was caught behind.
I reckon.
He just couldn't see it bounce 2 foot in front of the keeper.
Yeah, and soft signal was out.
Yeah, it was all very strange. I have enjoyed the Pakistani third umpire, the TV umpire. He does get through his work pretty quickly. Yeah. He doesn't muck about.
No,
it's good to
see.
see.
Should be.
Yeah. Some of these umpires want 20 million replays of everything, and it's clear as the nose on your face as to what's happened. So 2 minutes to go before lunch here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Ulverstone 3 for 41 with Walmsley on 18. Snare yet to score. So we'll have one more over. Will they bring on a random spinner? No, doesn't look like it. Josh Lamprey will be back to bowl the final over of this session.
Come back over the wicket, maybe have a crack.
Yeah, maybe something different. Yep.
Doesn't look like that.
No, steady as she goes. Approach here from the Hurricanes.
You'd say Burnie just have their nose in front. I would have thought.
Ulverstone certainly haven't got away with the bat, so 3 wickets in the opening session is a very nice return on a beautiful day for batting. Let's be honest. Gentle zephyr wafting through the ground, hardly a cloud in the sky. You can see Mount Roland, you can see the Tears. Yeah, a very good seeing day. You've got sight and you've got sight screens as well, so you can't ask for too much more. Which maybe if you, even though you've sort of kept your regular bowler and maybe get a couple of blokes in just under Walmsley's nose or something.
Yeah.
Just to
Bit of pressure on.
put a little bit of pressure
on.
on.
There.
Yeah. Or maybe it's just set some sort of trap for him.
Yep.
He's probably seen it all over his career, Josh. He's pretty unflappable at the crease. Uses his drive out to Yates there at short cover. Surprise, surprise. When it's a grand final, there's always one bloke I'm short of getting a message from asking for a score.
Right.
Guy Chalky Gray. The man does not clearly know how to download the My Cricket app on his phone. He does not know how to find the Cricket Northwest website. Josh Walmsley's launched into a pull shot there. A short ball from Lamprey was appropriately dispatched to the mid-wicket boundary, down the ramp between the two grandstands. Beautiful shot there from Walmsley in the shadows of lunch. I'll make his lunch taste a little bit better. He moves along to 22 and the Ulverstone score 3 for 45.
I thought Chalky would definitely be tuned into...
I thought Chalky'd be here.
Yeah, he might well be.
Maybe he's busy at home sorting out his wardrobe of cricket clothing that's not his. Has a extensive selection of cricket club gear from both clubs he's played at and clubs he hasn't played at.
A bit of football gear too, I reckon.
He's had a bit of foot, but I tell you what, no one more passionate about cricket and footy on the North West Coast, and been a wonderful servant of the game. He'll be getting ready for his Burnie Cricket League Grand Final tomorrow for Rihanna up against Natone at the Wivenhoe Showground. Should be a good match, that one. Watchfully played there by Walmsley, back down the crease to Lamprey, and that is lunch here on the first day of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest Grand Final at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Olsen moved along to 3 for 45 off 30 overs after being in some early trouble at 2 for 9. Walmsley not out 22, Snare not out on 0, yet to score. The batsman out. Bryce DeVries was bowled by Kurt Lamprey for 1 with the score on 3. Alex Winwood was caught at second slip by Brady Yates off the bowling of Shorten Redmond for 6 with the score on 9. And Julius Kerr was caught by Nick Revel at first slip off the bowling of Tommy Pope for 10 with the score on 41. Walmsley and Snare have taken along to 45 off 30 overs. The players will adjourn for lunch and we'll be back in a half hour to bring you the second session of the opening day of this Cricket Northwest Grand Final.
Excellent stuff, John. Very good.
Do you know anything about this?
Frog box?
Yeah.
Not a great deal.
That's all right. I've got to sort out that chugger. I'm going to try and get the decoder box charging. For some reason it's not charging.
Oh, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Now, I'll work it out.
Yeah.
What I'd actually like is to just mute the sound. I haven't worked it out.
Yeah.
I don't think it does it.
Yeah, and it's because in some ways, with the range of everything, it'd be good if you could have it sort of outside where you can do your commentary, but have it away so they can't hear that. Yeah, I know.
That's right.
But still, compared to what we've had in the past,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah, it's awesome. So. Yes. Right, I've got to go.
Alright.
Pick up my son from work and do a few things this afternoon, and come back tomorrow. All the best this afternoon.
Try your days, but yeah, I'm not doing that. Just an afternoon, I'm down day, yeah. Yeah. I want everything around to be like that. One really want everybody's going to me good. I wasn't going to play, I said, oh, I was going to work out this time.
So welcome back here to the Latrobe Recreation Ground for the second session of play on the opening day of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. Burnie with the honours in that first session. Ulverstone 3 for 45 after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Gary Miles has rejoined me here in the commentary box. Gary, certainly Burnie's session. They got some key wickets out and kept the runs to a minimum.
Yeah, that's right, Brad. 3 for 45. That's what they would have liked, I reckon, a few wickets. This is obviously the key partnership now. Walmsley and Snare. They can remove one of these two within the first sort of half hour. You never know what could happen. There's a few blokes to come in that like to hit the ball and get on with it, so these two are definitely the key.
Yeah. The wicket from our vantage point here in the Latrobe Bike Race Club office here, certainly not doing too many tricks, but the occasional ball did pop a little bit and just held up on the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, I went out for a look actually in the lunch break, and there's a little bit of moisture, a few footmarks there. Obviously, a bit moist, so a few of them balls are holding up. But that's what you want. You want a grand final wicket that's going to produce a little bit early and not just a road. So it'll flatten out beautifully, I would have thought. So
thanks for all the feedback from our viewers in the first session. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you're tuning in again for the second session. Guy Gray, mate, you should be having this on in the classroom, mate. Don't worry about teaching. Teach the kids the joys of long form cricket, mate. That's what you should be doing instead of annoying me for scores.
Come on, sure.
Had a message from Damien DeVries, the father of Braden DeVries. It is Braden, not Bryce, as I sometimes call him. Apologies, the DeVries family. I don't know why. I just have Bryce stuck in my head, but I have now written it down on my notepad with exclamation marks and circled. So hopefully I call him Braden for the rest of the game. Players just making their way back out onto the field now to resume the second session. Burnie's still got a few bowlers in the shed they can utilise. They went through just their 4 quicks in that first session. Some tidy figures. Sean Redmond 1 for 7 off 7 overs. Kurt Lamprey 1 for 12 off 8 overs. Tommy Poke 1 for 10 off 8 overs. And Josh Lamprey none for 11 off his 7 overs. So they've still got Tyler Parker, their medium pacer, who can play a role.
So got Kurt Lamprey coming from the other end.
Yeah,
first up after the lunch.
Swing him round. Going to bring him on from the northern end to open proceedings. Umpire Scott Pearce just waiting for the scorers to signal to get play underway. The scorers are still having a late lunch. Gary Yates and Isaac Close. Isaac, the son of umpire Darren Close, who's down Hobart today umpiring the first grade Premier League grand final between South Hobart, Sandy Bay and Newtown. We'll have some updates from that game shortly. But here's Kurt Lamprey bowling to Jacob Snare, first ball after lunch. And a good delivery on the stumps. Snare straight back to mid-on. So we'll just go around the grounds during the lunch break in the Cricket North Grand Final between Launceston and Westbury. Westbury lost the toss and got sent into bat. They're currently 4 for 92. So got a few runs, but Lonnie would be happy with the 4 wickets they've picked up. Single there to Snare, gets him off the mark. He would have been keen to do that over the lunch break. So he moves on to 1 now off 18 balls and the score 3 for 46. So Daniel Murfitt and Jono Chapman, the batsmen at the moment for Westbury. Murfitt on 26 not out, Chapman on 10. And down in sunny Hobart for the Premier League first grade grand final between the Sharks and the Bucks. Still lunch there. South Hobart Sandy Bay 3 for 103 with Willoughby, Vines and Valenti, the batsmen, back in the stands. Sean Willis and Tom Andrews, is it?
Yep, Tom Andrews.
Tom Andrews, yep, they're the not out batsmen. Willis on 27, Andrews on 8. Wickets to Mupawira, Ben Manenti and Mitch Owen for the Bucks.
Andrews was playing yesterday in the Shield, so it's interesting.
Yes, I think Manenti was too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had the vest on, so it must have been like 12th.
Might have been 12th. Good areas here from Kurt Lamprey to start up after lunch. Walmsley just worked that one out towards cover, no run.
Shane Crawford checked in the lunch break too, Brad.
Has he?
He's enjoying
the Gator. Good to see the Gator.
Former cricket to your voice.
former Cricket Northwest president.
Yeah.
Now one of
Cricket
the
Tasman
big
dog,
power dogs at down on the Cricket Tas board. Short ball there from Lamprey, dispatched by Warmley. Didn't quite get all of it. But the ball's running quite nicely on this outfield, and that has gone for 4 behind square. Nice shot by Josh Walmsley. That takes him on to 26, and the score at 3 for 54. I think what this picture shows, do not bowl short on it to Josh Walmsley.
Yes, set up nicely.
It's just set up nicely every time, and Walmsley has dispatched it. So Lamprey again, looking to bowl a little bit fuller. No, short
6.
again. That is a majestic pull shot by Walmsley onto the bike track for 6. That is cricket 101. That's I don't care what team you play for or who's down the other end. That is beautiful to watch Gary Miles.
That was a perfect shot there, wasn't it? Just
That was
in again and off it went. Yeah.
That was out of the middle of the middle. That was a beautiful pull shot by Walmsley. First 6 of the day. And a poor end of the over there from Kurt Lamprey. He conceded a 4 and a 6. Walmsley moves along to 32 now. And the Black Caps 3 for 56. First over after lunch. Just ease the pressure there, didn't it? Yeah, it's just you want
First
to.
over, they get 10, 11 off it. So
Yeah.
they've got a single, I think.
And Walmsley, you feel he's away now.
Yeah.
This could be a big score for Josh.
Keep bowling there, will we?
Yeah, I'm tipping Nick Revel will just be. He's no expert on pace bowling, Nick, but I'm tipping he might just be offering a little bit of advice to Kurt on where to, on the areas to pitch it for Josh in future overs, or he might be facing an extended spell in the field. He's got no shortage of bowlers to pick from today, Nick Revel, but seeing one of his strike bowlers get dispatched like that will just be of a slight concern to him. Josh Lamprey down the other end resumes after lunch. Bowled reasonably well before lunch and bowls to Snare, and Snare just blocks that. So as I said before, there hasn't been, from my research, there hasn't been a century scored in an A-grade first grade grand final since Adrian Hall made 155 for Wynyard in the 2004-2005 grand final. That's
17 years ago.
That's a long time ago. Are we going to see one today or over the weekend? It'd be nice. It would be very nice. You just about book him in for a man of the match medal, which I think it's the Dale Baker medal this year. I think man of the match. It's Cricket Northwest rotate their names of their medals, and Dale's taken over from the great Trevor Docking. We'll go through Dale's grand final record in a minute. It makes for some very, very nice rooting. But as I said, Adrian Hall made 155 in Wynyard's win over Burnie Omen in the 04-05 grand final. And I found out he was actually 12th man for the grand final the year before. So that was a good comeback from Hawley. Made a few. That was his second.
Opening the batting as well.
Yeah, that was his second century in a grand final as well. Made one in the 90s. So that's a good record there, Hawley. But after that, certainly bowlers dominated grand finals, and I think
low scores.
You and me have both witnessed some, well, not just low scores, abysmal scores in grand finals, Gaz.
40, 42.
42. Yes. Yeah, oh dear, there were some horror shows.
Yeah.
It's not the pitch. I think most of the time the pitches have been okay.
Yeah, pretty good.
It's just the
final pressure.
Grand final pressure.
A few nerves maybe, but just lost a few quick ones.
Yeah, and no one could sort of stop the rot.
No.
Once the rot set in, it was
Right.
over.
Yep.
Yeah.
You might score for a bit, but then you lose a wicket, so you're not gaining anything, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, exactly right. Now, looking back on the great individual performances in past grand finals, like Tommy Poke 6 for 32 last year. Last year was a reasonable scoring grand final, wasn't too bad. But before that, there's been some tough work. Another short ball from Josh Lamprey, dispatched by Snare along the carpet to the boundary. Great shot there by Jacob Snare. That's his first boundary, and that takes the Black Caps to 3 for 60 and Snare on to 5. But you can't drop short on this wicket.
They haven't started real well after lunch.
No, they're just the pressure valve hasn't been turned on yet by the Hurricanes. But yeah, some of those great bowling performances in recent grand finals, 6 for 32 by Thomas Polk. Who can forget the 2012-2013 grand final at West Park between Ulverstone and Wynyard, where Andrew Davison took all 10 wickets in an innings, 10 for 40. And I was there covering the game for the Advocate. That was
15 for the game or something, wasn't it?
that 14 for the game, I think. And he took 9 for in the semi-final the week before.
Unbelievable.
He didn't stick around cricket.
Bounce, I would have thought.
He didn't stick around Cricket Northwest for long, poor Davo. He injuries unfortunately caught up with him. He's still about on the Northwest Coast.
Yep.
But didn't he make an impact in his first couple of years of coastal cricket?
Come from nowhere, didn't he?
He come over from Victoria somewhere.
Yep.
Turned up at Wynyard, this 6'4", 6'5",
Yep.
bulky,
Bulky
bloke.
what was going on there,
And he just got wickets for fun. He just and he had that intimidation factor about him too. He had
big unit. Yeah.
He was a big unit.
Steep bounce. I think it was good to drive and come up through your
Yep.
chest sort of area. But no, he had a good career.
Yeah, so much so. I think he got invited down to the Tassie Tigers to have a training session. I think everyone just wanted to know what this bloke was all about. He was taking wickets for fun up here in the Northwest Coast. Yeah, so 10 for 40 for Dave. Unfortunately, the team lost, so it was in vain. Unfortunately, Davo's 10 for. Luke Richardson 6 for 17 in the 10-11 grand final against Burnie, which I was won. Shane Crawford, the man we just spoke about, 6 for 46 in Devonport's second innings to help the Mountaineers win outright against the Orions there in 08-09. You would have played in that game.
Yes, mate, yeah.
Was that the game you were behind on first innings, weren't you?
Yeah, we beat Devonport.
Beat Devonport outright, yeah. An amazing turnaround that game.
Crawford used to just nibble it both ways.
Oh,
give a little smile at the batsman.
Yeah. Wasn't of any great pace.
No.
Didn't have the intimidation factor like a Bouch did.
Can't remember
down the
seeing
other
bowling him too many bounces. With,
just impeccable line and length from Crawford.
Great competitor.
This is a better start here from Lamprey against Walmsley in his second over. After lunch, slightly fuller length, making Walmsley defend.
He'll learn his lesson maybe. A couple of
a little bit, just maybe overindulged on the salad rolls a little bit too much. It was a very fine salad roll from the Trobe kitchen.
Yeah, mate. Is that what you went for?
Yeah, the chicken
roll?
burger as well.
Yeah, nice.
Walmsley pushes that one out towards cover, fielded by Odgers, I think. No run. So when we talk about centuries, Gary, I mentioned during the lunch break. I did a few stats during these last few days just on the game coming up, and I thought let's look back at this season and who scored the runs. We actually had there were 15 centuries scored this season in first grade, which was one of the best in recent years.
Yep.
Led by Tristan Weeks as 173 against Ulverstone in round 15. Tyler Dell obviously accounted for 4 of them, with the best of 150 not out against the Mountaineers. Unfortunately, you were away. You were away that day. You were watching in dismay on Frog Box because you were stuck at home as a COVID contact.
Yeah.
Is that tough work? Watching at home?
Yeah. I was at Simo and Big Al out the same day, so we just tuned in and watched the boys, dropped a few chances.
Yeah, so it wasn't a great day that day. Alex King, your teammate up the mountain, he's 140 against Wynyard in round 12. Brady Yates, great to see Yatesy score his debut first grade century after
80s and 90s,
after a lot of years of toil and heartbreak. The irony to the story is his old man Gary was over in Victoria that weekend watching Adam, so he wasn't there scoring it, unfortunately. But 132 there for Yatesy against Latrobe in round 14. Full ball there from Josh Lamprey, defended by Snare. Grange, good to see Grange back in the century list, 128 not out against Sheffield as well.
Second innings doesn't count.
Doesn't count. Reece French, as I mentioned before, 114 not out against Devonport. Tyler Dell, 114 not out against Launceston. James Westcombe, 111 against Sheffield round 16. Tyler Dell, 112 against Riverside in round 3. That's the only one. He scored both centuries that only come in the 1 days this year. All the rest were scored in the 2 days. Josh Walmsley, 2 centuries this year, 108 against Sheffield round 14. 105 not out against Wynyard in round 7. Brodie Hayes a couple as well. Greg Sharman 107 not out. Yeah, so 15 tonnes this season, 12 last season, 7 the season before, and somehow in 2018-19 there were only 2 tonnes scored in Cricket Northwest.
Yeah, right.
And both of them were the Burnie players. I think it was Kurt Lamprey and Brodie Hayes. So that's
Josh getting a ton against us this year.
round 14 against Sheffield.
No.
No,
something's not right there.
something's all right there. Well, let's
we outrode them that day. They got 90 and 60 of them.
maybe I went to the wrong. I had a lot of numbers going through my head this week. Maybe it was, I played against Wynyard. Sorry,
against Wynyard. There we go. Yeah.
Against Wynyard. Sorry, my bad. I'll correct that. I might made a mistake. Being a former journalist, not. So he scored both his tons against Wynyard this year.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to go back and double check that. Only 2 centuries in a season. Although, yeah, there was some years where the bowlers were clearly on top, but that's ridiculous. That is. But to get 15, that's a really good return for the batsman. What did you
make that all-star side? Like, there's a lot of blokes been making runs. Like, there would have been a good probably 10 blokes to fit in 6 or 7 spots. I would have thought.
Yeah. Another full ball there from Josh Lamprey. Snare plays that to Yatesy there at short mid-wicket, and that is over with the Black Caps 3 for 60 after 34 overs. So do you think 15 tonnes is a really good return? It's just the stand of wickets has been better on the North West Coast the last couple of years?
I think so, yeah. I think just facilities in general have improved. There's a lot of good wickets about.
Yep.
And a lot of players that are sort of in their prime as well.
Yep.
Like the Weeksies and even Morse and that. Like they love batting. Yatesy, he'll be 30, I guess, so he's in his sort of prime.
Yeah, well, there's someone who didn't make a century this year. Callum Walsh, who's been one of the leading batsmen on the coast for many. So Kurt Lamprey now in his 3rd over after lunch. Outside off stump and Walmsley lets that through to the keeper. But I think in general, just as someone who enjoys cricket, you rather see the batsman making runs than the bowlers taking copious amounts of wickets each week and teams getting out for 100.
There's been some big bags as well. There's wickets like sort of a couple of 6 there, and Aiden took 8 for 90 here a couple of weeks ago, or 40 overs or something ridiculous. Young fella. Yeah,
we can go through the 5 for this season. There was 11 in total, led by as we said, Hobbits 8 for 91 against Latrobe in the final round of the season. A couple of 7 fers. Jacob Snares 7 for 10 in a one-dayer against Riverside. That is ridiculous bowling there from Snare. That probably went a long way to him winning the bowling averages this year. 7 for 85 from Eli Sheen against Wynyard and in the penultimate round. 6 was to Ben May, Josh Walmsley of all people, and Kurt Lamprey. And 5 was to Matt Talbot, Aidan Marshall, Caleb Williams, Aidan Marshall again, and Josh Lamprey in round 14 against Latrobe. So, certainly it was a season where the bat dominated the ball probably a little bit more than in previous seasons. Which, as I say, I think in general people like to see that there's plenty of runs being scored in a day. Kurt Lamprey in again to Walmsley. Walmsley on the drive.
Parker,
fielded there by Parker at mid-off on his knees. Ooh, he hasn't got pulled up overly well after that. He's a little bit slow getting up. It must be said. He's the knees probably took a little bit of a hammering there. He's just a couple of divots in the ground there. Curator Jason Sims will be happy he repaired those divots.
A bit like his golf divots, I reckon, wasn't it?
Walmsley just squeezes that ball past Jeremy Plant there at gully, sneaks through for a single. Score goes up to 3 for 61. Walmsley on 33, Snare on 5. So one thing I've noticed, and I saw there with Parker before, is the amount of players that get around in black socks these days.
Awful.
There'd be Lance Cox, God rest his soul. He would be having conniptions upstairs seeing all these blokes with black socks on. They probably wouldn't have been able to take the field back in his day.
No. To go get changed, I reckon.
Yeah. Although I did hear last week that your traditional grey woolen socks, your white woolen socks that players used to wear, are very hard to get these days.
Yeah.
Very hard item to get hold of in the sports store. So the kids these days just wear anything and everything. Walmsley looking to attack. He's moving around the crease. He's just trying to upset Josh Lamprey's line here.
I must admit, I was roll with the footy socks these days, Brad. The rosary yellow ones.
The rosary yellow ones, yeah. There's some interesting get-up going about. Oh, Walmsley.
Flick that.
Yeah, foolish ball on leg peg, and Walmsley went to dispatch that to the boundary, but just didn't quite time it. Just trickled down to short fine leg for one. And the score ticks along to 3 for 62, Walmsley on 34. I must say, I do like your traditional short set, like Snary's running today, the vest, the traditional woolen vest, short sleeve shirt, club helmet. And as my pop used to say, he said, Brad, if you can't play like a cricketer, at least look like one, he said. And he was probably right. Snare gets one on the pads there, works it behind square.
I'm very surprised if Redmond didn't come back here soon.
Yeah.
Unless there's something going on there. I thought he might have started after lunch.
You feel Olsen have just stolen a little break here in these first couple of overs. Scoring's been relatively easy. And as we said, maybe this pitch has started to flatten out and it will be very nice to bat on this afternoon.
Parker's warming up at mid-off.
So Lamprey around the wicket to Walmsley. Walmsley lets it go outside off stump.
One of the great Aaron McCall's...
The big doodah?
WA, just rolling out of bed probably.
Yes, 3 hours behind there. Yeah, I think he played in a grand final this year.
Yeah,
I think he's playing like 4th grade or something for some club. Still bowling all day though.
Loves it.
Loves bowling long spells. Aaron McCall.
I wonder if he's still using that old cricket bat he had.
Oh,
Slazenger or something.
the Slazenger the pigskin.
V10 or something.
It was a dirty old bat. Aaron, the son of one of the greats of coastal sport, Lawrence China McCall, who sadly passed away last year. He's one of the great. You've had a bit to do with China on the cricket field.
Yeah.
He made it when he turned his hand to Cricket Northwest umpiring. He made a day entertaining. There's no doubt about that.
Yep, sad passing for China.
Mm.
He would have been here for sure. I reckon, parked up.
He would have. So over there by Josh Lamprey, it's none for 16 off 10. Ulverstone 3 for 63 with Walmsley on 33, Snare on 6. We talked before about bowlers, not many bowlers being about these days who can bowl a short pitched ball. Aaron McCall loved a short pitch.
Yeah.
He loved a bit of chin music to opposing batsmen.
So the message actually from our horse trainer, Brad. He's following at the moment.
Trainer, Rowan Hamer.
Rowan Hamer, up at Lower Barrington.
Good, yes, went out to his property last year.
Did you?
To do a story on one of his Denboard Cup hopes.
Yeah.
No, not lovely.
Was that Brackenby?
It might have been Brackenby, yes. Yep. The outsider of the field that day.
Outsider. Yeah. Be Astro this year.
Yeah, the lovely bit of property.
Yeah, not too
there
bad.
at Lower Barrington.
He's only just recently completed or nearly finished. He's built his own sort of track up there in one of the paddocks.
Oh, nice.
Give him a little bit of a hand, so make life a little bit easier.
Yep.
The young fella. Hopefully there's a few winners in store for us in the next 12 months.
Yeah, you have. I've been there firsthand to witness you and your group celebrate a win or two at Sprayton, aka Robbery Park.
There's a new backer that takes off down the grass.
Fortunately played there again by Snare. Ulverstone made a good start to this session. Moved along to 3 for 63 after being 3 for 45 at lunch. Good areas again there from Kurt Lamprey. He's learned. He just had to pitch it up a couple of yards. By asking plenty of questions there of Snarey, and Snare has got the answers for him so far. Snare on the drive, but straight to poke there at mid-off.
So he set himself for a big old Snarey, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, he didn't quite have the year he's had in previous years of the bat. He's been one of the leading run scorers, but a bit light on this year, but made up for it in the wickets.
Opens batting in 2 days as well, doesn't he? But
true, yeah, he has moved himself down the order a bit. Given the younger blokes like De Vries and Winwood, Kerwin up there, they're probably the next generation at Ulverstone. Just on some of those award winners from the Cricket Northwest Trophy night, which was held on Monday night in Ulverstone. As we said before, Jacob Snare won the bowling trophy, the David Mullet bowling trophy, 30 wickets at 11.5, with a best bowling of 7 for 10. And that made him only the second player in Cricket Northwest history to win both the batting and bowling averages during their career.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Amazing.
Interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, do you know who the other player is?
Batting and bowling.
I asked this question on Twitter and it stumped a few.
What sort of era? How long?
A reasonably modern player.
Yeah, okay.
More known for his batting than bowling.
More known for his batting. That rules out Bouch.
Well, that was the answer. I got many answers of Craig Boucher. Surprisingly, Craig Boucher never won a Coastal Bowling Averages trophy.
Yeah, right. More known for his batting. Just fell short.
Parker on now. Tyler Parker and juices an edge from Walmsley, which just fell short there of Nick Revel at first slip. So good start there from Tyler Parker, encouraging signs for the Hurricanes. No, yeah, I would think with Bouch, he probably paid the price for those quick Sheffield outfields after Christmas.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
While he got plenty of wickets, I reckon he went for a few runs in the process because he was such an attacking bowler.
Yeah. Spinner or a pacer we talking?
This bloke bowled medium pace when he won the bowling. He actually won the bowling before he won his batting averages, and he won multiple batting averages.
Got me. Give us a club.
Burnie Yeoman or Burnie Hurricanes. Doesn't play anymore. And the ultimate clue is when I say more known for his batting, a giant of batting on the Northwest Coast.
Yeah, well, not Baker.
Dale Baker.
Is it really? Yeah?
Yep. Dale Baker, so on top of winning the Coastal batting averages 6 times, Bake, I thought Walmsley found the gap there between point and cover, but hit it straight to Brodie Hayes there at point, no run. So on top of winning the batting averages 6 times, including 4 straight in the late 90s, he won the Cricket Northwest bowling averages in 87-88.
Oh dear.
Used to bowl these little medium paces apparently. 48.
Yeah, that's why I probably can't remember.
48 wickets.
48
in that season to win the
at what average?
Win the bowling average. I'll just drag that up for you.
Single digits, right?
Walmsley on the drive there again, but doesn't get past.
He's zoning in on that through that area.
Yeah. So just a quick snapshot here of the Dale Baker career. The leading run scorer in NWTC Cricket Northwest history I'll get that figure up for you shortly. But his bowling. So in 1987-88, 48 wickets at 10.43. Thanks for coming.
Not too bad, Dolly.
And then won the first of his batting average trophies in 93-94, backed up again in 94-95. Then went on this amazing run of 4 batting trophies in a row, starting from 99-2000, ending in 2001-02, where he made 869 runs at 108.63, scored 5 tons that year, including a double century.
Not too bad.
An absolute giant of coastal cricket, led by there to Snare, takes the score up to 64. 3 for 64.
You're still playing with the twos there last year, wasn't he?
Apparently he was going to fill in for the twos in a game this year. He's playing long bowls at the moment.
Yeah, righty,
Was going to fill in for a game this year in the twos for Burnie against Devonport at the Oval, and unfortunately the game was washed out, and he was quite disappointed he didn't get a game. He probably would have peeled off an easy 30 or 40.
Yes.
There's a bloke who made batting look easy.
Very.
Absolute giant of the game. So, Jacobs now the David Mullet bowling trophy there. The wicket-keeping award went to Devonport's Brock Bucknell, 15 catches and 6 stumpings. Not a bad year from Brocky there, given he wasn't actually keeping at the start of the year. Tyler Dell was started off as keeper, then Tyler decided to give up the gloves to concentrate on the captaincy, and Brock capitalised.
The two games that he kept early, he got ducks or something. So
he didn't bat well those 2 games, Tyler, so he gave him up and started scoring runs. The Hershey Seafoods MVP award for this year went to Mark Simmons from Sheffield, 957 points, just edging out Tyler Dell on 953 points. It's the second time
going through the gully.
Simo's won that award.
That's 4, bro.
Wormsley, and it's a
Streaky,
4 bit streaky there by Wormsley, but it's not how many in grand finals. That moves Olsen up to 3 for 68, Wormsley to 37 off 100 balls.
Yeah, Simo's had a great year, took his batting to the next level.
I was about to say, he always gets his 30 wickets with his leggies, but he's batting.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he probably the only knock he'd probably say, just didn't convert one of those 50s into 100 this year.
He would have got good 5 or 6 50s, I would have thought.
Yep. So a 4-point win over Tyler Dell on 953. Tristan Weeks third on 889, Jacobs Nair on 860, Brady Yates on 779, and as I said, Simmons is his second win in this award, having won in 18-19. And the Cricket North West Player of the Year, which is voted on by the umpires, Tyler Dell was a runaway winner there on 15 votes, 5 clear of Jacob Snare, Alex King, Greg Sharman and Brody Hayes all on 10, followed by Brady Yates and Aidan Marshall on 9 votes, Mark Simmons and Eli Sheen on 8 votes. But richly deserved there from Tyler. 4 centuries in a year will get you 3 votes on most occasions to start with, so he didn't have to do too much more work after that. That's over there from Kurt Lamprey. Olsen 3 for 68. And Tyler actually becomes the second person in his family to win that award. His uncle Chris Dell won the award in 97-98.
The Razor.
The big grey blade.
Any Spirit of Cricket awards there this year, was
there was.
What sort of club won that this
I think
year?
the Sheffield Cricket Club won that this year. Quite easily.
How good's that?
Which is voted on by the umpires across first grade, second grade and women's first grade.
Oh, beautiful.
As the camera decides to just not play nice there, we'll just straighten him up. So a good win there by the Mountaineers, and Burnie took out the Gordon Rimmer Club Championship for consistency across all the grades. They had an excellent year, and they finished top of the ladder in second grade, top of the ladder in the under 16s.
Tyler Parker on 2 Bradwell's bowling change. Tyler Parker's in the action.
Yeah. I think this is his second over, isn't it,
Gary? He's already bowled.
He got the edge off Wormsley in his first over, I think.
1.2, yeah, you're right, fella.
Not much gets past me, I guess.
Not too bad, either.
It's not my first rodeo.
No.
Yeah, actually, a good effort by the Hurricanes took out the Gordon Rimmer Club Championship, and considering they don't have a women's team, that's a very good effort.
Well, that's right.
Great to see the Hurricanes get a women's team on the park next season, get that back up to a 6-team competition. I think every one of the women's teams would. It's a bit of a disjointed season in the women's this season. I think there's just no real consistency and continuity. So hopefully the Hurricanes can get back on the field after a 2-year absence and get it back up to a full 6 teams. And we said in the first session that Caleb Williams, a deserved winner of the Ben Hilfenhaus medal for the best under-21 player in the competition. I think he was a pretty convincing winner, I think, in the end. Caleb beat out Braden DeVries from Ulverstone and I can't remember who was in third. Should take more notice.
Young Winwood, would he have been a champ?
Yeah, young Winnie might have been there. I'll see if I can track that down the Cricket Northwest webpage here. Nicely played there by Snare through mid-wicket. He'll pick up an easy 2. Takes him along to 8 in the score, 3 for 60. 3 for 70, sorry.
Partnership building, mate.
Very handy little partnership building here for the Black Caps. So 3 for 41 when Snare came to the crease, up to 3 for 70 now, so 29 runs made rather easily. Nicely bowled there by Parker, nice and full. Snare digs it out to mid-on. There's another over in the books there from Parker, 40 overs down. Ulverstone 3 for 70.
But Toby Belchambers and Adam Daniel, were they?
Yeah, I think they might have been there.
5, were they?
Yeah, just trying to find on the Cricket Northwest webpage, Facebook page. It's not giving me much at the moment. First grade award winners.
So text come through, mate. I've got the top 5 here from young Alex Diprose.
Oh, Dipper.
Caleb Williams on 12.
Here we go, found it.
Got it.
Braden DeVries on 9, Josh Lamprey on 4 from Burnie out here in the game today, Adam Daniel on 3 and Toby Belchambers on 2. Toby had a bit of an interesting season.
Yeah, he slipped, didn't he?
Dislocate his elbow celebrating a win just before Christmas and come back a little bit earlier than expected, bowled really well and then unfortunately come down with COVID and had to miss the last game of the season. So, but interesting year for young Toby. But no, he'll be.
Seems a good kid.
Yeah, no, good kid. He's head screwed on the right way. So he'll be certainly relied upon in the coming years with Foggy and CJ winding down their careers at Devonport to lead the Orions attack. Kurt Lamprey bowling to Josh Walmsley here. Oh, induces a prod from Walmsley, beats the outside edge. Hasn't been much of that in this second session. It's probably the first ball that's beaten the outside edge. Walmsley got one off Parker before, which took the outside edge, but safely in front of Revel at first slip. But other than that, Ulverstone looked reasonably comfortable here in this second session to start.
A couple of short ones there. They just got them sort of in the zone, I think.
Yep.
Full toss, whips it.
Lovely shot there by Walmsley off his pads. Coming back for 2, the ball's racing to the boundaries. Not quite going to get there, but they'll grab an easy 3. It takes Walmsley along to 40 and the score 3 for 73.
If they get him soon, Brad, he could chalk up number 21.
Yes, it's amazing record, as we mentioned before, with Josh Walmsley, 20 A-grade hundreds. He actually might even be a tick over that now, given he made 2 this year. We'll delve into his career stats here. Get a bit of a number for you. short length ball there into snare. Works it off his hip, but no run. And that's over. 41 overs gone. Ulverstone 3 for 73. So he started playing first grade in 2004-2005. Walmsley.
Yep.
I think he ticked over 250 games this season. First grade games. Centuries.
I know he made 150 as a 15-year-old against us at Denver one day at Ulverstone.
No, he is right on 20.
He's on 20.
He's on 20, yeah. Yeah, he does have a nice record against Devonport. I think he's got 7 tons against Devonport.
Wynyard wouldn't be.
Yeah, he's got a few against Wynyard. He doesn't mind hitting them up at the showgrounds there. 3 against Sheffield.
Scorers, come on, scorers. Signal to Cole.
A little bit slow. not scoring today. She's finished the season. Gary and Isaac just gone to sleep up there in the box. Parker into Walmsley. Walmsley advances forward, takes off for a quick single, but Kurt Lamprey's just a little deep there at mid on, and an easy single, easy single to Walmsley. He moves along to 41 now, 3 for 75. So his top score Walmsley's 181, which he scored in 2010-11 against Latrobe. Hasn't got any more 150s after that. His next best is 131 in 2014-15 against Sheffield. And then it's just, it's a slew of... There's a fair few not outs there as well, so there's probably been a few occasions where he's run out of partners, but he's just been a run machine, an absolute run machine. My favourite century of Walmsley is actually not against Devonport, who unfortunately had to score a few times. He made, in 2009-10, he made 124 in the Greater Northern Cup Grand Final against South Lonnie at UCI Oval against a very, very strong South Launceston attack, and it was a magnificent innings. Won the game for the Black Caps.
From memory too, he blasted him in one of them Jamie Cox games we had up there in TCA 2 one year.
He probably did, yeah. That's not included in this list, so he was a fine representative player for Cricket Northwest as well.
Had a little stint in Hobart, didn't he? Went down there to North Hobart.
Yeah, on his My Cricket profile there, he had a little stint at Glenorchy first, I think.
Oh, he would, yeah.
And then at North Hobart.
Yep.
Yeah, but never really sort of concentrated on it full time. He always enjoyed playing at Ulverstone. Yeah, but as you said, an ornament to the game. I think over his complete cricket career on My Cricket, 12,150 runs at 36.27 across every sort of game he's played, which is
not too bad,
an amazing. That puts him up with some of the greats of coastal cricket. So over bowled there by Parker, and Ulverstone 3 for 75 off 42 overs.
And what's the footy tonight, Carly? Big Buddy Franklin.
The big Butwa.
Hope he doesn't
it's against your boys. Yeah, it's one of those things. I think. Short and dispatched by Walmsley. Racing along this Latrobe Recreation Ground outfield. That's another boundary to Walmsley. That was short and wide there from Kurt Lamprey, and Walmsley feasted on it, cut it between cover and point for another boundary, and he is well on the way here to a big total. Walmsley moves along to 45. Score is 3 for 79.
Been good the last couple of overs. He hasn't bowled any short stuff.
No, he just dropped short again there. This time outside off stump, and Walmsley feasted on that. And this Latrobe Recreation Ground outfield is running very well, especially now that all that juice burnt off and it's nice and dry. Oh, Kurt Lamprey comes back with an absolute seed of a delivery. Walmsley was probably playing down a middle stumpy short of line. It left him off the deck and beat the outside edge. That's a you just nod your head and say, "Well, that ball was probably that ball was too good. That ball was too good."
Do you reckon you give him a little nod or not?
Yeah, like Steve Smith does. Another ball in roughly the same sort of area there from Lamprey, but Walmsley presents the full face of the bat there.
Took a little stride down at him again.
Yeah, that's.
I don't settle his length.
It's been a common occurrence during this innings of Walmsley's. Just wanders about the crease occasionally. That one outside off stump, left alone there by the Ulverstone star left-hander. The same sort of delivery there, maybe a little bit closer to the stumps there, but Walmsley knew where his off peg was and went through to Granger.
How long a bit of spin you reckon, Brad?
Oh, I don't reckon it's far away, Gaz. I reckon it's time just to mix things up a bit.
The 80 maybe?
Yeah. You know,
it's a bit sticky, you know.
While there's plenty of depth in this bowling attack, it is all right arm, medium fast. It sort of hasn't been, you know, there isn't a left armer in there or something like that. Yeah, so maybe just time to mix the line length and pace up and just see how they want to play the spin. And if it'd be interesting to see if there is any turn in this deck. Probably.
Well, they say it seems, it spins.
Well, that was always the great Shane Keith Warren's theory.
Jeremy Plant, he bowls a bit of left arm.
He bowls leggies, yes.
Leggies,
I think he's leggy. Yeah, Jeremy's probably not quite in Nick Rebel's thinking at the moment, I think. Short of length there from Parker, but expertly played there by Snare. I think Jeremy comes on if you need to buy a wicket, I reckon.
Probably in a 3 for 250.
Yeah, you need to buy a wicket at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Full ball there, clipped off the pads by Snare, straight to Kurt Lamprey there at mid-on. We'll do a little quick round the grounds here in the Cricket North Grand Final. 4 for 92 Westbury. I think that game, I think they had a little bit of a later start. So
that's for what?
Short ball from Parker. Snare swivels and pulls it in front of square for 4. Easy boundary there by Snare. And just they didn't bowl these bad balls in the first session, Gary. They just
the 4 or 5 short balls they've bowled have all gone to the boundary.
Yeah, they have been
just 4 or 6. So.
They've been dispatched. Snare moves on to 12 now. The Black Caps 3 for 83. Down in Hobart in the Premier League Grand Final, South Hobart Sandy Bay moved along to 3 for 147. Willis 47 not out. Tom Andrews 32 not out. So just got they put on 52 these two, so it's a nice little partnership going there. As Guy Gray sends me another text message with the score, asking for a score. I just find it absolutely baffling that in the age of modern technology, and he being a teacher, I would have thought he'd have reasonable access to a laptop computer, like most teachers get, that he couldn't find a score. Knackers can wait. Well, you're going to send it
I'll
to
send
him.
that to him,
You send that to him. Another full ball there from Parker. Worked away to the leg side by Snare. Talby's bat's getting a good work out there at the moment. That's over here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground in this Bendigo Bank first grade grand final, where after 44 overs, the Ulverstone Black Caps are 3 for 83.
I said, please return my vest, Chalk.
With Josh Walmsley on 45 not out and Jacob Snare on 12 not out. Please return my vest. I could send that message to a few blokes back from the old Cricket Northwest rep days who got their hands on those lovely Cricket Northwest woolen vests. They're beautiful, aren't they?
Beautiful, they are, can't they?
I reckon I can name a few names as to who's got one. Because when I started in my term as manager of that team, I had a full set of 11. By the time I finished my managerial duties, I had none. Oh, the sight screens haven't been moved for a while. The sight screens, all of a sudden they need to be moved, and the Ulverstone players, DeVries and Benny Bott, have sprinted to the far end of the ground here to move them. So he's a
Got Redmond back on. This will be an interesting little match-up. I wonder if you're going to test him out with any short stuff. A little bit quicker than Lamprey, but he might just try and nick him off.
just had a message from Barramundo, who's clearly not teaching much today. Very clearly busy. Correction, Guy Gray is not a teacher.
Oh.
Not sure what his role is, but it isn't teacher. Mentor.
Counsellor, maybe?
Mentor about title. Yeah, counsellor. Yeah.
Barra's busy on a Friday.
Yeah, clearly busy on a Friday. I expect to see him down at the ground here as when the final, when the Arvo bell goes. Expect half of Latrobe High to come over and watch the game.
Yeah.
That was good. I remember back in, we're talking 94, 95, my final year at Reese High School, our teacher Mick Gunson brought us, took us down to the Devonport Oval to watch Tassie play Zimbabwe in a tour game.
Oh dear.
I witnessed David Boone get a wicket. Burnie got some poor sod out from Zimbabwe LBW with the slow. It didn't turn. It was just right arm slow.
Yep.
Redmond puts a bit of grunt into that ball.
Burnie's just quicken up a little bit.
He does look like he's just gone up a gear here, Redmond. He
just probably dry out a bit and sort of getting through a little bit better.
He just senses the situation that just Ulverstone just stolen a little march on the Hurricanes here in this first hour or so after lunch.
Yeah, I'm just putting Ulverstone ahead of the game at the moment, I reckon. We'll just go on this partnership and 3 for 83.
That's another good delivery there from Redmond. Induced Walmsley into a shot, beat the outside edge through to Granger. Looks like he's worked his run out a bit.
Yeah.
He's run up out a bit as well. He was
smoother.
a bit all over the shot there in that first session.
Step, I reckon. Chalky said he's prepping for Barry tomorrow.
There's some big game players in that Burnie.
Barry.
There's some big game players in that Burnie Cricket League Grand Final tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing what the scores are from Wivenhoe tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's some very talented cricketers playing in that game. Wonder if the Maroons have flown in Brady Gray for the game.
I'm not sure where he's.
Victoria,
isn't he?
He's in Victoria now. So it'll be interesting to see if he. I reckon footy commitments might rule him out. I think
He played a couple of games there, didn't he?
he did. Took wickets.
Yeah.
Was bowling good wheels from all reports.
Left armers.
Yeah, it was back in his Burnie Hurricanes day. Was a bit of a handful, young Brady. Oh, there's another good ball there for Redmond, which short of a length and really had Walmsley standing up tall there and trying to defend it. That's a very good over there from Sean Redmond, his first over after lunch. Takes the score along to 3 for 83. Walmsley on 45, Snare on 12, 46 overs in the books. Yeah, that's an encouraging start there from Redmond.
Yeah.
Good areas, good pace, and made the batsman play pretty much every delivery there. Parker continues from the southern end, bowls a snare who defends it out to the offside. An absolutely perfect day for cricket here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Just a nice little breeze coming in from the west. Clouds minimal in the sky. Great seeing day for cricket, and a very good game of cricket developing out here in the middle. Ulverstone just trying to right the ship after a shaky start, which saw them be at 3 for 41 upon Julius Curlin's dismissal. They're now 3 for 83 with Josh Walmsley 45 not out, Jacob Snare 12 not out, and they're well on the way to gaining a bit of an upper hand in this game. Parker back into bowl again, and Snare defends.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, looking solid in defence.
Put another little catching wicket in there, I think.
Yeah, it's a few little tweaks. Yeah, Rev's just making a few little tweaks to the field here. Yatesy's come into a short mid-wicket. Basically nearly standing on the pitch there.
Pretty straight, short catching mid-on, isn't he?
Sorry, short mid-on. Yeah, Walmsley down the non-strikers end has to basically go pretty wide to run around him. He's pretty much nearly standing on the pitch there, Yatesy. It is a position he doesn't mind fielding in those short positions. A short cover, short mid-on.
He's one of the better fielders getting about there, Brady.
Yeah. Snare solid in defence there again. The Ulverstone boys out here in front of us with the football. It's amazing. It's amazing when you watch cricket warm-ups. Everything but a cricket ball gets used. There's frisbees, there's footballs, there's soccer balls, there's everything but a cricket ball.
Game reset. Looks like he's got the old cricket socks on, mate.
He does. That's good to see. Good to see. Nice pair of white grey Nichols cricket socks on. And Julius Curlin looks like he might be running the same sort of. Not sure about the socks and sandals. I'm not sure he's quite in the right age demographic to be wearing socks and sandals.
What can Redmond produce this over?
Anything like his previous over, which was high quality pace bowling against high quality batting, is be worth watching. Redmond around the wicket to Walmsley punches out just to the right of mid-off, no run. I was going to say it's worth the price of admission, but it's free. It's free. It's free to come into cricket.
Yep.
You want to watch the coast's best cricket players?
Come in, bring your mum, dads, girlfriends,
bring them all in.
Yeah.
Bring them all in.
Get down here, Latrobe.
Yeah. Since the grand final moved to a 3-day grand final and started on the Friday, that sort of last session on a Friday usually gets very well. The crowds come in after work, get a nice little early knock-off, come in and watch some good cricket. Redmond back around the wicket to Walmsley. Left alone. Because back in ye olde days, the Cricket Northwest decided it was a 4-day grand final, Saturday, Sunday, and you come back the next Saturday, Sunday.
Yep.
It was a long 4 days. And
is that what they do it down at Hobart?
Yeah, all the grand finals now, 3 days starting on Friday. Yeah, a lot of people sort of look at you strange when you say, "Oh, we've got cricket on this Friday."
Yeah.
But it just seems to work. Everyone likes it. I think I remember one bloke complaining that it was on a Friday, one player complaining it was on a Friday, and he was a teacher, which I found surprising. A teacher actually wanted to work and not actually not actually have the day off. But nah, it's worked well around all the three main associations around the state. And the thing is, it allows you get a result
Yeah.
and a consistent pitch. You're playing for 2 days, have 5 days off where you get all sorts of weather, especially this time of year. Come back into a different pitch.
There's been some years where rain's ruined the
Oh,
hasn't it?
yeah, well, yeah, we've had COVID and rain the last 3 or 4 years. COVID, obviously, a couple of years ago, knocked the finals out completely. Latrobe were the beneficiaries of finishing on top of the ladder and got the premiership. And then I think a couple of years before that, there was a final series which just was wrecked by rain. I've never seen so much rain over a semi-final and grand final weekend. Walmsley works one off there down towards fine leg. It takes him along to 46 and the score 3 for 84. And no one likes a grand final decided by rain. It's
No.
especially especially if you had a neutral venue. You got to deal with someone else's covers. So I've seen a few days at the Denport Oval back in the early 2000s where nice pull shot there by Snare, but that was well fielded there by Kurt Lamprey just in front of square. Saved. I'm not sure if it would have gone to the boundary, but it certainly saved probably 3.
Yep.
That's over and drinks here at Latrobe where Ulverstone 3 for 84 off 47 overs, Walmsley on 46, Snare on 12.
That'll pull me up too, Brad. I've got to get going, mate.
You better get on, go pick the kids up from school,
Thanks
mate.
for having me, Cover.
Not a problem, mate. Excellent work alongside me, mate.
All good.
Enjoy the footy tomorrow.
Yeah, see how we go.
Actually going to play tomorrow, mate?
Yeah, see how the hammy gets through. But,
Plonk yourself in the goal square at full forward, mate.
Yeah. Might just hide in the pocket, I think.
Might just hide in the pocket.
Let Ackley do the work.
Ackley do the work. Right now, mate. Well, good to see you.
No worries, mate. Take her easy.
Enjoy the footy season.
Cheers, old boy.
They're loving you, God. Sean's missus is watching it.
Yeah.
She said, he's doing commentary, bloody. At least you're showing your sense of humour, mate. What's going on with Liverpool's president?
Steve Casey.
Country because clients have to be saying I think it's worth having Catherine just to see where we went back. I reckon oh no. I'll go. Still go. They're going to organise it. He's a good player.
So back underway here after drinks in the second session of the first day of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest Grand Final. Parker bowls to Walmsley. Walmsley plays it to the onside. Joined in the Gaz Miles has left us, gone to pick up the kids from school. Joined in the box by Greater Northern Raiders and Devonport paceman, or all-rounder these days, Sam O'Mahony. Sam, welcome to the commentary box.
Good afternoon, Carly. Thanks for having me on this wonderful Friday evening.
I see you found the mixed lollies pretty quickly.
Yeah, just going there just then.
Good man. Walmsley sneaks a second there on the misfield from Josh Lamprey there. Moves along to 48. Ulverstone 3 for 86 and steadily improving their position in this game. But a nice little comeback from Ulverstone in this second session, Sam.
Yeah, they looked a bit of trouble early actually. Talking to a couple of Ulverstone batsmen, saying the ball was moving around quite a lot in the first half hour of the first session. But it seems they've settled down in the second session here.
Walmsley grabs another singles. He hits it down the ground to Lamprey at mid-off. Moves along to 49. Ulverstone 3 for 87 in the 48th over. This you sort of see this is the key partnership for Ulverstone now. Snare and Walmsley, two their experienced players at the crease.
Oh, it's obviously been a key partnership throughout the years if you look at it. I think Burnie missed a couple of opportunities with Walmsley. I think I've seen he's been dropped twice. I think so. I think they were trying to get him back there, and obviously what you said, 1 wicket away and partnership breaking, and you never know what Ulverstone's tail's got for us.
Yeah. Good Yorker there from Parker to Snare. Snare digs it out to the leg side, and you think this pitch there's a bit of movement early on, but it's going to flatten out, be pretty good to bat on sort of later today and into tomorrow.
I'd say probably best time to bat would be obviously tonight and obviously the next few days to come. That's just getting through these first few sessions, I reckon, and getting yourself in.
Yep. And you were out in this ground here as last week for the Great Northern Raiders in the semi-final, mate, against Newtown. Unfortunately, it was probably a pretty good batting pitch that day, and the Bucks, they had some class players with the bat that day.
They did. Sort of blew us out of the water pretty early in the first session. I think they 150 runs. I think they got the first session.
Yep.
Kind of starstruck us up a little bit, but it was a nice wicket to bat on. Just unfortunately we couldn't get the job done on day 2, which is all right.
Yeah. But overall, a really encouraging season from the Raiders. You won the 2020 title, made finals of the Premier League. That must have been while it was a disappointing ending, I'm sure Coyley gave overall a pretty big tick for the season in general. Yeah,
definitely. Like the T20 Cup, I reckon that probably capped off our entire season, I reckon, if we look back on it. Obviously not winning many games from previous years to making the top two in the ladder and making the finals for Red Ball and the T20 Cup. It's just proven where we've got in the last few years, I think.
So Redmond around the wicket again to Walmsley. Walmsley comes forward, defends out to cover. And you were also rewarded with a nice little Tassie second 11 gig as well, mate, a couple of weeks ago. Went over to Victoria and played the Vicks. How was that in terms of just the standards of cricket over those 4 days?
Obviously really exciting to go over and play some second level cricket with them, against them, and some with some pretty decent players, really. Yep. Victoria had Will Petoskey, test player, playing for him, which was really good. Walmsley just knocks up his 50 just then.
So that's 50 there to Josh Walmsley off 130 balls. He's really started to show his class probably in the last 25 of those runs, but he looks on the way to a big score today, and that takes the score up to 3 for 88 in the 49th over.
It was real good experience, really. I didn't really care if I didn't bat or bowl or fielded 300 overs. I was just happy to be there, really.
Yeah. Back over the wicket to Snare. Snare works one off the hips. Quick single. Lamprey picks up the ball shot at the stumps at the striker's end, but Walmsley well home. Snare moves along to 13, 3 for 90. Ulverstone just starting to find the scoring runs a little bit easier now this session, haven't they? They're just getting that scoreboard ticking over a bit more regularly after being 3 for 45 At lunch, they've already put on 45 this first hour and a bit. Redmond in again to Walmsley. Walmsley, nice.
Can't get on Walmsley's pads.
An easy shot off the pads there by Walmsley. Comes back for a second. And the runs are really starting to flow now, 3 for 92. Where do you bowl to Josh Walmsley? you bowled a few overs to him in the time and been dispatched to a few parts of the ground. Is there?
I have bowled a lot of balls to Josh Walmsley. I don't really know now, actually. Probably talked to a couple of veterans throughout the years, but most innings he gives one chance, and that's the chance you've got to take, really.
Walmsley again on his pads, works it out towards the gap between mid-wicket and mid on there, another easy single. He moves along to 52 now, 53, 3 for 92. So Redmond coming in to bowl again in his 10th over, 1 for 13, his figures. Snare works that one to mid-wicket, no run. So we'll go around the grounds again in the other grade grand finals up in Cricket North. Westbury currently 4 for 113 against Launceston. Griffin the last man out for 82, so Daniel Murphy 35 not out. John O'Chapman 22 not out, so they put on 31 there for the 5th wicket. Down at the TCA ground in Hobart, where the Cricket Tasmania Premier League grand final was taking place, South Hobart Sandy Bay, they're rattling along quite nicely. 3 for 181 in 51 overs. Sean Willis 56 not out, Tom Andrews 57 not out, and 57 off 65 balls. So doing it in very good time at the moment. The Sharks look set to make a pretty nice total there on what I imagine would be a pretty good wicket to bat on.
I couldn't imagine there being too many blades of grass on that wicket at the moment.
I watched the Great Northern Raiders women's grand final game against North Hobart and looked very flat. I'm assuming this is a different wicket on the square, but looked a very flat.
The very batting friendly wicket.
That was what heartbreak for the Greater Northern Raiders women's there in that game. Though.
I did click on for the last few overs and
just heartbreak. Sophie Parkin bowled a lovely over the 49th over, a great 49th over, and then unfortunately the last over. Who bowled the last over?
Actually not sure. Can't remember.
Yeah, it just didn't quite go. It wasn't bad over. It just didn't quite go. Nick Revel coming on the bowl here, so we thought spin might come into this game at some stage this second session. Rev, the captain, has brought himself on himself. Walmsley's knocked that one out towards between mid-wicket and mid-on for an easy single. He moves to 54. The score 3 for 93. But another great effort. The Raiders women's program is really going along nicely, isn't it? They're consistently making finals, and they're in the top echelon of teams in that CTPL women's first grade competition.
Yeah, definitely one of the more dominant teams going around the last few years. I think they've made finals the last 3 seasons to 2 seasons, I think. Yep. And yeah, every one of them look every bit of a cricketer.
Yep. So Revel, just gentle off, you fair to say, Rev. Ooh, full ball there to Snare, just dug it out and it just started to roll back towards the stumps, but just went to the right of them and no harm done. Well, down leg side, that delivery. Snare sweeps well, ball's racing towards the boundary. Tyler Parker after it. Oh, well saved there. Was it Parker? Not sure.
Hayes, I think.
Hayes, well done, Brody Hayes. And saved one there. Snare got 3. It takes the score along to 3 for 96. Snare moves along to 16.
Wouldn't mind a little third umpire on that.
You reckon?
Boundary line
Might have
down
just
there.
would have been close.
No, it was good.
Well, been told it was good in the back of the box.
The president of the Umpires Association, Lee Berwick's just made made his way in and said, all above board. Revel round the wicket to Walmsley. Short, Walmsley cuts but can't beat the man at cover there, who's it there at cover?
Hodges.
Jimmy Hodges. Revel, low full toss to Walmsley, works off his pad but can't beat the man at mid-wicket there. Dot ball, and that is over. Revel's first over goes for 4 runs. The Black Caps 3 for 96 off 50 overs.
Interesting there that Revel
Yeah,
got the ball the first over a spin of the day. I would have thought
Yatesy or
might have been there.
Brody Hayes.
Yeah.
He's no shortage of options, but the captain decided to bring himself on to see if there was any turn in that deck. I don't think there'd be too much at the moment.
Not with the 3 full tosses and over.
No, the gates most turn full tosses. But a reasonable start there from Rev. Certainly, I've seen part-timers come on and bowl far worse. Redmond continues his second spell of the day, bowling to snare outside off stump.
Looks like Redmond's getting a fair bit of pace out of the wicket.
He certainly looks a yard quicker than what he did this morning. This morning looked a bit of a struggle for him. I think.
Yeah.
So there was a whisper. I said before there was a whisper that he's carrying a little niggle at the moment, unknown exactly where it is, but
Well, Chinese whispers. We'll keep it on though. Little niggle apparently.
yeah, he just looked up. His run up wasn't quite right most of the morning either. He was shuffling going. It looks a little bit smoother this time around. I was there to snare. He works off his pads to mid wicket, no run. What's in store for you over the off season, Sam? Obviously, you've got Hurricanes rookie contract. Is that right?
No, I don't think so.
No.
No. I'm probably looking to have a few weeks off. I reckon.
Yep.
Just a few weeks.
Rest the body.
Rest the body from everything. I reckon.
Yep.
Probably finish work and probably go home. I reckon and sleep But yeah, I reckon I'll get back into training, hitting balls, and probably go to the gym. Probably end of April, I'd say.
Yep.
And I don't know, try to work myself up for an even better season next season, I reckon.
Yep. Is there a certain area of your game that you really think you need to improve to sort of get to the next level?
There's always room for improvement, even if you're Michael Clark or Ricky Ponting, there's always room for improvement. Probably this off season, I'll probably work my batting, I reckon, a lot more. I don't know, I know what we're going to do, probably bowl machine every day, just try to hit some balls, work on some appeal there by Redmond going over.
Could well be the first. I think it might be the first LB appeal of the day. Hasn't been too much.
Yeah, well, probably.
Umpires haven't had to do too much work this morning in terms of LB appeals. There's been very little deliveries wrapping blokes on the pads, but that one just caught Sneary on the crease a little bit, but as you said, too high.
But yeah, I reckon I'll just try to hit some balls, as many balls as I can in the off season. I don't know. It's probably about it, I reckon.
Just hit balls.
Just hit some balls.
Snare gets it well on the pads. Hits it to the left of Lamprey there, just in front of square, and gets an easy single. He moves along to 17. Ulverstone 3 for 98. Left hand, right hand combination at the moment, keeping the sight screen attendants busy, and the fielders busy as well. There's nothing worse in my third grade career than especially when I was down at fine leg, and I had to go from fine leg to fine leg. Tiresome. Redmond in the bowl. Oh, full ball here. Walmsley digs it out towards mid wicket. And over is called by umpire Scott Pearce, and Ulverstone 3 for 97 off 51 overs.
Revel to continue.
Yes. He's brought himself on for a spell. It wasn't just a one over wonder. Yeah, but I'm with you, Sam. I thought Yatesy might have been the first choice bringing on a spinner. Oh, gets a nice snare. He gets a nice full toss there.
Well fielded by Plant.
Yeah, it's just he didn't quite punish it probably as much as it
No.
should have, and just knocked it to the right of Jeremy Plant there at mid on, and an easy single. 3 for 98. The snare moves along to 18. He just works that one out towards mid wicket. No run. On the back foot, but punches straight to Brady Yates there at cover. It's at the mid-on, scampers through for an easy single. That's been a bit of the story here in this second session. Ulverstone just been able to get the runs when they want to, and feasted on some loose bowling early this session from the Hurricanes attack, and they've got this scoreboard ticking along nicely at the moment. They were 3 for 45 at lunch, now 3 for 99. Rebels delivery watchfully let go by snare there into the hands of Granger up to the stumps. And that's over here at Latrobe in this Bendigo Bank first grade grand final with Ulverstone 3 for 99 off 52 overs. You've obviously with the Raiders, Sam, you get to play at all the grounds down Hobart as well. You get to play on some pretty good facilities and that, some pretty good pitches. What's probably been the pick of them this year?
Probably round 2, way back in October would be Kingston Kingborough, I reckon.
The Twin Ovals.
The Twin Ovals, very very nice facilities down there with 3 grounds is it now? Soccer, football and cricket,
It's redeveloped, yep.
It's pitch perfect down there.
I suppose, they benefit from having a ground that has no football played on it at all.
Oh, well, yeah, exactly right.
So the curator can have that deck.
Curator would be happy.
That square up nice and early. Every curator's dream, that.
Did you happen to catch the Shield game, Coley? Tigers and Queensland? If you could?
That's a loaded question, Sam. You know exactly the answer to that. Yes, I did.
Not there wasn't much of it, but yeah.
I watched a little bit and thought, I'll have some updates to give on day 3, which is day 1 of this game. But alas, the Queensland batting decided to fall apart in the second innings, and all over in 2 days.
Yeah.
A few boys probably playing a round of golf somewhere at the moment, I reckon.
Yeah, probably a couple of days off.
Yeah, nice work by the Tigers. Unfortunately, they're not going to make the finals, but the Shield final. But nice.
Good way to end the season.
Yeah, nice way to end the season.
Yeah.
They'll be enjoying a couple of end-of-season drinks. Well, those who aren't playing in the Premier League Grand Final today. The rest will be enjoying a beverage or two.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. The couple of, I reckon there's been 4 players, I reckon, playing in that Shield game that would have been playing in the CNW final this weekend. Obviously finishing in the second day.
And I say it's something that the clubs up here are probably only just getting their head around now with Raiders and that, because obviously someone like yourself who plays at Devonport can play obviously for Devonport still and for the Raiders, but down there it's been going on for years obviously where state players come in and out of teams willy-nilly.
Yep.
But to have it, selectors would have selected a team would have had a team in mind for their grand finals on
probably Wednesday, Thursday night, I reckon. Yeah,
ahead of training on Thursday night, and it all got changed. Walmsley played a lovely shot there off his pads. Redmond just straight on there. Walmsley clipped it to the boundary for 4. He moves along to 59. The score 3 for 103. That's his 7th boundary of the innings. Yeah, I imagine there was probably a few boys. And if your second grade team isn't in the finals, then
it would have been a few boys sitting at home, I reckon, probably going for Queensland. I'm not too sure. Yeah.
Or just wanting them to at least extend the game out for a little bit further.
Yeah.
Oh, effort ball there from Redmond after the disappointment of the last delivery. Outside off stump, Walmsley lets it through to Granger behind the stumps. Yeah, but it would just muck selectors, club selectors that have their plans.
Yep,
what
exactly.
the team's going to be, and then all of a sudden, Tassie steamroll Queensland in 2 days, and oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
State players are back.
But saying that, it probably makes for a better final.
Oh, it does. Yeah. Oh, you're getting the cream of the crop in the final.
Yeah, exactly.
Being a higher standard final, but yeah, I imagine the captains and coaches there regularly have to have some tough conversations with those fringe players. So 53 overs in the book here at Latrobe. Ulverstone 3 for 103. Nice little partnership developing here between Josh Walmsley and Jacob Snare. 62-run partnership for the 4th wicket so far. Walmsley is on 59. Snare is on 18.
Revel to continue with his 3rd over.
3rd over, yeah. He hasn't looked overly threatening as yet, Revel, but often in coastal cricket, it's not the good balls that get the batsman out.
Exactly right.
The dirty half tracker or a full toss can often get the job done, as the camera just decided to go off its damn axis. And we'll have to see how that goes. I think we're back. Yeah. Just got to keep an eye on that camera. It's just got a little mind of its own sometimes. Snare gets a full toss on his pads, flicks it out to long on. That's how you go for a boundary. That ran beautifully.
I'll tell you what,
across
Carl,
the outfield.
this ground is
This outfield
running very quick.
Is as quick as anything going about on the coast, let me tell you. And a boundary there to Snare, that's his 3rd. He takes his score up to 22, and the score 3 for 107. You wouldn't get that at Devonport.
Yeah, probably
That's 2.
just getting through for 1 there.
2, or maybe a 2nd. It's been pretty good this year, Devonport, but that's Jason Sims has got this ground in mint
Wonderful
condition.
Yeah.
Ooh, low full toss down leg side. Snare went for the sweep with the with a guy in short out fine leg. If he hadn't made contact, that's probably going to be another boundary, but missed the ball completely. Rebel well outside off stump, left alone by Snare. Yeah, I think I need to find a little some sort of temporary bloody tech fix for this camera. It just keeps on this little Axis machine. I'll might try and fix it up at T. I think I've got the answer. It's sitting in the back of my car. It's called a blob of blue tack. A Revel around the wicket now to Snare. The last ball of the over. Snare defends back down the pitch, and that's over. 54 in the books. Ulverstone ticking along beautifully at 3 for 107 here after being 3 for 41 early on when Kerwin was caught at first slip by Revel off the bowling of Tommy Poke. Earlier on, Braden DeVries out for 1, bowled by Kurt Lamprey, and Alex Winwood out for 6. Caught Brady Yates at second slip off the bowling of Sean Redmond. Redmond back on again for this is his 13th over of the day, and bowling with good pace at the moment. Around the wicket to Walmsley. Walmsley gets one on the patch, flicks it down the fine leg for a single. He moves along to 60 and the score to 108. short, snared, dispatches it straight to the man there at deep fine leg for a single. Moves along to 22 and the score 3 for 109. Burnie just need to find a way to get a wicket here, Sam. It's just looking a little bit. It's looking.
Looks a bit too easy for Ulverstone at the moment.
Yeah, they're just
tick along at 2-3 runs and over.
It hasn't been too many maidens after lunch. Let me tell you, Walmsley wide out offside, so missed field there. A point by Kurt Lamprey. Chased down there by Jimmy Hodges, but not before 2 to Walmsley. He moves along to 62 and the score 3 for 110. 111, sorry. So what do you think a par score is? Obviously, as a grand final, it's a little bit different. There's no bonus points up for grabs, but on this wicket, we think it's going to get better. Continue getting better to bat on. And you think it's got to be over 200?
Yeah, definitely get better to bat on. Maybe the first half an hour of each morning might be a little difficult for the batsman, but rather than that, pretty nice batting wicket. With the start here, 3 for 111. Obviously, 2 set batters in. They're probably looking for 250 now at this stage, I reckon.
Yep.
Probably to bat the whole rest of this day for not many more wickets lost. And, I don't know, probably bat most of tomorrow as well. And, yeah, but yeah, 250 I reckon.
Yeah.
Josh Kelly's team will be looking at... Jordan Kelly, sorry. Will be looking at this innings.
Yeah. 100 or 150 overs max is what Ulverstone can face, so that probably takes them, get you halfway through tomorrow. So, yeah, if you can face the full 150, which not too many teams have done in the recent Cricket Northwest Grand finals. Most, fair say it's been a dying art, but as Redmond just aborts his run up there. But if they can bat the full 150 and tick along at 3 and over, you're looking at a very, very nice score. But that's plenty of water to go under the bridge before then.
Exactly right. But say again, if Josh Warner's is in by end of the day, we could be looking at a 300 score by the end of the day's play, I'd say.
Once he works one off his pads, easy single there. Between square leg and mid wicket, he moves along to 63 and the score 3 for 112.
Bit of a mid-pitch conversation there by a couple of Burnie lads. Look, there's a bowling change.
Is it Brody Hayes?
Brody Hayes, yes. Left arm offies.
Offies.
Or left arm swingers, whatever he's feeling on the day, I'd say.
What does he actually bowl?
Oh, I've faced him a few times. And
they look innocuous type deliveries, but he lands them more often than not.
Yeah, I'll say that I reckon he's trying to swing them, but I reckon he's trying to turn some as well.
Message from the great Italian stallion Antonio Tenaglia. Enjoying the special comments from you, Sammy O.
Wonderful.
Good to see another hard day at Reward Hospitality for Tangles. Wouldn't be surprised he's down the cricket club having a long lunch.
Yes. A bit of a change here with the left arm spinning in.
Yes, something different. Left arm. No, as many left arm bowlers so far this innings.
No.
Good start there by Hayes. Watchfully played there by Walmsley. 2 blokes out in the deep. One just behind square, one in the deep mid wicket. Walmsley dances down the wicket. Ooh, just a little bit of a
outside edge.
Yeah, outside edge. Certainly didn't come out of the middle of the bat, that one. And a few little oohs and ahs from the Burnie Hurricanes fielders there as it poked out towards cover.
With this left arm turning in, I wouldn't want to see Burnie back pad, I reckon.
Yeah.
Just for that one that might rip or might catch the inside edge. You never know. Yeah, a bit more aggressive fields, I reckon. I wouldn't mind seeing.
This is a good start here by Hayes. Been on the money.
Bit quicker, that one.
Yeah, darted that one in a little bit more. Walmsley comes in and the wicket to Hayes. But again, didn't time that one. And just dribbles out to the fielder there. You get Brady Yates. What was their cover there? And a good start there from Hayes, a maiden. And the score remains at 3 for 112. So I think that might be the first maiden after lunch, I think. It's
Yeah, you might be right there, I reckon.
you know, Burnie just let Ulverstone get away in the first hour and a half. We're about 23 minutes away from the tea break.
What over you got there, Cole? You got 56 overs gone?
Or the break formerly known as tea. Yeah, 56 gone. Yep.
Definitely got through their overs today, I think.
There's been no slow play.
No.
But Burnie are known for they'll get through them quickly, and when they realise
Good slab at the end, you
they'll
reckon?
slab at the end.
Yeah.
But they don't want to bowl any more than the 96 in a day. So Redmond over the wicket to Snare. A bit of a shuffle in the run up there.
Stutters a little bit.
He does,
Yeah.
It was, someone who's
A little spare there by Redmond.
I'm not sure it's something I've noticed in Redmond's run up a lot of the time, or but it does affect his rhythm a bit today. He has there's been a few aborted run ups. There is a bit of I said to Gary before, there is a little bit of a not the biggest hump, but there's a little bit of a hump there just on the approach there to the actual pitch area. Which
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's just put him off a little bit at times. But certainly nothing.
A little bit of
too
stutter
major.
again
Yeah,
by Redmond. Full ball.
Full ball there to Snare, who
Plays it
gets
pretty
his,
well.
gets his leg around and plays it straight back down the wicket. What are we expecting out of the Test match today, Sam? Pakistan a big chance to win.
Oh, I'd put your money on Pakistan.
All right.
I reckon. Obviously not losing a wicket last night, and obviously probably no bladder grass on that wicket at all. Pretty nice batting wicket. Well, it has been all series. Yeah, I reckon Pakistan will chase him down with about 4 wickets down, I reckon,
You reckon?
in the last session.
We'll put that in the swoop then. And it's fair, would it be fair to say the wickets have actually looked a lot worse than what they've actually played like? I think everyone's been expecting the ball to just raging turners.
Yeah, yep, definitely.
Yeah,
No, they've actually played okay.
Yeah, the spin hasn't off the deck, not off the out the foot mark. But
Yeah.
generally off the deck, there hasn't been that much turn.
Redmond comes in again, stutters again, down leg side.
Yeah, it just looks like he's struggling with that rhythm on his
Yeah,
run, doesn't
it's a
he?
bit strange.
Which then affects his pace a bit, does it?
Yeah.
The crowd's slowly building here at the Trove. A few more cars starting to drive in as the afternoon progresses. Should be an entertaining last session of play if you want to come down. Play from 3:30 or 3:15 to 5:30 in the last session. And play starts again at 10:30 tomorrow morning and on Sunday morning as well. There certainly doesn't look to be any rain in the forecast, so we're set for a clear run weather-wise, which everyone is very appreciative of. We've also got the second grade grand final starting tomorrow at West Park between Burnie and Wynyard, who are the top two teams for the majority of the year.
One day there, Coley? Yes.
One day, yes. Their roster changed all to one day as after Christmas. What was that?
Nothing's been called. No one's called anything.
I think it bounced so short. It was actually on its way down as it passed Snare again, so it actually wasn't a no ball and was just inside the pitch line, not to be called a wide. Whichever way it was, that was a horrible delivery
To end the over.
that just stuck in the hand a bit more from Redmond. He's at a loss to.
No one knows what's...
No, he doesn't quite know how or why that happened. No, I think he says he clipped
hit
his thigh
leg. Yeah.
on the way through.
Good excuse, I reckon.
Good ex-
Great excuse.
the dog ate my homework. That's something of that one.
Burnie have a little mid-pitch conversation.
Yes, more conversations going, trying to work out how they're going to how they're going to try and end this partnership, which is now worth 112, take away 41, 71. And so it's just starting to worry the Burnie Brains Trust here. They've turned to spin at one end. Revel bowled 3 overs and then he's taken himself off and brought Brody Hayes on to see if they can break the partnership. So we Hayes to continue here, bowling to Walmsley. Walmsley down the wicket, drives along the carpet but can't beat Plant there at mid-off.
A little fun fact for you, Carl.
Fun fact, I love fun facts.
Brody Hayes used to open the bowling in the Grade Northern Raiders T20s.
Right.
He's bowled 2 balls to Tim Payne.
Where'd they go?
One hit him on the pad. I do believe the next ball was a wicket.
Oh!
So,
That's
Brody Hayes, not the worst with the ball.
That's a decent claim to fame. Though.
Yes.
It's a very decent claim to fame.
Brody Hayes with his 9th stop ball. Josh Walmsley looking for a single to break it.
He's just feel he's a bit of a ticking time bomb here, Walmsley. He wants to hit Hayes downtown. I think.
I don't mind it.
With mid on and mid off up. I think that's his. That's his plan of attack.
Trying to hit the Sassy Cricket Club, hopefully.
Oh, goes the sweep shot. Wasn't even a half. It was quarter hard to appeal that for LBW. Not even close to being out. Yeah, the Gilbert Street Gates might be getting a workout here if Walmsley has his way. The Darryl Baldock statue might be taking a catch. Walmsley just
another dot ball.
Slowly, but Hayes saw him coming, fired it in a little bit fuller.
Another maiden by Hayes.
Another good over there by Hayes.
Pressure building from one end.
None for none off 2. Olsen remained 3 for 112 with Walmsley 63 not out. And Jacob Snare on 23 not out. So just an interesting little point in the game here. We've had a few overs of inactivity. Now we've got spin on from both ends with Brady Yates coming on from the northern end, who has been a good, handy wicket taker for the Hurricanes across many a season. Let's have a look at his stats for this year. 17 wickets this year in first grade at a nice little average of 15.6. To go with his 530 runs at 40.8. As I said before, he was stiff to miss the All-Star team, Yatesy.
Yeah.
Him and Walmsley didn't make it. But a tough team to get into this year, which is what you want.
Spin for both ends. Maybe a little turnout there. Maybe.
Just, I wouldn't have thought it'd be anything too vicious, but maybe some gentle turnout there.
Yeah.
So Yatesy just continuing to try and set his field here. He's got a bloke out in the deep. Just is it in front of square or just behind square? Just behind square, I think. It's deep backward square. Yates in the bowl, his first delivery, short. Didn't quite get up, and Snare I don't think he quite hit that where he was planning to. It went to was that Brody Hayes? No, Tyler Parker in there at short mid wicket.
Pretty close game last week. The semi-final between Burnie and Latrobe at West Park.
Extraordinary game.
A little exciting finish at the end there.
I thought Latrobe were going to steal that.
I thought Latrobe were home, then I thought Burnie were home, then I thought Latrobe was home again.
Yeah. That was a good semi-final. That's what you want.
Yeah, great little game there. Latrobe 8 for 110. Little partnership between Tim Moore and Duncan Gray at the end there.
They just seem to be doing it too easy there at one stage. I thought Burnie, I'm not quite sure Burnie are aware how easy they're creeping up in this table, and then the strike bowls come back on for Burnie, and that didn't really seem to work there for a few overs, but they just got the job done in the end, thanks to I think Kurt Lamprey got the wicket there of Timmy Moore, and then Parker bowled a really nice delivery there to Duncan Gray, and rattled his stumps, which
Who was batting pretty well, I thought.
no, he was
But
hitting
did run out
well.
of partners
He was.
at the end there.
Young Jack Hayes in his debut A-grade game.
Oh, yeah, what a time to come in, I guess.
He was just intent on just sticking there. I don't think he had too many runs in his book.
He performed well.
So, an over maiden there by Yates to start with, 3 for 112, remain the Black Caps, but starting to gain control in this game of 59 overs. So Walmsley 63 off 162 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. Snare 23 off 97 balls with 3 fours. Is your friend Eli okay up in the stands, mate? Now you deserved him for the afternoon.
I think Brock Buckley's just
The buckets
popped in, I think.
The buckets has turned up. Walmsley goes on the sweep, gets it really fine. Will come back for 2.
Has he hit it? Yes.
He has. Fielded there by Poke. So 2 there to Walmsley. He moves on to 65 and the score at 3 for 114. Walmsley goes on a cut shot, but well fielded there by
Jimmy Hodges?
Hodges, yes. Speedy Jimmy Hodges.
Very.
It's certainly with Granger taking the gloves this year, it allows Hodges in the outfield, and Hodges gets about the ground as well as anyone on the northwest coast. Walmsley goes on the drive again, just to the right of Jeremy Plant at mid-off there. Easy single, moves along to 3 for 115, Walmsley on 66. Nice crowd continuing to file in here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground, where the Cricket Northwest Grand Final traditionally was never played here. It was mainly at Devonport. Then sort of alternated between Devonport and West Park, and in the last couple of years, the ground here and pitch at Latrobe have really improved, starting with the curating work of Ray Reid and now Jason Sims, and there it's certainly one of the top venues in the north of the state to play cricket, and a pretty fair wicket most times and a very good outfield. Snare just punches that out to cover for a dot ball. That's the over. And after 60 overs, Ulverstone 3 for 115 with Walmsley on 66 and Snare on 23. Still getting used to blokes calling out to get the side screens moved. It's something.
It's unusual. I haven't seen it here on the Northwest Coast for a while.
Something we haven't seen in coastal cricket for a long time.
I've just got a message from Tyler Dell on Messenger. He said, Snary, massive LB chance against Hayes sweeping.
Right,
Inside knowledge.
Inside knowledge.
Inside knowledge there by Tyler Dell.
Right, we'll keep an eye on that. So Yates continuing here. This is second over. Bowls to Walmsley. Comes forward, pats it back down the pitch.
Rev will just knock himself into the slip.
Yeah.
Don't mind it.
Don't mind it, yeah. How heavy are those side screens, Sam? Do you have to move them too many times?
It's definitely a two-man job.
Two-man job?
Definitely a two-man job. Yeah. They do get annoying with the left and right combination. You think they'll just make them a bit bigger, wouldn't you? But
you would.
It gives the batting team something to do, I guess.
It does. Walmsley goes on the sweep.
Ooh. Granger takes it.
Great
Down
take.
side.
That's a very good take by Granger. Walmsley gave that the full beans on the sweep shot there. Granger got his body behind it and got it on the first grab. Well taken there by the Kiwi. Yates short. Walmsley punches out toward between cover and point there. Gets an easy single.
Second year in a row, maybe third year in a row for these two teams in the first grade grand final. Excluding the COVID Cup a few years ago?
That's an excellent point, Sam. Let me consult.
Definitely the second year in a row.
Definitely the second year in a row, yes. No, the two teams certainly battled out. They all quick single. Snell sent back by Walmsley, but no harm done there. I must say, if you ever want to get some history on Cricket Northwest, their history section on their website, cricketnorthwest.com.au,
Pretty good.
has a lot of information, previous award winners, all that sort of stuff, premiership history. Been a font of knowledge, especially for me this week, doing a few notes. Yes, obviously last year Burnie played Ulverstone. 2019-20, the finals were cancelled obviously due to COVID and Latrobe being awarded the premiership. And yes, you're right, Burnie defeated Ulverstone 2018-19. That was the grand final at West Park.
Yes.
Where Ulverstone batted terribly in their innings. I think they were all out for about 42, and Burnie cruised to victory. I think done for about 120 in their second innings when the pin was pulled on the third day.
Yeah.
So it'll be Hayes again from the southern end, bowling to Walmsley. Nothing too funky with the field. Walmsley, a little late cut there, nicely played. Easy single there. Rebel runs around from backward point to field. Walmsley ticks along to 68 and the Black Caps 3 for 117.
15 minutes ago, Carl, before the tea break, do you shut up shop here or do you keep going?
No, I think you just keep batting.
Keep batting?
Normally, I don't think there's any, especially with these two batsmen. These two have been around long enough. They know what to keep out and what not. They know when to do a little bit of gardening down the wicket.
Yes, very true.
Have a bit of a mid-wicket conversation. Snare just tried to work that one behind point there, but no run. Snare again. Walmsley thought about taking a single, but Snare sent him back. So we'll go around the grounds here in the other two cricket grand finals. Westbury just collapsed a little bit in their grand final against Launceston, 6 for 158 in the 54th over. So Launceston getting on top there at the NTCA ground. Murfitt was out for 60, Chapman was run out for 38, and then Lloyd and Wood now both at the crease, not out.
Little wicket first ball of the game there too.
Yes, Matthew Battle.
Yeah, good little one-hand grab at second slip by Will Bennett there.
Oh, you've seen the footage?
Yeah, little, very nice slip catch to start the day off.
And down at the TCA ground, the South Hobart Sandy Bay Sharks 3 for 239 now, 62 overs. A big score looming for the Sharkies. Tom Andrews has raced to 105 not out off 105 balls, 19 fours. Sean Willis 62 not out off 120 balls. Sharks with the upper hand there against the Newtown Bucks at the TCA ground up in the Domain. Back here at Latrobe, Walmsley got a short ball from Yates. He tried to get through cover but couldn't beat Lamprey.
Defending by Walmsley.
Yeah, maybe they have shut up shop just in the shadows of the tea break. I've had a message from a father of a Ulverstone player who says, "Fun fact: Snare is the only man in the competition still wearing a full plastic helmet with no cloth."
Well, I've just got a message from local Latrobe legend Trent Keep. He says with 10 minutes before the tea break, he wouldn't mind seeing Lamprey back and having 2 out in the hook and really testing them out before the new bowl.
Yates gives a juicy full toss to Wormsley there, down leg side. Wormsley taps it out to deep backward square for a single. 3 for 118 now, Ulverstone. Wormsley ticks along to 69. Which Lamprey does he want back though, Kurt or Josh?
Kurt Lamprey.
Kurt.
He wants back with 2 out in the hook and to really test them out.
Really set the trap.
Yes.
Bold captaincy there from Trent Keep. That's what I like about him. Good to see him watching up in the sunny Gold Coast where I'm tipping it's not chilly. So
Change it.
we do have the bowling
Bowler.
change, but it's not Kurt Lamprey. It'll be
Parker?
no, it's James Hodges,
James Hodges.
number 18. Well, this is a surprise.
Well, there you go.
I can't say I'm entirely sure what James Hodges bowls because he's usually been wicket keeping. Times I've seen him play.
I have seen this tactic before. Well,
Is this a little bit of trying to buy a wicket here?
I reckon so. 1 out in the hook. You never know what could happen here. Not too many people on the northwest coast would probably want to say they've got out the James Hodges before. Same as getting out to Miles Barnard. You just don't want it to happen.
Or Tyler Dell.
Or Tyler Dell. See what he's going to bowl here. Keeper's back.
Keeper's back well.
Shooting pace.
Granger's respecting the Hodges arm speed here. Just pitches that one on leg peg. Ormsey just works it
Dot
to
ball
the man
starts.
behind square dot ball. But yeah, Granger's very respectful of the Hodges airspeed. Shuffling his run up there
On his hip.
short of the length. Wormsley works it off his hip. To that man
great.
there, to Redmond there, who's just in front of square.
Granger says, I've had enough of this.
He's
I'm
coming
coming
up.
up to the
He's coming up.
Stumps.
No, but just felt young Jimmy wasn't quite pushing them through enough.
They just pushed deep backward square out to a fine leg
I've
here.
seen that. Wormsley, easy single there to the left of the man at mid-on.
Moves Wormsley on to 70, I believe.
I reckon you're right. I can't quite see the scoreboard from my seating position. I'll have to amend that for tomorrow. But an easy single there from the premier batsman on the northwest coast. Even though he didn't make the All-Star team, I don't think too many club coaches wouldn't select him in their team. Well, there's none. Let's be honest. Josh Wormsley walks into your club room doors. I'd like to play any club. Yeah, okay. Right.
Yep.
Where do you want to bat?
Exactly right.
So Hodges again bends the back. Well outside off stump. Snare leaves. So it's 3:01. So this will be the last over before the break, formerly known as afternoon tea.
Yes.
It's just an elongated water break now, much to the disdain of many scorers on the northwest coast. Outside off stump again, well left alone by Snare. So last ball before tea here. He digs in a short one here.
I wouldn't mind a little slow ball,
Slow
maybe.
ball.
Or run in, little. Or as he jogs in. Oh!
There was,
Oh!
there was the short ball.
There was a attempted pull shot by Snare and pulled out of the pull shot and still hit it for one.
Extremely interesting shot, that. Last ball before tee. Snare got one out of it though. And that's tee here in this first day of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest Grand Final between the Burnie Hurricanes and the Ulverstone Black Caps. Ulverstone, a very good session. Didn't lose a wicket. Walmsley and Jacob Snare, two stalwarts of the club, have taken the score along to 3 for 121 after being 3 for 45 at lunch. So a very handy partnership all up here at the moment. So they've taken score, it's 80 run stand at the moment, and it's put Ulverstone in a very solid position to cash in during this last session. Thank you, Sam, for your comments during that session, mate. I think we've got Latrobe curator Jason Sims coming in for a bit of a chat on how everything's going out in the middle during the last session. So enjoy your off season, mate. Look forward to seeing you again next season.
All right, thank you, Bradley. Enjoy your last session.
Will do.
It's Isaac. Isaac Close. Yeah. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, Dad. Dad just said he had a talk to you yesterday about the GL, and he says that he thought it'd be a good idea to give you a call and chat with you. So. Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe advice, sort of about how to really go about it. Because I'm thinking West End would probably really, there. So yeah, I feel like that's probably the place where I'm thinking about going. So yeah, Yeah, no, it's not. It is a shame, but I think they've still got a big team in it, so hopefully. Yeah, that's, I see that a bit the same. I feel like it should be playing GNL. obviously he does the Tiger stuff as well. So yeah, I think I'd stay with Devonport. Yeah.
Oh my god. Code is very good at cricket.
Thank you.
Wayne was the top, so yeah.
So welcome back here to the Latrobe Recreation Ground on day one of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest Grand Final between Burnie and Ulverstone. Ulverstone resuming the third session here on 3 for 121. A good session there by the Black Caps. Didn't lose a wicket after being 3 for 45 at lunch. And put on a nice little 76 runs as well. So it'll be Brady Yates to continue bowling from the northern end, bowling to Jacob Snare. And Snare works one off his hip just in front of square and an easy single, and he's away. Moves along to 24 and the score 3 for 122. Yateson again to Walmsley, watched to be played by Walmsley. We're joined in the box by Ulverstone coach James Smith. James, nice to have you.
Hey, Brad.
As the camera just does its flip job there. It's
Sorry.
No, I've got a little bit of repair work in the in the overnight there, but we'll get that sorted out. A bit of a shaky start from the boys in the first session, but a really good session. In that second session got the scoreboard ticking over nicely.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough that first sort of hour with the pitch. Like there was a little bit of moisture still in, so it was going to be hard for the young fellas there to get through that. Luckily, we only losing those 3 wickets up to lunch was good. Would have been nice to be less, obviously, but that was a tough little period. But yeah, got the two most experienced guys in our team for sure that are batting now. So
yeah. We've while you've been talking here, we've just had a delivery from Cricket on First Board member Darren Nicole, who's just delivered a nice little some sort of cream puff, couple of strawberry lemingtons as well.
Where's Gaz gone? This is right up his alley.
I know, this is gold here. We might the drinks break might be we might go on radio silence, I think, and tuck into those big time. But yeah, Walmsley and Snare really showed their class there in that second session.
Yep.
Right, they've had a couple of Walmsley himself probably had a couple of chances, but they got after any bad balls they dispatched
sort of
the boundary.
half sniffs, and they've been fairly circumspect, especially Josh. Generally spinners he likes to take them down, so he's been pretty circumspect up until this point with the spin. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now after tea.
So Hayes continuing from the southern end. Snare goes on the cut shot, gets it between backward point and gully there and gets a single.
I've got to say the ground is in
It is.
fantastic.
How good was it this morning just to roll up to the ground? And while there was a bit of dew on the ground, everyone knew that.
Yep.
It was just perfect for cricket, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Yep. Credit to the committee here and the ground staff, obviously. Seems he's done a great job. That pitch is very flat and hard now.
Yeah, it's going to be very nice to bat on this last session and tomorrow.
No moisture out there. There we go.
Walmsley goes downtown. Oh, Jeremy Plant flew through the air mid-off there trying to catch it. All to no avail. That ball goes into the bike track, and that's 4 there to Walmsley. Takes him along to 74, and the score to 3 for 126. It was only a matter of time. You could sort of tell he was waiting just before tea. He was thinking about doing it.
Yep.
And he probably thought he just hold himself back, but he might just go up a gear here, Walmsley, in this last session.
I'm actually surprised they've started with spin again after tea.
So Hayes again, short and down leg side, but Walmsley couldn't beat the man there. Short fine leg. And no run was scored. So how have you seen the Black Caps season as a whole, James? Obviously, last year going into the grand final, Walmsley goes downtown and goes straight, beats the man at mid-on, and there'll be another boundary to Walmsley. Moves along to 74 now, and Olsen 3 for 130.
Yeah, look, it's...
Yeah, obviously there was no wins until the semi-final last year in the 2 days,
yeah.
which is a very weird way to enter a final series. But this season made a bit better in the 2 days, probably just a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, we didn't start very well in the 2 days. We got pretty comprehensively beaten by Burnie straight up after Christmas. And then I think we might have played Sheffield next and got the outrighted there when we actually went up on the second Saturday, only needing 2 wickets for a victory ourselves. So that was a bit of a blow that particular weekend. So we had a good chat after that game and sort of realigned ourselves, I suppose, what we wanted to achieve and what the guys wanted out of the season. And since then we've been playing far better cricket. So we got Latrobe beat us at home.
That was a good run chase though by Latrobe.
Oh yeah, and look, just beaten by a fantastic innings from Weeksy. So I mean, yeah, you tip your hat and go and move on.
we did well to get 240 that day actually, because we were in a little bit of strife early, I think, and tail wagged. But yeah, so it's good to get the young guys playing these big games again.
Yep.
Unfortunately, sometimes with them, as we've seen today, they'll have to learn the hard way on sort of what it takes to get through. But
hopefully, they're watching these two bat at the moment. They're doing a lot of learning. Short ball there from Yates. Wasn't quite. Probably should have gone on the boundary there. Redmond done a good job to save it there. As Snare paddled it around the corner, just gets the 1-3 for 132. As like most clubs, you sort of ridden the COVID waves as well. Blokes in and out of the team and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, hurt us last week. We had two of our better second graders in Don Wing and Connor Choosen missed the semi-final, which obviously that hurt the team last week. But unfortunately, you just got to roll with the punches with COVID, and look, every team's been affected by it at some stage in the season.
Walmsley ball down leg side there from Yates. Walmsley went on an attacking sweep shot, trying to go fine, but missed it. No run.
Cannot sweep.
Is that the weakness in his game? We've been talking before. What's the weakness in his game? That might be it. He can't sweep.
If you could bowl an offie around his legs and hit the stumps, you'd be laughing. But there's not many of those about.
So 67 overs in the books here at Latrobe. 3 for 132. The Black Caps. Walmsley on 78. Snare on 27.
Interesting time in the game.
It is, yeah. Burnie, they sort of desperately need a wicket, don't they? The score's not anything ridiculous.
No.
But they need a wicket, because otherwise, with that, probably, the two of the premier batsmen in the team at the crease at the moment, it could get out of hand in an hour or so if they can't get one. So Hayes again to Snare cuts. Can't beat Redmond there at point. No run.
It's always the key in two-day cricket. If you bat first or even second, you can get through to tee.
Yep.
After tee, sometimes the runs can flow.
Snare, short ball from Hayes. Snare can't quite get it past the mid wicket.
Certainly saw that at Devonport a couple of weeks ago, Brad.
Yes, certainly did when Reece French opened the shoulders. Some impressive innings there from Frenchie, who hadn't probably up until that point hadn't quite fulfilled his potential with Ulverstone with the bat. Everyone knew he could bat.
Well, yeah.
He'd been better with the ball.
Yeah,
Everyone was sort of waiting for a Reece French innings, and he delivered in spades there at the Denwood Oval.
He's been a great pickup, really.
Yeah. He's a bloke who's played Premier League level, played for the Raiders.
Yep.
Yeah, to have someone like him just arrive on your doorstep.
Probably hasn't ever fulfilled, from a pure runs point of view, his ability.
Yep.
But yeah, because he looks $1 million in the nets, and even when he goes out to bat, but can be prone to playing irrational cricket at times. But the boys,
haven't we all?
The boys love him. Good teammate.
So 68 overs down, 3 for 132. The Black Caps. Walmsley on 78, Snare on 27. They were 3 for 45. So there's been a very good partnership between the pair, pulling their team out of trouble and into a position where they can hopefully try and cash in this last session against a... Well, you wouldn't say it's a tiring Burnie attack, because they do have plenty of bowling options, but they've been out in the field all day, and there's been, it's been a nice day today. Certainly has been baking out there, but
it's beautiful out there now.
It's ideal conditions for a game of cricket. So Yates continuing from the northern end here to Walmsley. Walmsley defends him back down the pitch.
Traditionally doesn't turn a lot here.
No, he has left probably a little bit more grass on the pitch than probably normally. As Jason Sims, I think he's going to come into the box later on. Have a bit of a chat about how his preparations have gone for this this pitch. Obviously, he's had a few little hurdles in the way, but all in all, I think he's delivered a pretty good grand final wicket, which will be pretty consistent over the 3 days.
Definitely, yep.
And I think that's all you asked for. And that's the beauty of the 3-day grand final, is you take that element of risk that something might happen to the pitch in between one weekend and the next weekend.
Yeah. That took off a bit.
Well, that's all I was did bounce a little bit more than normal, but
No, there's definitely, you can't argue with the fact that there was a bit in for the fast bowlers this morning.
Yep.
A little bit of seam movement, probably still is, but it's flattening out quite nicely. It's definitely the time you want to be batting.
and left alone by Walmsley again there. And that comes, that brings the end of the over. 69 overs down. Ulverstone 3 for 132. Speaking of pitches and wicket squares and that, how's the Ulverstone square played this year after it got relayed?
Look, it's been good.
Yep.
I wouldn't say it's been awesome, but I wouldn't say it's been poor either. We've definitely had a better year with grass cover. And another off season, we'll have this new wicket that they'll be able to use next year or next season. So get it levelled out again in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
A bit more clay and weathering, and yeah, as you know, the key is to get a nice coverage of grass and keep the wickets coming back.
Yep. Yeah, not the old Olsen decks of old would probably be up for 4 weeks and be absolutely devoid of grass by the end of it.
Albert Creedon Roads.
Yeah, bless him. Albert loves sitting on the roller for an extended period of time. But yeah, the grass, live grass wasn't his friend. He made sure every blade of that grass was well rolled. But yeah, I think you traditionally, when you do lay a new wicket square, I think the first year is always, you're going to have a couple of little teething problems just in terms of it settling down. But I think come the second season, I think it does settle down then. And the beauty is you guys have no football at your ground either, so you can do to it what you want.
Yep.
And I'm expecting River Park roads to be in plentiful supply next season.
We would like to get a bit more bounce out of the wickets there.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of getting that good grass cover.
Hope you can get that help from the council as well, mate.
That'd be excellent.
As it was shown in the Advocate newspaper. Walmsley goes on the attack against Hayes, straight down the ground. 4-6. 4 runs to Walmsley. What a shot. That's his 10th boundary. Takes him into the 80s. 82. Ulverstone up to 3 for 136. 137, sorry. Scoreboard on the slate update. Hayes in again. Walmsley in champagne form at the moment. Works an easy single off his hip there. Out to the deep. And ticks along to 82 now. Century starting to get into sight here for Josh Walmsley. Scored 20 A grade tons before. Never scored one in the grand final though, and he's been in plenty. Snare misses out there.
That'll be enough of century talk.
Century talk, says the Ulverstone coach. He's over 70 overs gone. Ulverstone 3 for 138. Let's go around the grounds to the Cricket North Grand Final up at the NTCA ground, where Westbury are taking on Launceston. Westbury 8 for 184 at the moment. So pretty even contest there. So it's ebbed and flowed a little bit. Both teams have had periods of dominance. 3 wickets each to Tommy Gray and Daniel Smith for the Lions. Down in Hobart at the Premier League Grand Final at the TCA ground. It's T there. South Hobart, Sandy Bay in an excellent position at the moment. 3 for 249. Tom Andrews 111 not out. Sean Willis 66 not out.
They must have extended the Brooker Highway just up the road.
The poor old Newtown boys, they've got through their first grand final in ages.
We'll have a bowl, thanks.
They're facing a very, very tough South Hobart Sandy Bay team. Meanwhile, back here at Latrobe Recreation Ground, Ulverstone 3 for 138 with Yates bowling to Josh Walmsley. Short, but Walmsley can't beat the man there at What would you call that position, James? A short
cover.
Short cover.
I noticed last night
Just
they
off the pitch square.
They keep mentioning extra cover, but if it's an extra cover, there's usually two.
Yeah,
I would have
that's
thought.
right.
In which this case there probably is.
So the Hurricanes in desperate need of a wicket now. This partnership getting towards the century mark. Full ball Walmsley works up his pads, but straight back to Yates. So, yeah, plenty of pace options here for Nick Revell to think about bringing back into the attack. A new ball, 10 overs away, that'll be on his mind as well. But so far, it's Ulverstone dominating these last 2 and a bit hours of play. And at the end of the 71st over, it's 3 for 138. And talk to us a bit, James, about you've got 3 changes from the team that played in last year's grand final. Talk to us a bit about Ben May, who's come down from the Northern Territory this year. He's acquitted himself quite well in coastal cricket so far.
He has. Ben came down from Darwin, plays cricket up there obviously, and Lee Rowley sort of knew a few guys up there from his time and sort of reached out, and we came to get Ben out of that. And he's been great. Another guy that is a great teammate. Guys love him. Quietly spoken. Just always gives his heart and soul though. Would have liked to get him up the order actually a bit with the bat.
Yeah,
he looks quite good with the bat.
Yep.
He's pulled out a couple of 40s down the order though, so he's been good. He does get it to move around a bit off the seam, and I think he's got better as the year's gone on.
Yeah, took a 6 for in the semi-final last week in the second innings. Obviously Sheffield were trying to set you a target, so
throwing the willow around a bit, but he bowled well in the first dig.
Right, so we do have pace back in the attack. Tommy Pope in from the southern end. Bowls to Snare, outside off stump, taken by Granger, who's up to the stumps. So Tommy Pope, the hero of last year's grand final for the Hurricanes, took 6 wickets. Pretty much an unheralded player before then. Quickly put his name. He quickly put his name up in lights by the end of that grand final, James.
Yes, I think did he win the medal?
Yeah, he won the Trevor Docking medal. Short, Snare, pulls that away, just swiveled on it, just behind square. Easy boundary there for Jacob Snare. Takes the score up to 142. Snare moves along to 32 with his 4th boundary. Yeah, 6 for 32, Tommy Poke. As Olsen, who were chasing Burnie's 256, fell for 176. And the players shook hands after that, as the game was about after lunch on the 3rd day. Wasn't any chance of any other result after that. We had a few meetings between these two teams in grand finals. 2018-19, the two teams played at West Park in a game Ulverstone will quickly want to forget after bowling Burnie out, doing well, bowling Burnie out for 141, where Jacob Wiggins took 5 for 28. The Black Caps skittled for only 42 in a batting display that could only be described as poor.
I can think of other words.
We'll keep it PG. Tyler Johns 4 for 16, Kurt Lamprey 3 for 7, Sean Redmond 3 for 18, and then Burnie just with Nick Granger scoring 80 not out, Brodie Hayes 30 not out, none for 114 when the game was conceded by the Black Caps.
Full credit to them though.
Short again from Poke, and Snare pounces on that again. Didn't get to the boundary, didn't quite get that one as square as the last one. Well fielded there by Josh Lamprey on the boundary. Keeps it to 2, and the Black Caps move along to 3 for 144.
From memory, that game we had to bowl in the drizzle most of the day, and the ball was
like a piece of soap.
It was a piece of soap.
Don't think we'll have any problems this year with drizzle.
Fantastic weather forecast.
Two teams met again in 2015-16. This poke bowls a low full toss there to Snare, straight to plant at mid-on.
A few full tosses today.
Has been. Ulverstone defeated Burnie at Devonport. Ulverstone 179, Josh Walmsley 39, Andrew Van Tattenhove 38. Tommy Lewis 4 for 41, Adrian Scollier 3 for 14. They bowled Burnie out cheaply for only 87. Nick Revel 42 not out. Damien DeVries in the man of the match performance 4 for 19. Will Lillico 2 for 7. Corey Briggs 2 for 28. And Ulverstone were 3 for 54 in their second innings when the game was conceded by Burnie. I get the feeling rain probably interrupted that one too by the looks of it, given the lowish scores.
I can't remember the
You've been
specifics.
playing at that one, James.
Haven't done much.
Yates back on again, bowling to
I
Walmsley.
can't remember the specifics, but what a cricketer Damien DeVries.
I think, fair to say about Damien,
Absolute freak.
I would have loved to see him in the competition 15 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Because he was just a line and length bowler who you could not get away.
Magician.
Yeah. One run there to Walmsley, moves along to
He's up at Cradle Mountain working.
And Olsen 3 for 145. Don't worry, I've already heard from him today because I called Braden Bryce again. I got a message.
Oh, right. He said he was working at Cradle Mountain today and he wouldn't be able to tune in.
The reception must be okay.
He's probably not working at Cradle Mountain. Yeah, absolute marvel.
Quick single taken by Snare, shot starts at Walmsley safely in. Snare moves on to 35, Ulverstone 3 for 146.
And a very hard at centre half back, they tell me. If you were in front of him and took a mark, you could expect a knuckle duster over the back of the head.
He often got an opponent's head confused with the Sharon.
Must be a Martin Preston thing.
Was he playing at all this season, Damien? Was he back?
Yeah, he's playing with Penguins.
Did I see he won a B grade batting award?
Probably. He's in another grand final tomorrow in the A reserve.
He just loves cricket, that man.
Penguin playing Acton.
Walmsley goes on a cut there.
A couple of former Ulverstone players in that team.
So the grand final history continued 2010-11 at West Park. Ulverstone defeated Burnie Omen, where Ulverstone made 210. And this was part of your the magical run of 4 premierships in a row, I think. Ulverstone made 210. Sam Murphy 59. Tipping there wasn't too many dot balls in that. Josh Walmsley 54. Duca Richardson 26. Kate Bellinger took 4 for 67 and Aaron Cork 3 for 37. Burnie skittled for 47, another low grand final score. Duca Richardson 6 for 17. Sean Knott 3 for 13. There's a bloke that could bowl the ball at good speed.
Yeah.
Ulverstone made 183 in their second dig. Sam Perko 91. He's probably come the closest since 2005 to 100 in a first grade grand final. Yep. And Burnie swung the willow quite lustily in the end. Trent McCulloch made 89, but they were bowled out for 252, giving Ulverstone the flag. Sean Knott, there's a bloke we'd love to see a little bit more of on the case because
I've got plenty of Sean Knott stories, but
left arm and rapid.
You probably can't tell you most of them, but
no. I can tell you a Sean Knott story. Sean Knott played in the a few of the viewers watching will know and may have played in the Simon Davis Shield.
Oh yes,
the famous backyard cricket tournament. Sean Knott played one year. George Bailey played that same year. Sean Knott's pushing off the fence bowling chin music to George Bailey with a taped up tennis ball.
That would have been good.
George Bailey was heard to say, this man needs to come down to Hobart pronto. George Bailey was impressed with what Noddy was delivering.
Yeah.
Even with a taped up tennis ball.
Yeah, so you can imagine what training used to be like.
A nightmare.
Oh, even I can't remember which grand final it was, but it was wet in the lead up, and we had to train at Devonport on the Wednesday night, I think. And at that time in the Devonport nets, there was always a light sort of out somewhere, and just happened to be the net Noddy was bowling. He's coming in bowling rapid 2 days before a grand final, hitting people on fingers, and it's just. I mean, fast bowlers aren't real smart at the best of times, but
they don't have a good reputation.
No. I saw him bowl a spell in a was a statewide T20 semi-final at South Launceston. There was 110 kilometre winds behind him from the river end, if you want to call it that, or the what road that is.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Where the road is, and it was quick. The wicketkeeper was a mile back. Yeah, very talented sportsman, not he?
Yeah, decent footballer.
Badminton.
Yes. Played state level badminton.
Yeah. I think his golf game was much chopped, very across the line-ish, a bit like his batting. Yeah, another one of those guys that's just so random. He loves having him in the team.
So that's the end of Pokes over there. 74 overs down. Ulverstone 3 for 146. Just continuing on with those grand finals between the two teams before. After before 2010-11, there was the famous 2009-2010 grand final at them borders. James Smith just shakes his head here in the box where Burnie defeated Ulverstone. Ulverstone bowled out for 80, where Aaron McCall took 4 for 29, Cade Bellinger 3 for 32. Burnie made 130, Dale Baker 38, Darren Rossett took 5 for 45. Ulverstone, their second innings, made 206, Sam Murphy 52, Sam Perko 31. So had set the Hurricanes a nice little target for outright victory. Obviously, Burnie had already got first innings points, but they were sort of obliged to go for him given how much time there was left in the match as Yates comes into Walmsley, wide outside off stump, no run to Walmsley. And Burnie were, fair to say, were in all sorts of trouble at about 9 for 90 odd.
Yeah.
But that man, Dale Baker, combined with Cade Bellinger to see the team home in one of the most memorable finishes to a Cricket Northwest Grand Final. Baker ended up with 40 not out, Bellinger 33 not out. Sam Rubach a very important 21 as well on the final day, and Burnie got the runs 9 for 160 to cue a pretty long week of celebrations from all concerned, and left Ulverstone wondering how the hell did we lose that.
Talk about ebbs and flows. Wow.
That was an amazing grand final.
It still hurts to talk about it. We had a few chats about it recently.
That's an ambitious LB shout there from Brody Yates.
Got a pitch in line.
But Walmsley, he has struggled a bit on that sweep shot, hasn't he?
Yeah,
It's not a shot he's got too many runs from. He has played it a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dale Baker busted thumb that game as well.
Yeah, cop one. I think from Sam Murph, maybe?
Yes. Didn't tell anyone it was busted.
No. As he wouldn't. I don't even reckon you could scare him in the dark room, Bake.
No, I've seen him. I saw him in a grand final in the early 2000s. Might have been against Wynyard. Now, I can't remember if it was Scotty Allen or Greg Sharman, but they were bowling fair pace.
Yep.
And Bake was batting without a helmet on. Just had his baggy maroon on at that stage. When they were called the Emus, got hit in the head. Just rubbed it off like a fly, like a mosquito had just annoyed him or something. Just rubbed it off and just continued batting. Just
what
like nothing had happened.
It's really, I suppose, being on the Cricket Northwest board, it's probably double-heading a bit, but it's so good to see him have the medal named after him.
Yep. Well, you can name a number of medals after him.
Correct.
Or trophies.
So, big game player, general gun anyway.
You could not a bad word said against him.
No, smile on his face.
Yeah. We'll have a beer with you after the game.
Yeah.
We'll have several beers
Loves
after
the beer.
after the game.
Loves the bogues. Actually, I'm surprised I haven't seen his partner in crime, Burnie President, floating around.
A-Revel has been here. Andrew Revel has been here earlier, but he had to go.
Floating around with the
And
bogues.
apparently he's not going to be in tomorrow either because he's the match manager for the Twos grand final. So
yep.
Rev's a little bit disappointed in that. But the president's taken one for the club there.
Bar takings will be up at Burnie.
So, some more previous grand final history between the two teams. In 98-99, the two teams played in the grand final at Devonport. Ulverstone defeated Burnie Omen. I forgot to get the details of that game, but I think it was a low-scoring game in the first innings, and Ulverstone might have been slightly behind, but won the game. And then they also met in the 94-95 grand final, where Ulverstone batted first and made 313, thanks to Chris Squibbs 84, 68 to Jason Pearce, 41 to Gary Crawford, and he defeated Burnie. Burnie made 246 with Tony Smalden, the Ulverstone paceman, taking 7 for 83.
Yeah.
And then Ulverstone, their second dig, were 5 for 319 when Stumps were called. So yeah, that's the history between Ulverstone and Burnie Yeoman. They're trading now as the Burnie Hurricanes. The Burnie and Yeoman clubs merged in ahead of the 89-90 season, and they've been a powerhouse of the competition since then. They had some of the great players, but Ulverstone have certainly had their fair share of premierships during that time as well. So, play continuing on here at Latrobe, where Thomas Polk is bowling to Josh Walmsley. He's on 84, Snares on 36, 3 for 147 at the moment.
Second new ball. Probably.
Second new balls. It's a decision fraught with danger, because while you are expected to get a bit more nip off the seam and a bit of swing through the air, the ball is harder, and the ball will come off the bat nicer. If the bowlers don't get it right early on, you can see the scoreboard rattling up some pretty impressive numbers. So as I mentioned before, if Walmsley is 16 away from a century at the moment.
I thought we weren't talking about that.
You cannot talk about it, but I'll have to talk about it. The last man to score a century in an A-grade grand final was Wynyard's Adrian Hall.
Wow.
In the 2004-2005 decider against Burnie Yeoman at Devonport, where he made 155. The year before, when Wynyard also made the grand final, he was 12th man in that game.
Did Wynyard win that grand final?
Wynyard did win that grand final. They defeated Burnie Yeoman, yes.
Rather disappointing.
They won the Paddy Martin medal for man of the match. And it's not his first century in a grand final either, Hawley. Made 100 not out for the Blues, as they were known back then, in the 1990-91 grand final against Ulverstone.
Big game player.
Where he made 100 not out. A bloke called Sean Young made 133 for the Blues as well.
Wow.
Handy player.
Handy.
Went on to a decent career.
Yeah.
But yes, runs in grand finals, especially on an individual basis, have been sadly lacking over the last 15 or so years in Cricket Northwest. Hopefully that can change this weekend.
What do you put that down to, Brad?
It's certainly not. The thing is, it's not like bowlers are using a different ball. It's the same ball. They can't be any fitter than what they were at the start of the season. Everyone's carrying a niggle or something. It's just pressure. It's just mental application.
Yeah.
I think in general most of the pitches have been okay. I don't think there's been any stinkers.
No, well, we nearly said pitch. Some of the pitches we got now are better than they probably were 20 years ago.
So it's just mental application and being able to handle the big moment. You know, grand finals are a different beast.
Correct.
There is no bonus. As I've said before, there are no bonus points on offer. It's about batting time and soaking up some balls.
Some guys absolutely thrive on it.
Yep.
Others go to water.
Others have
Seen that plenty of times.
completely changed their game, and you think, is this the same bloke that's just made 500 runs this season? So that's another over in the books there from Brady Yates. He's bowled 77 overs down now, 3 overs to the new ball, 3 for 147 Ulverstone, Walmsley on 84, Snare on 36.
I think no doubt too that the competition's diluted now. We don't have as many grades as we used to, so naturally the top level's not as good as it once was. There's not as many people playing cricket.
Yeah, but it's strange. I look at coastal cricket over the last 15, 20 years, or even when I started scoring in 1996. Like just the genuine pacemen in the competition, like every club had a really good quick. Some even had two.
Yeah.
Or you had one that couldn't get a game who was playing in the twos.
So you could name some pretty good quicks from the
When I started
90s.
scoring, there was a couple of guys called Michael Kelly and Craig Crazy Enright playing in the twos at Liverpool, who forged pretty handy.
Crazy would have been quicker than some of the guys, or most of the guys in first grade.
Yep. Who both forged pretty handy first grade careers. Yeah.
I faced him when I first started playing second grade as a 17-year-old probably. And
Yep. No, there was some really good bowlers doing the rounds, but slowly, I'm not sure. Kids, you look through the junior ranks these days and think who's the next genuine quick coming through who can a Craig Boucher type who can intimidate and bowl a good short ball and all that sort of stuff. No, it seems to be a little bit thin on the ground, but in saying that, these dibbly-dobbly medium pacers who thrived a little bit for a few seasons there, I think have been put back in their place by some better batting wickets. I think there were some medium pacers who got away with a fair few things because they were bowling on decks where they had to bowl slow. They didn't have to bowl. They didn't have to bowl quick. Why bend the back when you can just put it on the spot and batsmen couldn't get it through a ring field or something?
Yeah.
So,
no disrespect to him, but Cade Bellinger had 2 or 3 years there where he just dominated the competition, doing exactly that. Stump.
He bowled perfect. He bowled perfect to the conditions.
Wasn't the quickest bowler, but
every year.
Jagged acre wickets.
Yep. He just plays that one to the leg side, but no run. Still having a few issues with this camera. Sorry about the blue screen before. It just flips up and I can't quite... I'll get it fixed. It's right now. But it just occasionally just loses its balance and heads north. Well, they started off stump well left there by Snare. Into the over, 78 overs down. Ulverstone 3 for 148. As it's gone again. It's done it twice now in about 5 minutes. It's alright.
Could just launch into a little bit of Richie Bano here, but the great man passed away, so we won't continue on with that.
Superb works with you. I like your little bit of handiwork there. Nice work. Beats my blue tack. Rightio. Back here at Latrobe with Brady Yates continuing, bowling to Josh Walmsley. Walmsley plays off the back foot there. Out to backward point. And the score remains at 3 for 148. It's the just in terms of plans and that for this innings, Jones, just bat as long as you can, bat your full 150 if you can.
Wow, if someone had said there'd be a team batting 150 overs to grand final in recent times, I would have laughed at him, but yeah, why not? Present run rate, if we bat 150, we'd be around the 300 mark, so.
Yep.
Yeah, wickets in hand, we've got a bit of firepower down the order, so who knows?
Yates continuing to Walmsley. Walmsley works that one off his hip. Easy single just behind square. Moves along to 86. Both our phones have got some messages on them here, which is going to be amusing and concerning. Of Alex King, best bowlers have the gloves on. Well, King, you didn't bowl a single over this year, so and you were captain, so come on, sort yourself out, mate. Kingy rates himself as a
I've
puncher.
had this conversation with Hay King in the past about there have been some keepers that have bowled genuine heat, and
Well, James Westcombe's the perfect example. James Westcombe started off his career as a wicketkeeper.
yep, there was a guy that came out for Latrobe a few seasons back. He's a wicketkeeper. His name escapes me. Come on, Brad.
I'm trying to think. Well, I'm trying to type at the same time.
I'll have to look it up.
Somebody at Latrobe. Not Jake Libby.
No.
Nah, he bowled spin, I think, Jake.
Yes.
Walmsley works that one off the pads again, down to fine leg, picks up a single. Moves along to 87 now, 3 for 150.
So anyway, this particular guy, I'll have to look it up. I think we're
James Regan.
Regan, that is
Yeah,
correct.
thank you, Alex King. Good work on
Yes,
the live stream
well done,
there.
Alex. So
Pal?
he came on to bowl. D. Rossiter was batting
With no lid on.
with no lid on, black cap. Again, pretty.
Oh, short ball. Snare. He doesn't really go full blood at those pull shots, does he? He just sort of swivels on them and nearly hit it straight to that's Brodie Hayes there at square leg.
Jimmy Hodges?
Jimmy Hodges, maybe? Yes. Just fell about a metre short of him.
Yes. Anyway, Regan's been brought on to bowl in a game that I think there was no bearing on the result at the time. It was a second dig, and proceeded to bowl reasonably quick.
Right.
And Darren was batting with Liz O'Leary at the time, and the bowler comes around the wicket, and Darren walks up to Liz and says, "What do you reckon's going to happen here?" Liz just looks at him and says, "Well, Darren, he's coming around the wicket, and they've put 2 back. I dare say this will be at your head," which it was. No doubt the great man would have tried to pull him on the container there at Ulverstone. Had the cheeks puffed out. Speaking of big game players,
D. Rossiter.
oh,
Yeah, did perform on the big stage.
I hope he's not listening to this.
Dashing Darren up in the Gold Coast, is he?
He's in Brisbane.
Up in Brizzy.
He's at the Redlands Cricket Club. He's
Nice.
the Chief Financial Officer, I think. Well, that's what he calls it.
The treasurer.
I think he just does the books on the pokies, to be honest. Hello, what's...
Oh, look at it. The umpires have got a 12th man.
Wow.
Or a 3rd man.
He's got some extra mints.
Some extra minutes. Umpires President Lee Burke's just taken something out to Scotty Pearce there. Can't say I've ever seen that thing before.
Just might be going through a little bit of a patch here, mate. Just sauntering back to square.
I suppose with the demise of afternoon teas, you don't get that sugar hit.
No.
You don't get that. You don't get that 3 o'clock sugar hit.
That's right.
Unlike us here, who's ready to demolish a couple of Lamingtons, especially when when's this drinks break? No, still
wouldn't be far away.
No, you're not far away from it. These Lamingtons could be demolished in sweet time, which also means, given they're covered in coconut, there could be a choking incident as well. Luckily, the bowl of water's on hand.
Interesting, the new bowl's available, but
Haven't taken it.
hasn't been taken.
No, we're into the 80th, into the 81st over now. Yates still operating with the old ball from the southern end. That's a full toss, which has been taken out in the deep. Great catch, Walmsley. Got a dirty full toss on leg peg, taken by Hodges out in the deep. There's a great catch from Jimmy Hodges. And unfortunately, a century goes begging there for Josh Walmsley on that magical number of 87 as well. Ulverstone coach James Smith just left shaking his head here. As I said to Sam O'Mahony in the second session, it's not always the good balls that get wickets in coastal cricket, and that certainly wasn't a good ball. But Burnie will take it. They desperately needed that wicket. Walmsley caught by Odgers at deep backward square for 87 off the bowling of Yates. 229 deliveries, 10 fours and 1 6. A very, very nice innings, and has put Ols into a solid position to get a decent first innings total. So a partnership there of 109 between Walmsley and Snare, broken by Brady Yates. So coming to the crease now is Jack Pearce. And approaching the commentary box right now. We need to get him in here. We do need to get him in here. He's the great Brent Barramundi for some rolled gold comedy. Barra, make your way into the commentary box, old son.
I need to show me VIP pass to get in.
Come in, mate, come in. Welcome, Brent Barramundi. James, you can just go console Walmsley in the sheds after
one place you know where be when Josh Walmsley gets out. It's in the sheds.
In the sheds. There could be a bit of destruction in there.
Correct.
Barrett, good to see you, mate.
Yeah, lovely. You've been listening to your dulcet tones all afternoon.
Now, is this all something we can maybe rig up for Simon Davis Shield next year?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Although it might need to come with an R rating. So Yates into the new batsman Jack Smith. Oh, that one turned. And Pearce shouldered arms and wasn't far away from off stump. Burnie feel like they're back in the game here now. Yates in again to Pearce. Pearce comes forward, defends to the leg side.
How good does the oval look, mate?
Mate, it is just in mint condition. When we turned up here this morning, it was just hardly a cloud in the sky, no breeze. There was a bit of dew on the ground, which he expected, but knew that was going to burn off. It was just, if you couldn't make runs today, you shouldn't be playing coastal cricket.
I don't know if the footage actually pays it justice. When I drove in, just after a hard day's work.
Emphasis on the word hard day.
Yes, exactly. I think the Devonport High students got sick of watching cricket all afternoon, or tying it in some way, shape or another. So, yeah, no, it's absolutely looking fantastic.
What you might get Jason Sims, the Latrobe curator, in here as well. Jason, welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, Brad.
You must be happy with the day's play. The wickets, obviously a little bit in it for the bowlers early, but it's flattened out and it looks like a pretty good batting wicket.
That was the plan, mate. It's a bit of grass on it, a bit of moisture in it. 3-day game. We want it to last for 3 days, so yeah, the first hour is always going to be a little bit spicy.
Yep, and just talk about your preparation this week. Obviously, you had a Greater Northern Raiders game that was on Sunday here. The grand final starts on Friday, so obviously there's this, and you had a day of rain on Tuesday. You happy with how much rolling you got into the wicket?
Yeah, we managed to get a fair bit of time into this wicket they're on for the grand final last week. So balancing that with the Raiders wicket, a fair bit of time went in the week leading up to the Raiders game. Also, time going into this wicket. Now I like to get us 10 to 12 hours into a new wicket. And I reckon last week I had 7 to 8 into it, so the rain on Tuesday didn't really affect too much, which was good. And when you get to this time of year, too, your moisture holds in your clay a lot more. As you found out this year, Brad, going to Devonport Oval.
Yes. Now the
humidity's not your friend.
No, exactly right. But certainly this last week there's been a noticeable drop off in temperatures, hasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. The last 2 nights, actually, our Hessian undercover the last 2 nights is the wettest it's been all year.
Yep.
Which tells me the moisture content in the block is still, quite high. I was expecting the ball to move around this morning, hoping the ball would move around this morning because that's, realistically, good batsmen will get through it, good bowlers will take wickets.
Yep. No, it certainly seemed to be the case. And yeah, it's flattened out nicely after lunch, and the batsmen have been able to cash in. And the outfield, mate, it's running nicely as well. Brent Monday was just saying how good the ground just looks in general, but the outfield must be happy about how the outfield's looking at the moment.
Yeah, look, I've credit to council, Foresight there, the management team and whatnot. They do look after me with some good equipment. I do pester them though, I will say that. I pester them quite a bit because, you know, we like to deliver what we can here, and I know what we can have, so if they look after us with gear, we can provide this sort of surface. So, no, it is good. We got good feedback from the Raiders Newtown last week, so it's just trying to replicate it for this week.
Yep. And the whole square itself looks to be, obviously you've gone through a few pitches this year, but in general you've been pretty happy with. They've been pretty consistent from one side to the other.
Yeah, we've had a lot of cricket. I mean, every ground's the same. We do, you know, along the coast we play a lot of, you know, ladies sport, the ladies cricket, junior cricket. To me, it's one thing I've said to Cricket Northwest and Joshy Marsh. We'll throw as much junior cricket as you want at us here, because to me it's where it starts. If you keep your kids on the turf and they enjoy it, give them a good experience, you hope you might find your next Josh Walmsley or whoever coming through. So the pitches, when you get a game like the Raiders, I wasn't really expecting that one. That was a little bit left field. And unbeknownst to Sheffield and Latrobe A grade, they were actually guinea pigs on our pitch number 6, which hadn't previously been used in a game. It's one of our new wickets. We've got 2 new wickets on the grandstand side, and thankfully it played well for the last roster game, and it was probably a little bit too batting friendly for the Premier League semi, but it was also a good spectacle to watch some of these southern guys come up and knock it everywhere.
No, they certainly did that. And you've put the call into Mother Nature and ordered 3 reasonable days of weather over the next couple of days as well.
Yeah, a little bit different for last year. We had a little bit of rain last year, which caused a bit of havoc.
And I imagine this sort of weather caused you far less headaches as well.
Yeah, absolutely. When Tuesday's front went through with the rain, and you could see the forecast for the rest of the week, I was quite happy, quite relaxed, which was nice.
Oh no, I don't think there was a run there, was there? I think they might get sent back. No one quite. You better get back into the crease to start with, Jack. After all that, a dot. Yeah. And so after the play finishes here on Sunday, how long do you got to the first footy game?
This year we've actually got 2 weeks, which is a big break for us. Monday, the goalpost will be up Monday. The centre block will get ripped up Monday. We'll scarified and seeded, and a heat mat. We'll go on that for 10 days. The football club here, it's the same with the Cricket Club Council. We've got a good relationship. They understand it's beneficial to them just to stay off it for that short period. So yeah, I mean, in a ground term, 2 weeks isn't a big turnaround, but for us it's good. Last year we had 4 days. Yeah. So quite happily take 2 weeks.
Yates into Pearce drives straight to that man there at short cover, which is looks like Tyler Parker. And you've been doing a bit of work up at Sheffield as well, helping their ground out. Obviously, I think if you talk to Cricket Northwest players, they've certainly noticed the improvement in the pitches up at Sheffield this year.
I was listening a little bit earlier, Brad, to yourself and Gaz. Actually, when I was over the road on the Mara, I had you on YouTube and just listening on the headphones, and I was interested to hear you say there's 15 tonnes made this year, 12 last year, which I think is testament to all clubs along the coast and whatnot as far as the pitches go, because the pitches are obviously improving, which is good, and it's something that it's important if you want to attract people. We've got to have good surfaces.
Yep.
And I, as I said before, I believe that starts at junior level, because if a kid gets a good experience, that they'll kick on. If they have a bad experience, they'll go somewhere else.
Yep. No.
But yeah, Sheffield. I mean, the club itself, take the ground and the pitch now. The club itself's grown phenomenally under Simo and Kingy up there. They've done a fantastic job. So with the Latrobe Council and Kentish Council having a resource share alliance, it basically allowed me a little bit of freedom up there to help out, which has been good.
Yep. No, you can certainly see the results up there. The square, just the squares in better condition now throughout the season. They're putting a bit more water into it, and even the outfield. You go up there at Sheffield after Christmas, she's 1 or 4. Where now batsmen have to run 2s and 3s up there because the ball.
Sure, he does a good job up there with the wickets. There's no doubt about that, and it might come as a surprise to some people. The mower that we actually use here for the Latrobe rec ground, we actually use the same mower for the Sheffield rec ground.
Okay.
The difference is in height. Obviously, the surface here at Latrobe's probably just a step or 2 in front of Sheffield, but over time we look to as we try and continue to improve Sheffield, that can hopefully come forward as well.
So Poke continuing on here, bowling to Jacob Snare. Snare gets a low full toss but hits it straight along the carpet to plant at mid-on. Ulverstone currently 4 for 152. Snare on 36 has been joined at the crease by Jack Pearce on 2. The last batsman out, Josh Walmsley, caught out in the deep off the bowling of Brody Yates for 87 when a century looked to be an offering for the star Ulverstone batsman. And your playing career yourself, Sims, you managed to snuck in a few grand finals for Latrobe over the years?
Not a lot to talk about, Brad. Not a lot to talk about. Look, it's why I'm still involved. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have the job I've got, which is great because I enjoy cricket, I enjoy football. Not being able to play, probably not choosing to play, still contributing some factor, and being able to see the best players on the coast in the grand final play on the ground that you put a fair bit of time into it. It gives you a reward.
Yep.
And question for you: how did you find
curating
your share?
It was an imperfect science. It was sometimes frustrating, sometimes, but most of the time rewarding. Especially when you saw the scores at the end of the day. There was a good contest between bat and ball. I think you're reasonably happy. There was a couple of little errors along the way. I just said humidity. Got caught out by the old humidity monster on one day.
It can be a tricky one.
When I was away, but had unfortunately a game washed out where the old water got under the covers. But other than that, I think, and you would know, we had a pretty reasonable summer in terms of weather. It stayed reasonably dry. We didn't have too many elongated periods of rain. And which led to you were able to control the amount of water that went into a square and onto a pitch, and that's you're always going to get better pitches when that happens.
That is very important. Your moisture. One thing here, I'll say because we've got a good team here. Moisture content, grass coverage. To me, is your two keys. You control your moisture. You've got your grass coverage. It's in your hands.
Yep.
Without doubt. Brad, a few times I popped over to Devonport. The wickets this year at Devonport were a massive improvement on using the pass. So I'll pat you on the back there, mate. Good job.
Thank you.
Very good job. Hope to see you do it again next year.
If I'm just organise a slight pay rise, I'll happily do it. So 84 overs down here at Latrobe. Ulverstone 4 for 152. The breaks have just been put on the innings a bit here, fair to say, with Walmsley's dismissal. The drinks. The drinks break isn't far away either, so it'll be interesting to see how Ulverstone attack this in the last hour. 4 wickets down, 6 in hand. A few decent batsmen still to come, but the loss of Walmsley has just slowed things down a little bit here on the opening day of this Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest Grand Final. Thanks for your time, Jason.
Thanks for having us
back to it, mate. It shouldn't be too hard covering all that tonight. Everything's nice and dry, and I look forward to coming back here tomorrow and seeing a good day of cricket.
Look forward to the next couple of days.
Thanks, mate. So, we had by there. Two there, run 2 there. Takes the score up to 4 for 154. How do you sort of see this game panning out over the last hour or so, Brent? The breaks have been put on since Josh got out, haven't they?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's a bit of a show of what a bit of an arm wrestle it really is, as far as the Burnie bowlers have been. While they haven't had the rewards necessary with the wickets after the first hour, the ability to sort of try and tie things up, and then Ulverstone and sort of get a bit of a flow on, and now just being able to tie it up again. You can also see a bit of pep in the step in the field. Once the sort of bloke on 80 odd has been dismissed, the pep in the step in the fielders is definitely there with the Hurricanes boys. So they'll be trying to push through, especially I guess a mindset in going in the last hour. You want to pick up a couple, and you realise you've got a bit of a break going into the last after that finishes off. So.
Yep. Single there to Pearce, takes the score along to 155. And yourself, Barry, you stepped out for a few games this year with the Black Caps in the 20. Obviously, you're a little 2020 specialist these days, but I did see you known for a couple of longer form games just after Christmas.
I did. Yeah, COVID treated me well. Yeah, managed to get a couple of call-ups. Even got an 8:15 call-up to be up at Sheffield on the second week that rolled through. So that's the beauty of it. Make the most of summer during the holidays and fill it in with a bit of time. Still sort of trying to get amongst and be part of that club environment, which is fantastic. So it was interesting what you were just saying with Simsy there. Something I have noticed in terms of you look at the scoreboards over the year, like the amount of teams, where 250, 260 sort of not really a safe target,
It
target.
can be chased down these days.
The amount of those, so which is like I said, fantastic to see because you really see that attrition between batter and bowler and who can be patient. Gone to those. Well, hopefully, we're 180s more than enough to win a game. Back in the old Les Clark days.
I remember there was a couple of low, slow wickets at Les Clark that didn't have too many blades of grass left on them.
I was only thinking
designed for Jeremy Leatherbury types.
Speaking of that, Aaron McCall got a win in his grand final.
We did mention earlier in the broadcast that I thought I saw his name in a grand final team. The old China Diner.
Taking 5 for 2 and
greedy.
I think he was in the middle too.
Give the kids a bowl, China. For God's sake, man.
Did he still have the old China's bat too?
Oh, the old pigskin.
V12.
That's it, the V12 pigskin. The ugliest bat in coastal cricket. I'm not actually sure it was totally legal, that bat.
No,
with the covering it had on it.
No, it had some Tipex on the back and it had a bit of writing. I don't think we can say what it says on the back, but it dear ball and the rest can't be said, I think. Well, bit of frustration
from the fiery redhead Tommy Pope. He's got one wicket today, but it's been slim pickings. And we were talking about when James Smith was in the box earlier. We were talking about Simon Davis, or we were talking about some players at Ulverstone. We mentioned Sean Knott, and I brought up the story when Sean Knott bowled at George Bailey in the Simon Davis Shield. Now, you as one of the chief organisers of the Simon Davis Shield each year would remember that fateful day at Anna Place, and when Sean Knott decided to bowl chin music to one of Tasmania's greatest ever domestic players.
You just got the nod of recognition as it thudded into the VB sign behind the keeper. So it's it was. It's interesting to look through, and obviously I sort of go through and see this time of year. There's all the stats that come up, and you relive old grand finals and things like that. It's interested to think back and see how many some of these guys have been part of grand finals full stop and how many they've won. I was just thinking like Nick Granger was obviously back in, his first one would have been at Burnie before he went over to Wynyard, and now obviously back, and so he'd have 3 or 4 I think to his name, and Rev and Yatesy, they're sort of 4 I'd imagine at that stage.
And so that is drinks here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground in this final session, with the Ulverstone Black Caps moving along to 4 for 155. Jacob Snare on 36 not out, Patient 36 off 173 balls, Jack Pearce 3 off 20. 1 wicket has fallen this session, that is of Josh Walmsley, who was caught a deep backward square by James Hodges off the bowling of Brady Yates for 87, when a century was looking in the offering there for Joshy, but it wasn't to be. So I'm saying evenly poised here, Barrett, because Ulverstone haven't got on top on the scoreboard in terms of runs, and if Burnie can jag 1 or 2 wickets in this last session, and keep the Black Caps under 200, it won't be a bad day's work.
No, absolutely, and I think, yeah, it's just been that pure arm wrestle. No one wants to give an inch, but yeah, I'd have it at a 50-50 at the moment, and we'll see how that plays out going into the last little segment. But fun and games for sure in a grand final. It's great to see that once again these two teams with a strong grand final rivalry. So
we'll take a short 5-minute break here from Latrobe. I've got a couple of Lamingtons here that need devouring in quick time. I'd hate to see them if I left them overnight. And we'll be back to rejoin the action soon. So we're back here after drinks at Latrobe Recreation Ground in this Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest first grade grand final with the Black Caps resuming at 4 for 155. Joined again by Brent Monday in the commentary box here. Brent, going to be interesting last hour here to see how the Black Caps approach it.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting that Yates hasn't bowled as many overs as perhaps I might have thought, or he took a while to get himself on. I know you were talking a few there, those little overs before the breaks. I thought he might have a perfect opportunity to sneak himself on, but he got that prize.
Pearce goes on the sweep there, misfield by Redmond, I think it might have been.
Yeah, that prized wicket of Walmsley. So
Pearce comes back for a second. So Pearce moves along to 5, score 4 for 157. Yates operating again from the northern end. Pearce comes forward. Pearce has an impressive pedigree, the son of Cricket Northwest Hall of Famer Jason Pearce, one of the great batsmen and wicket keepers on the Northwest Coast, Barra.
Yeah, that's it. Just slightly before my time, I managed to play a couple of second grade team games with him, and just a natural and just a love for the game as well. Like the fact that he's still involved, obviously, coaching the Ulverstone and that sort of thing. He's got a real love for the game, and which is what we want and what creates what we're watching today.
Yeah, unfortunately, back injuries got the better of Jason in the prime of his career. I don't think we quite saw the best of him. We saw the best of him, just not for a long enough time. I think would be the general feeling with Jason. So his son Jack there's on 3 now. Snare on 39, Ulverstone 4 for 158.
Lamprey back on?
Yes, this could be a key moment in the game, I think. As one of the previous commentators, I think, was calling for Lamprey to come back on. This will be interesting to see if they take the second new ball here. It's certainly available. Doesn't look like. So I'll get the binoculars out here.
Oh, look out.
He's got the new red. That is a brand new kookaburra in his hand there. This is second new ball time, so this will be a key stage of this match. Ball's obviously going to do a little bit more off the deck and through the air, but the risk is the ball is a lot harder off the bat, and runs can come quite quickly if you don't get it right. Not that you wouldn't have taken the new ball too many times, Barra, would you? You got one that was usually 20 or 30 overs old. Oh, toss! Oh dear. Well, that surprised everyone. Certainly, Jacob Sayre wasn't expecting it. He got it off the toe of the bat. Josh Lamprey at mid-on, I don't think he was expecting it. He reacted like a startled cat, and it fell a couple of metres short of him. Well, it's all happening already under the second new ball. Lamprey again. Well outside off stump, Snare leaves it.
Yes, it's good to see Lamps back in the on coastal cricket. I know there was a big. I know when I was at Burnie, we were trying hard to get him away from Natone and in, and it's fantastic. He's shown obviously what he can do. There at Natone, very successful, and to be able to progress and put that onto turf cricket would have been nicer to see him here a bit earlier. But he did go back for 1 or 2 years, I think, back to Natone.
Yeah, I think he went back just last year to Natone, and just a gifted sportsman, isn't he? I think he goes all right on the footy field as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're talking to the right person because I've got a real love for this kid. Having taught him way back,
Yeah, right.
And like you said, one of the most naturally gifted athletes you'll ever want to see.
So does that mean he's young or you're old?
We'll stick with him being young and me being experienced. Yeah, look, my fondest memory is his last day of grade 10. I looked at him, we were in the gym, and I said, "You won't." And he had a basketball in his hand, half court, and sunk it. Nothing but net. It's just a freakish talent that he is. At that stage, he wasn't even into his cricket. He was loved his golf, going for a round of golf, and heavily into his footy. But injury, he struggled a bit with the shoulders in injuries with footy as it went. But I don't know, he's kicked over 100 goals in the Darwin a couple of times as well.
Can't be too bad.
Yeah, so just a freakish talent.
It would be fair to say he doesn't like an acceptance speech.
No.
that ain't his go. He just lets his actions do the talking.
That's exactly it. That's right. It'd be like him and Dale Baker talking to each other. I think just a nod of acknowledgement.
Just a nod.
Yep, that's it.
Just a nod.
That's
so Ulverstone 4 for 160 there after the first over with the second new ball. Snare on 36, Pearce on 8. Just going through the bowling figures, they've gone through pretty much nearly the whole team here, Burnie Day. Redmond, Kurt Lamprey, Thomas Pope, Josh Lamprey, Tyler Parker, Nick Revel, Brodie Hayes, Brodie Yates, and Jimmy Hodges. I don't think it's two. Who hasn't had a bowling day?
Planty and Grange.
Planty and Grange. Planty can bowl. Seen Planty bowl his leggies. His left arm leggies. Doesn't bowl them too badly. Redmond now on from the northern end with the new ball.
This is going to be interesting. This is the point that this is where Burnie can really press home, and they're bold, tight lines, and this is where they need to assert some dominance back and make the use of the new pill.
Revel's just adjusting his field. Finally, he just went a little bit squarer. Redmond in. Oh, and gets the edge first up. Bounces just in front of second slip there. Encouraging signs for the Burnie coach. Brodie Yates in there at second gripper.
Interesting because Jack obviously likes the feel of bat on ball, likes the ball coming to him, so challenging him out on that fifth stump line will be, or fourth stump line will be where probably Redmond will be aiming.
Yep. So Redmond, his run up just hasn't looked smooth all day, but he's got by. A good ball there, short length to Pearce. Pearce is dead bats it. Makes Redmond go all the way up the pitch and pick it up as well. Nice little bit of gamesmanship there. I know some batsmen, Tony Underwood, there's the prime example, who would just pick up the ball and throw it back to the bowler. And it's like, Tony, that's what the bowler and the 10 fielders are there for, mate. It's their job, mate.
Yeah. Tony Underwood at second slip. How many would he have grasped there in his time?
If you remember, he dropped 4 one day. He had the trophy though. Oh, that's come off the back of the bat.
Oh, that's an interesting.
Dismissal. He tried to work it behind square, come off the back of the bat, and it gave balloon to Brodie Yates at second slip, and Brodie's had the easiest catch you'll ever see. That's a very weird way to get out. Clearly, the ball he just got his timing all wrong, or whether it might have just held up in the wicket just a tad. But the ball certainly didn't go where Jack intended it to. And unfortunately, he's out for 8. And Ulverstone now 5 for 160. And Burnie just gained a little bit of an upper hand here late on the first day of this first grade grand final.
You haven't done the Shane Warne part where they walk off in these ones? Where what was it? Shane Warne Cricket, 99? No. Disappointing. The crowd were expecting big things from Pearce. In the air, out.
What was that? Was that a Sega Mega Drive or a Sega Nintendo?
The next one up from that, It was...
So, coming to the crease now is... Jordan Kelly, the captain and wicketkeeper. Important 50 minutes of play coming up here for Ulverstone. They've just lost it. You wouldn't say they've completely lost their way, but they've just lost their way a little bit. The runs are dried up with Walmsley's dismissal. Now Pearce is out as well. It'll be important time here for Kelly. Kelly works it in the air behind square, and they're going to pick up an easy 2. So Kelly off the mark, first ball, takes the score up to 5 for 162.
Really, like you said, the new ball brings the wicket. Not your traditional new ball wicket, but
but if you see in the scorebook it's caught second slip, you edge that second slip. So Redmond in again. Whilst Kelly leaves outside off stump.
Interesting there too. I don't know, you probably heard you speaking to James earlier about the 2010. 2010.
Yes, the Baker Bellinger grand final.
Yeah, but a couple of those things that particular year, Brady Yates won 3 grand finals.
He won 2.
He won the A grade. He won the 3rd grade.
Yes.
Grand final, as well as the under 18 state Cup.
And from memory, that was one of the more amazing games of cricket. Burnie went down there with no expectations and rolled University for about 30 or something. Wasn't it?
I think it was even less than that or something. Yeah, it was something phenomenal like that. So that topped off Brady's year. And then obviously in those days, being underage, you could play in the 3rd grade, which was virtually Kurt Lamprey.
I think it was called Senior Colts or something, or Sunday League.
Kurt Lamprey played in that team as well.
That might
captained by Chalky Gray.
That might have been the last year of that competition, I think.
Yep.
I think it unfortunately died a slow death after that.
Yeah, well, I think mainly it was a BCL. Jeremy Leatherborough played for Ulverstone in the final. So.
Was that final played at West Park?
It was.
And there was a helicopter that kept landing at West Park, just next to West Park. It was doing like tours for people. There was something on in Burnie that day, and there was a helicopter doing tours. And every time the chopper landed, the play had to hop.
Go through. Yeah, some...
And didn't Lamprey hit a massive 6 somewhere?
He did. He also got Jeremy Leatherborough out too, which is obviously a crucial wicket. There was a lot of BCL names in there. Baldy Gray, I think he was part of there, and David Smart.
Yep.
And
what's your prediction for tomorrow's BCL granny? Obviously, you're a former Ryana player, but you know playing the Natone boys as well. What's your prediction?
Well, going on past experience, they've been pretty close this year actually, but Ryan has got themselves into reasonable positions but can't quite finish the job. The Natone tail seemed to lag and push on to a reasonable score. I think
Lamprey in the snare there, to go outside off stump.
I think the wicket of Josh Barry will be a crucial one.
Yep.
He seems to have a tendency of making runs against Ryan, and as I know when I was up there and he was playing for Yolla that particular year that they beat us in the grand final, he'll be a crucial wicket.
Lamprey in the snare again. And outside off stump. Just going around the grounds here in the Cricket North Grand Final at the NTCA ground. Westbury have just got a nice little partnership going here between Lukic and Lloyd, taking the score from 8 for 163 to 8 for 211. And in the Premier League Grand Final down in Hobart at the TCA ground, South Hobart Sandy Bay enjoying a dominant opening day against Newtown. Currently 6 for 307. Andrews out for 130. Willis out for 72. Nichols on 22 at the moment. And Caden Hine, a former Coastal player, played up at Wynyard. I believe.
Yep.
He's on 6 at the moment, so a little bit of a coastal influence there in that game. But South Hobart Sandy Bay well in control and on their way to a very impressive first inning score. Over is called here by umpire Colin Broom. So we're 90 overs down. Ulverstone 5 for 162. Snare on 36. Jordan Kelly, the captain, on 2.
Yeah, talking about Sam Pask.
Samuel Pask.
Former Orion.
Yes.
He's fielding coach down there?
Yes.
Fielding coach at the Sharks?
Has the second grade medal named after him
does.
at the club.
Yes. Now you run us through how do you get that
I don't know.
in his short time? Because he would have left early.
Yeah, he did.
2000s,
Yeah,
2001.
he had a brief but very nice little career at the Orions. But yeah, he that's gone fine. I'm sure the leg buys are off the bat, but that's gone for four buys, missed by everyone, including wicketkeeper Nick Granger. Handy runs there for the Black Caps, takes it up to 10 extras for the day, and the Ulverstone score up to 5 for 166.
Yes.
Yeah, now Paskey, I'm pretty sure Paskey left after the 03-04 season, the season when he got 40 wickets for the year, which is a damn fine year, but a bloke called Sean Gow got 60 wickets for the year. So Paskey just played second fiddle. Oh, nice shot there, Jordan Kelly, short and wide by Redmond, and Kelly went on the cut shot and played it behind point beautifully for 4. So
Nice little confidence builder.
Nice way. Kell looks a pretty good batsman. Just probably hasn't put the scores on the board that he's capable of.
Yeah, I think he had a really important partnership there a couple of years back in a grand final with Sam Perko, it might have been, at one stage there, in one of those sort of tail end runs. It was good.
So that boundary takes the score up to 5 for 170 now in the 91st over. Redmond with figures of 2 for 29 in his 16th over.
Just going back to the fellow Hines, is he part of Bakesy? Did Bakesy get involved? Shannon Bakes get him up? Was he part of that?
I'm pretty sure he's like a Wynyard kid originally.
Right.
Then moved down to Hobart for either school or work or whatever. And, joined up at South Hobart Sandy Bay, and he's played. I think he's one of those players who's sort of come in and out of the team when, depending on what state players are available. But a good team in a first grade grand final.
Speaking of that, Jackson Saggers, what's he up to?
Jackson Saggers. Well, Saggers moved to New South Wales / Canberra. He was working for the Canberra Raiders there at one stage in the NRL.
Not the Comets.
No, not the Comets. Not the Comets.
Big Murph Hughes and the Canberra.
And moved to Sydney where he's working. He does physio at one of the hospitals. Joined up with the Gordon Cricket Club, I think it was, in the Premier League in Sydney. Ended up playing first grade. This is the season before this one. Made the Sydney grade cricket all-star team.
Yeah, right.
In his first season, which was Jackson's got a bit of talent.
Yeah.
But to make that jump up from,
that's
right. Extraordinary. I think he's gone. He's played again this season. Not unsure of his stats for this season, but that's a lovely little feather in the cap for the Jacksonville Jaguar, who was on his day was quick, very quick, but also. Could be had it come bowled him for a very nice height. Could be a little bit erratic at times.
Especially at Devonport Oval with that little bit of a lip.
Yes, could be a little bit erratic at times, young Jackson. Yeah. But good, well done to him. Like to make it into first grade cricket in arguably what is the best grade cricket comp in Australia. That's a very fine effort.
Gordon, is that Simon Cavich for some reason?
Geez, you're asking some tough questions there,
that rings a bell or something like that. Maybe because I've just been listening to him on SEN the other night. So, also some other great achievements going on. Former Ulverstone second grade premiership player Alex Pearce. He's
Yes.
captaining Freo.
Yes,
for
good
the
son of the one of the umpires out here, Scott Pearce.
cousin of Jack.
Cousin of Jack. Yeah, no, great to see the big moose.
After such a after injuries, and all the
has
rest.
there been a man more unlucky with bad injuries?
I thought you were going to say bad haircut, but
well
lovely.
deserved.
The flowing locks.
Flowing locks. He's an Adonis.
Yeah,
He's an Adonis now.
obviously son of Scott.
Son of Moose and Karen.
Yeah,
Clearly got the height of Karen, not of Scott.
Yeah, couldn't see Scott being a tap ruckman.
No.
No. It's good.
Yeah, great to see North West Coast products, whether it be cricket, football, or whatever sport, excel on the national stage. We're a sporting hotbed here, and always have been. Played fine there by Kelly. Kelly comes back for the second. He does it easily. And the score moves along to 5 for 173. Kelly on 8.
Busy player.
Busy,
Jordan
yes.
Kelly, a bit like Ian Healy. I don't know, like that really busy and hands in, sort of tucked in, a bit like he was just. I don't know.
He's not a Gilchrist type. He's going
No.
Healy was never.
Likes it in and little short uppercuts here and there. And
I'm just searching for Jackson
glove.
Saggers' averages this year. I accidentally went to the battings because I'm tipping. I'm tipping his batting hasn't improved that much.
That may look good as a bowling.
I need to go to the bowling page. Here we go. Jackson Saggers for the Gordon District Cricket Club this year. In first grade competition, maybe a little bit of the second year blues this year. 19 wickets at 29.1. So a few batsmen I've just worked him out a little bit, but certainly an impressive debut in the season before last.
So while you've got everything going there with the Rick Finlay stats ticking over, where does Josh currently sit in terms of the all-time runs with Bake?
So Bake's obviously number 1 on the list. Les Allen's still number 2, I think.
Yep. So is it about 13,000? Is that what?
I've got the file here somewhere, mate. I'll drag it out.
Sorry, I'm testing you, mate.
You are? Yeah, I'm certainly not Rick Finlay or any of the other cricket stats gurus around town.
Ooh. Just came back a bit there off hurried kill up.
So that's over by Kurt Lamprey, 92 overs down. Ulverstone 5 for 173.
Here
we go. What have your answer here in a minute? No, I'll plead guilty. I haven't updated the numbers here for a while.
Right, yeah.
So it might be something I need to do in the off season.
Yep.
Because I reckon Mr. Walmsley's overtaken a few.
Yep.
So Dale Baker, 12,339 runs.
Yep.
Just an average of 44.07. Les Allen, 12,235 runs. The great Trevor Docking, 10,768 runs. Kevin Pearce, 10,122 runs. Danny Buckingham, 9,658 runs. And I reckon Walmsley's might be below him these days, because the next man on that list after Bucky's Kevin Brown, who's got 8,276. And I'm pretty sure, well, Marty Bush-Wilson's got 8,188 for Ulverstone, and I know Josh has overtaken him.
Yeah, right.
No, it is wide and went wide of that ball, and it is called by umpire Scott Pearce. It's the second wide I think Redmond's bowled today. He has bowled a couple of strange deliveries today. He bowled that one that didn't even make halfway down the wicket, and bounced and bounced and bounced. Yeah, so he's still got a little way to go, Josh, before he catches the creme de la creme.
Yeah.
But geez, if he keeps churning out 500-run seasons for the next 5 or 6 years, I don't reckon he's going to be far away from him by the end.
Have we got anyone on the cards that might push Boucher's bowling record?
Yeah, so Bouch leads the way at 862.
Yep.
I'd say.
And I reckon there was a fair few of them with Nathan Hudson. Nathan Hudson
got out to Bouch for a living.
The only man to bat with.
If you rang Nathan Hudson and got his voicemail, it was like, "Hi, I'm Nathan Hudson. I'm out at the moment. To Craig Boucher. Please leave a message."
Oh dear.
Oh, one of the great blokes, Nathan Hudson.
I
love talking cricket with Hutto when he was at Burnie Omen.
Yep.
No, I think while Bake's runs record might be in a little bit of danger from Walmsley, I'd put it to you that Boucher's wickets record of 862 will not be touched.
Yep. Yeah, especially if we keep producing these wickets with what we've got, but we haven't had any huge season. Oh, Davidson, a couple of years ago, he would have taken. Did he take 6?
Oh, Davo was on pace to break all sorts of records if he had hung around for 20 years.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Davo's body wasn't going to allow him for 20 years. And Bouch played for 28 seasons to get that 862 wickets.
How many were first appealers and how many were second appealers and then third? There's the prolonged second, third.
Yeah. How many were off the short run up, the medium run up, and the long run up?
Yeah. But, it was good. Saw him. He's still floating about the club up there at Sheffield.
He's been doing a bit of coaching up there this year. It's good to see.
Like I said, Nathan Hudson still has nightmares about Bouch. But
there's a few other great battles in coastal cricket. I think David Moult and Sean Leatherborough.
Right.
Was one that the old Trouty got on top more often than not.
No, it's funny. I heard you talking earlier about the painted lids, and I know, just obviously when equipment wasn't as whiz bang, where you could buy your club lids at the local sports power or whatever, and people that had changed clubs or whatever. I know when I first arrived at Burnie Yeoman, the first thing that Clay Young did was check your lid. If it wasn't the right colour, he'd put a knife through it, open her up, spray paint, and it'd still have the fingers on the back of the lid where you couldn't quite get the full gist of it.
Now we've had a question on the. I may have put a little picture of you on the Simon Davis WhatsApp group, and he linked to the game, and a question from the great Aaron Dudar McCall over in Perth. Who are you actually going for in this grand final? Given you played on both sides.
Very true, very true. Cricket's the real winner today, isn't it? Cricket is the real winner.
Excellent.
No, having been at the Black Caps this year, I think I have to say that. But no, it's just fantastic to see two teams fighting it out, and this is what finals cricket's about. And gets the old knee a bit jittery that would love to be out there and be part of it. So it's. Great spectacle here at La Trobe, and it's just fantastic that it obviously spreads far and wide. Aaron McCall over in Western Australia.
So we've got a bowling change here. We've got Tyler Parker back on the bowl. Yes. Oh, inside edge hasn't been taken. I think it's going up. Query from the umpire. Yes, it has been, and Jordan Kelly has to go. That ball just seemed to get inside edge and then maybe onto his thigh pad.
It's sort of ballooned again.
It's sort of ballooned again. We'll have to see if we can find a replay here. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, that's another handy one going in. I'm pretty sure Reece French wouldn't have been keen to be out there tonight. A bit of an awkward time for him to come out. A free-flowing batsman like Reece. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about it here.
Yeah, no, certainly on the replay, it certainly looks like an inside edge onto sort of just above the thigh, just on the thigh area there, and just ballooned up to. I think it was Yatesy there at second slip.
Yeah, well, he's had a couple couple of screamers,
Yes.
at second slip with the new ball
I mean,
since
I'd-
it's
I'd-
taken. So
I'd like my chances of taking those ones in the new ball.
yeah,
No, I couldn't catch a cow.
no.
So Tyler Parker strikes. Good bowling change there from Nick Revell, and that has reduced the Black Caps to 6 for 174 here. We've got 32 minutes to Stumps. Reece French out to bat. Made a century against Devonport in the penultimate round of the season. The last round of the season, 114 not out at the Oval. So, geez, if you could do that again, I'm sure his teammates will be showering him with beverages in the aftermath of the grand final, because that would be a match-winning knock-off thing. But here comes Parker into French.
Oh,
Short of the length.
a bit of extra kick and bounce.
Frenchie just drops his hands a little bit. But yeah, this new ball's just doing a little bit more talking than what the old ball was doing.
A bit more like the Leighton Hewitt second serve, wasn't it? Just had a little bit of kick and
A little bit of grunt on it.
and grab. But pretty sure Kiwi behind the stumps is enjoying them being able to come through it about that.
Yeah.
Height.
Especially at his age, you don't want to be bending down too many times and grabbing them off the blades of grass.
Now, have we got an age? What I was only thinking before. How old
Kiwi?
is Kiwi?
41,
41.
I think.
Yep.
Don't quote me on that.
Now, is this a former New Zealand under-19
Former New Zealand,
player?
come to Tasmania. Yes, was a former New Zealand under-19 player.
Yeah.
French has a little waft at that, a short pitch delivery
Right.
outside off stump. Should have just maybe left that one alone, but he clearly loves the feeling of the kookaburra on the willow. Just wanted to dab one, but that's probably not a shot he should be exercising too much at the moment. With his team just wobbling a little bit at the moment. French, hit the ground there, I think. It was pretty clear, looking at the tail of his back, just to make sure the umpire was well aware of that, of what happened.
Yeah, I know. I can recollect Mick Munday, who was president of the Burnie Young Cricket Club at that particular point, that he said this young New Zealand fella's just rocked up on our doorstep. They didn't have to chase to her or
Right.
anything
It wasn't
like that.
there. It's not like they went out and recruited him.
No, proceeded and gone through. It's a club president for many a year, Mick Munday, and also does a great impersonation of a seagull in a gumboot. If ever required.
Well, next time I see him,
those party tricks.
next time I see young Mick, I'll ask him about that.
Yeah, seagull in a gumboot.
That's a successful over there from Tyler Parker. 94 overs down. The Ulverstone Black Caps 6 for 174 with a half hour to go before Stumps here on this opening day of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest first grade grand final.
Tyler Parker, he's how many wickets did he end up with this year?
He's had a
Just
handy
gone
year,
through.
Tyler
He's
Parker.
a very handy year with the ball, and obviously would have probably at early doors he was in the role of opening there and those things, but now has been more successful with the ball. Former Rihanna player as
Handy
well.
little 16 wickets off an average of 13 off 83 overs, so he certainly hasn't. With the depth of bowling in the Hurricanes squad this year, he certainly doesn't get over bowled, but that's a handy little return. That
It does seem though somone that they go to when they want to break through.
He got the big wicket last week in the semi-final
Yep.
of Duncan Gray, who was threatening to cause the
What a
the massive
final that
blowout.
was, eh? What a final! Once again, tuning in on Frog. The technology, the world we live in, eh?
I know. I was only talking about it the other day. I said to someone, I remember the days when, on the last day of the season, you'd be ringing up every club to get a score. Blokes at the other end would be lying to you about what the score is.
It came down to those last points,
those last points, trying to get that, either get into the finals or get a home final or something. And there's no secrets now with my cricket. There are no secrets.
Another great of the two clubs, Shane Walker. Did you ever see Shane?
No, I haven't seen much of Shane.
The cricket scene.
No, he's Cricket Northwest Hall of Famer, Shane, one of the great all-rounders. Well left there from Sneary. That wasn't far away from off peg. No. Shane I sort of didn't see much of Shane play. I was sort of scoring second grade when he was in his prime in first grade. But I do remember it was a grand final they played against Ulverstone at the Oval, and I think Burnie went out to lose the game. So I was just sort of batting out time, and Lizard Leary come on to bowl, and Lizard, I think quite remembers this quite well. Shane decided that Lizard's bowling needed to go to the distance. And he put him twice in consecutive balls over the Devonport Athletic Club roof. That, for anyone who's been to the Devonport Oval, that is a long, long hit.
That, in Shane's own words, is huge.
Yes.
Never used the word huge.
Huge.
I remember when he was president's role at the club, anytime he got to talk, it's a huge game for the club. So. But you'd never snigger or anything.
Oh, no. He was a serious man, Shane.
Yeah, suffered white line fever very heavily, but
serious man.
Fantastic, and probably he and Mick Monday probably two of the main drivers around Burnie where they are now in terms of moving to West Park,
the Hurricanes,
moving out of the Hurricanes, adopting it. Saw the future there with that. It's really, the foresight of those guys, the pioneers of getting it, and to West Park, and you look at cricket that's being played out there now, and it's great. So Redmond, what over's he into now?
He's 18th over at the moment. Obviously 6 for 174, snare on 37, French yet to score. Well,
almost fielding Yates again.
That was interesting. And Snare plays this interesting little swivel pull shot.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what happened. It just ballooned off something and just fell short in between Rev and Yates there in the slips.
It's one he likes to guide round rather than actually
it's not
hit
full.
it.
It's not like a Josh Walmsley full-blooded pull shot. It's
waits on it and guides it round, and usually brings it to ground, rolls the wrists. So.
Can't get caught if you're long.
That's it.
So 25 minutes to go in the day's play. There won't be any issues with over rates. Burnie are ticking along pretty well. They're up to 95 already. They're bowling extra time.
Well, back to those old days where Kate Bellinger had come on and he took 90 seconds for an over for an opening bowler.
But bowling those extra overs actually won't be. While in normal two-day cricket, when there's points up for grabs, is usually a bit of a no-no. It's actually not too bad here. It actually gives you more time to bat when it comes to your innings. So if you can get through, if Ulverstone get through their 150 overs, and you've already bowled 100 tonight, well, it gives yourself more time
through to tomorrow.
Yep. Gives yourself a little bit more batting time.
Yeah. So it could come down. It's 150 is the max.
Yep.
If both teams bat 150, it's just whoever's got the most runs.
Yep, as long as the team batting second has faced the same, gets the opportunity to face the same amount of overs, unless they're all out beforehand, of course.
So ladder placing has nothing to do with it, only under if it rains.
Yep.
Is that?
Yep, rain is the ladder leader's friend.
Yep.
There is no rain forecast tomorrow or Sunday. But yeah, the way it's going at the moment, it looks like maybe it's only going to be a first innings, again based on a first innings result here. I don't think, I'll be very surprised if we get an outright result here, despite the fact we've got an extra day tacked on.
Revel just moving it on, just round a bit squarer.
So Parker in the bowl to French. French digs out a full ball. It's to mid-off.
Trying to entice French, I guess, into that straighter drive or through mid-on and work through. So.
French certainly looked impressive off his pads. Anything was on the stumps. Going sliding down leg, he certainly attacked against Devonport in that final round of the season. there was he was hitting to a short boundary, which I think he had his eyes on as well. So. Oh, a tempter there from Parker outside off stump. French took up the invitation. He's certainly not there to block deliveries for his friends at the moment. He's there to score runs.
Which means something's going to happen.
Something is going to happen. I don't think it's going to be a dull last half hour, Barrett.
That's it. It'll be interesting to see what Jacob's got to say.
Yeah. So that is the 96 overs down. That's the minimum overs we needed in the day. That Burnie have reached that in very good time. 22 minutes left in the day. Ulverstone 6 for 174. Jacob Snare on 37. Reece French yet to open his account. So Redmond steams in again from the northern end as Snare lets that one go. Let's go back around the grounds here. So up in the north, Westbury 9 for 230. They've ended up making a pretty competitive score. They're going to make a pretty competitive score there. You'll take 230. Plenty of contributions there. And down south, after 94 overs, South Hobart Sandy Bay 7 for 320. Redmond in again. Snare leaves out well outside off stump.
Yeah, it'll be, you look around the field, it's a very all-round team, that Burnie team out there. There's guys that can bat long periods of time. It's a nice blend of blokes that can score quickly, and then you've got a tail end, as you saw with Lamprey in the semi-final and games before, that can score quickly as well.
Yeah.
Like it's Alvey will want to put a decent score on the board.
Oh,
there's that guided
pull shot again, and all that happened was the bottom edge and basically went straight down on the ground. Dribbled out about 5 metres from the stumps.
Just a recent father of two.
Yes, yeah, well, congratulations to the Snare family. You're another addition in the last... You actually missed a game of cricket there, Snare.
Yeah, so it must have been something.
It must have been important. Snare doesn't miss too many games of cricket.
No.
They're just touching back on this Burnie team, a team of good, quick blokes around the field as well. Like good ground fielders. I think if you got a good team in terms of your speed around the field, you can cut down singles and all that sort of stuff.
Just creates a pressure.
Creates run-out opportunities.
Especially late in the day too. Like you see ageing teams that might perhaps get a bit weary this time of the day, or it's a bit too far to bend down to get to one. But if you've still got that energy in the field, and people that play cricket know about that energy of whether it's still charging in, whether it's the torque, just that support while you're out there. If that can come, and we're in a good spot.
A little bit of frustration there from Sean Redmond. He's Snary's not giving him much at the moment. And probably just had a little bit of luck here and there, and Redmond's just showing his annoyance at it, and just nothing deliberate, but just made sure Snary was back in his crease as he whipped one back to Granger behind the stumps. So it's Jacob Snare, 37 off 203 balls. It's been a vigil. It's Chris Dell areas for those who know their cricket history and cricket grand final history.
There it is. He got it that
swivel
time.
shot again. He got the timing right that time. Easy single down the fine leg.
I guess that's why they've got the deep, the fine leg there for that, for the top edge, and Redmond's still trying to test Snary out with that. So
that's the over bowled. Redmond 2 for 31 off his 19 overs, 97 overs down. The Ulverstone Black Caps. As the scoreboard just resets, then 6 for 175. Snare on 38. French still yet to score. I think he's keen to get off the mark. It's probably not a bad single from Frenchy there, from Snare there, to get back on strike and just maybe calm Frenchie down a little bit. Just he was getting a little bit excited about trying to get off the mark.
Just looking round though, Brad, how good's cricket? How good is it this time of year that we've been able to showcase it with what we've got here in Cricket Northwest to finish off the season and get to here.
So Parker to snare well outside off stump, snare shoulders arms. Yeah, for all the issues we've had this season with COVID and then we've had grand finals in recent years with wet weather and not being able to get a result. To have a start like this to a grand final, it's just warms the cockles of a cricket lover's heart. Parker again outside off stump. I've just noticed down in the far corner of the ground that curator Jason Sims has got the lawnmower or the ride-on mower ready to cut the ground again straight after the day's play and get ready for tomorrow. So the outfield will be just as quick tomorrow, and it's been a beautifully fair outfield today. You play the right shots, you will get rewarded with the boundary. Parker in again. Snare defends that one.
Yeah, finals time is a great setup, and like I said, games going on, and Mersey Valley finished up
last week. Congratulations to the Turners Beach Titans on their premiership. I think they won a double. I think A Reserve got up as well.
First club win, I think.
Yeah, well, so
A grade. Sorry,
they were an old Blueton Cricket Association team, Turners Beach. So they've when that association folded, they come into the Mersey Valley competition and they've more than held their own over recent years. And congratulations to everyone out at Turners Beach there. And as we mentioned before, the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final, or Grand Finals across all grades on tomorrow, with the big A grade one out at Wivenhoe between Natone, who are defending premiers, Natone, and Ryan. Is that a replay of last year's?
It is.
Yeah, a replay of last year's Grand Final.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, I remember they had a few of the Ryana boys rocked up a bit worse for wears at the. Jason Ling was doing a rowing for multi-cap out there at the there's snare again.
There's that swivel shot again, but with the man behind square up, that ball races to the boundary. Good boundary there from Snare, takes him along to 43 off 210 balls and holes and 6 for 179.
Yeah, the Jason Ling had a multi-cap rowing competition, or where a few of them were rowing a marathon on the ergo rowers, and Ryan had a team. I think they were a few of the boys. They were a few late starters. I think James King and Brock Dicker managed to show up about half an hour late. A few of the other Ling family, Nathan Ling, and had to help them out. But there was some awesome efforts on that particular day. Nick Haywood ploughed away for 42 Ks. Justin Cotton and Ben Richmond.
Yeah, there's a man who doesn't mind doing absurd physical activities. Just had a message on Facebook. I put a post up about the grand final this morning, and just had a message from the United States of America for one, Joseph Downs. The recently married Joseph Downs. Do you receive overseas calls for cricket commentary?
Joey,
I ain't reversing charges to start with, Joey.
No, I actually funny cricket story because
how would Joey Downs go on the cricket field, the big lanky yank?
He didn't go too well because in my NWBU basketball career, my 2 games at the Penguin Blues was under Big Joe.
Where in the NWBU history book you're named Barry Mundy.
That's right, and that's because of Joe. Instead of Barra Mundy, he'd go with Barry Mundy. So now I have to go up on the honour board there at Penguin as Barry Monday. But we had I think they had just a game against the Penguin Cricket Club, just a bit of a fun game between the two clubs, hit and giggle, and Joe lined up baseball style.
All 6'8" of him.
Going well. The Lavender Farmer.
The Lavender Farmer. If you want some, if you're ever in the northwest corner of America and looking for some lavender, go see Joey Downs up in Washington State.
Great to see him back a couple of years
Yeah,
ago.
no, loves coming back for a
the
reunion.
Union book, yeah.
One of the great men of coastal basketball, Joey Downs. Oh, full ball on the stumps there. French clips away, but the bloke at deep backward square there's done a nice job. Saved the boundary, kept it to 1, but French is off the mark. It's his first run off 14 balls. Snare on 42, Ulverstone 6 for 179.
Now with that, while we're talking a bit off topic, if you're talking the 3 main sports, I guess, coastal sports, where you've got AFL football,
Yep.
you've got the cricket,
Yep.
and you've probably got basketball.
Yep.
Is there someone that you could name up, I've got one in mind, that has played A grade in all 3 formats?
Yes. And I think this was a question during the rounds on Facebook one day.
Right.
And I think his name's Jordan Muir.
Right.
I know he's got cricket.
I've got another name.
I know he's got cricket and basketball
Right.
ticked off.
Who was he cricket and basketball with?
Played cricket out here at Latrobe.
Right. My name was Sam Wilson.
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, Wish would definitely be in that club. Definitely played A grade cricket. Definitely played senior football at Ulverstone, and definitely played for the Ulverstone Red Hoppers.
Couple of time premiership player there.
Yes.
Day,
Actually, I think during my tenure at the Advocate and during COVID, when we were a little bit down on sports stories because we had no bloody sport going on, I did a few Where Are They Nows and spoke to the great Sam Wilson, who's forging a nice little coaching career up in Queensland.
I think he's taken a step back, talking to a couple there. He's a life member and everything. He's took Bond University up to the top division. He was a leg spinner.
Yes.
I fondly remember Jeremy Leatherborough putting him over into the tennis courts there at Les Clark Oval on his way to 200 one day, where he was saddled up, and Jason Howard, I know he's sitting back in a hospital bed. He's getting his ankle done at the moment, but he and Jeremy put on a record stand of 150. I don't know if it still stands at the Burnie Cricket Club, but I think Jeremy scored about 90% of those. Although Howie was quick between the wickets, I don't know how many short runs that Bangers was making in between. But
so that is it? Oh, I thought it had a bit of a Stumps vibes to it, but it isn't. So 99 overs gone now. Ulverstone 6 for 180. Yeah. Wish Wilson's other claim to cricket fame is he was actually part of Trout Mullet's hat trick in a second grade grand final. The only hat trick Trout ever took in coastal cricket.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
You would think of that of Trout's 661 wickets, probably had a hat trick or two in that lot, but no, his first one came just in the later stages of his career as he was looking after the twos, and in a grand final at I think it was at UCI Oval as well. So Parker continues here, bowling to French. French leaves that one outside off stump.
It must be continuing with Tyler here. Obviously managed to pick up the wicket. Usually, sometimes he'll swing the ball back to one of the openers after they've picked up the wicket. But Tyler still tying him down.
Bowling a good, reasonably dry line outside off stump there. Well, he's straight onto the stumps end. French loves it there. Clipped it off his toes for 1. Comes back for its second. No, decides against it.
That's where he's probably.
2.
That's probably where Tyler's going to be able to challenge Reese a bit with that. The fuller ball. They're trying to clip it off his pads. Mid wicket in there. Probably where he'd be able to pick it up. So. Full and straight's usually Tyler's sort of...
Couple of messages on Twitter have just appeared. Trent Keith, nothing wrong with winning a grand final with Rain Bradley. He said the last hour has been nice filling in the time in the commute from Brisbane to prep for the Twos grand final tomorrow. French is a cowboy. We'll be tuned in tomorrow at Hello Barra. And the big mooses responded too from downtown Fremantle. S. Pierce, aka his dad, looks to have slowed in his movements to and from square leg. I think I'm the only bloke tuned in to watch the umpire.
Ah dear, what a figure.
Handy cricketer, the Moose. Handy cricketer. Good golfer.
Yes, right.
Very, very good golfer. I think he won a couple of... He represented Alvey High School and a couple of schoolboys tournaments, I think.
Oh, down there.
Just trying to
Distance
work
running
out.
as well?
Yeah, no.
Distance running.
He's fair athlete.
Pass it. Just with that one, I remember actually out on this ground from the end where we're watching that big China McCall coming in, and Keevy just with the matter of eased him over the boundary onto the bike track with a nice, beautiful sort of cover drive. It just sat there and sort of sat us all back a bit. Just a free-flowing player. Good to see that he's still keeping in touch with stuff on the coast. And having a
clearly taking the captaincy gig seriously.
That's it. Successfully doing well up there on the coast too.
We've raised the ton in terms of overs up to 100. Olsen 6 for 181, snare on 42 off 217 balls. French 2 off 16. Got about 6 minutes left before Stumps. I reckon about 2 overs. Looks like we've got a bowling change here from the northern end. Kurt Lamprey back on the bowl.
Great change.
I imagine the words here will be as fast as you can.
Former Parky Blue. There's a fair few Parky Blues out there. And you look around. Jimmy Hodges, Brady Yates.
Would another instruction here be toes and nose?
Yeah. Well, yeah, this will test it out.
Especially the Frenchie. So Lamprey in the bowl to French.
Sliding down, I reckon.
Yeah, sliding down maybe a bit high as well, but
just that angle that
good
Lamprey
intent
gets
there from Lamprey to start with. Good pace, first ball. Just beat French a little bit there for pace. So we've got 2 slips in the gully. A backward point or a point?
Slightly behind.
Slightly behind, yeah. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
Yeah.
So it's wonder if it's worth just chucking a bloke in under his grill there just to...
We don't see it much anymore.
No. The bat pads, the short legs,
exactly,
the silly points.
That's that, and that's where a lot of those sort of wickets come from, that back of a length, and just even the presence of having someone there is enough. I remember back then that looked solid day.
Very solid.
I remember this time of day, one of my first A grade grand finals when Burnie owned playing Wynyard. I had to come in and bat late in the afternoon with Brendan Keeling coming on to bowl, and
he's a little wily medium pace or a spinner?
Just spin, yeah, just the offies at that stage, and then had
Lamprey in the French again. French flays at that one outside off stump. Man at just back on a point.
Had the huge presence of Greg Sharman right underneath the grill, and the shadow that he cast over the pitch, and he wasn't scared to tell me that was there either.
Lamprey in again to French. Just on his patch, French goes to work it. Strong, square and mid-wicket.
Strong point of scoring there for Reece.
Did play that one a little bit uppishly. It was in the air for a little bit.
And actually had Adrian Dixon on the other side, and the silly point there. He's playing tomorrow.
Couple of combative types.
Is he playing tomorrow?
He's been one of the leading run scorers for the Tigers in second grade this season. Well left there by French, outside off stump.
What do we do here?
And that's over at 5:27, and Ulverstone 6 for 181, snare on 42, French on 2. So it looks like we'll certainly have one more over in before Stumps. So Burnie have already bowled 5 more than necessary. Looks like they'll bowl a 6th. So good pace throughout the day by the Hurricanes. Haven't mucked about too much. It's a pity some of our Test cricket can't follow the same sort of pattern.
Does that bemuse you that can't happen? Like
It absolutely, that and the amount of time 2020 cricket has slowed down.
Yep.
How it's slowed down now is just befuddles me. All these drinks that seem to get run out.
Because Parker's just starting like that kick off that end.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit of assistance off the pitch, isn't he?
Bit like you said though, why wouldn't you perhaps bring someone in underneath with nothing to lose, couple of overs?
This is the last over of the day. Chuck, get him in. Runs obviously aren't going to kill you with runs, especially with Snary batting at the moment. He's looking just to occupy. So Parker again to snare. Low full toss. Hoping Snary might have scooped one straight up there to mid wicket, but pretty dead bat there from Snary.
There's that James Hodges out there. I'd even be dragging him in even closer, just to. Like he's quite deep where he is there. Even square.
Even get Granger up to the stumps. Parker, another full toss to a low sort of knee-high full toss to Snary there.
Yeah, back out to James Hodges.
To me, it's not how young Tyler's preparing these deliveries at the top of his mark. Parker again, Snare keeps that one out. Nice full ball, 5:29. We've got 2 balls left. I think Snare knows the drill. He's doing a bit of a walk. You had to square leg.
What do we got going? They've listened to us.
So we know everything.
The windows
here. Yeah, Rev must have finally heard. So he's got the broadcast going on in his pocket. His phone in his pocket.
Yeah.
So we've got a short mid wicket. A short mid on, a short mid off. Silly mid on, silly mid off. I think.
There we go.
As Sarah gets the outside edge, Jeremy Plant flying after this. We'll keep it to 2.
One bounce, lovely throw.
Nice throw. Snare gets 2, moves himself on to 44 and the score 6 for 183 as we prepare for the final ball of today's play.
What do you do here, Brad? The slow one here, I reckon.
Yeah, big Barramundi slow ball.
And blue 32.
Blue 32. So Parker, final ball today. There shows a full face of the bat, keeps that one out
and makes his way off
and has no hesitation in departing the scene of the crime. So that's Stumps here on the first day of the Bendigo Bank Cricket Northwest first grade grand final at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. It's been a even sort of day, seesawed a little bit. Burnie on top early, Ulverstone on top after that, but probably at the end of the day honours shared with the score at 6 for 183. So starting day 2 tomorrow, Jacob Snare will resume on 44 not out, and Reece French on 2 not out. Been a pleasure bringing you all the action today from Latrobe Recreation Ground with all my guests. Thanks to Barramundi, James Smith, Jason Sims, Gary Miles, Sam O'Mahony. Colomont's on tomorrow for those who are interested. He's ready and raring to go. It's been a great day's play. We look forward to doing it all again tomorrow. See you then.
Thanks for that, Brad.
Thanks, Barra.